Chapter 302. After hearing Sun Xinjing's words, Zhong Meng smiled proudly and said coldly, "Branch leader Sun, let me tell you, the broken mechanism you designed is worthless in my eyes. If it weren't for the fact that I'm too lazy to build an auction house, who would want to come here?" After hearing Zhong Meng's words, Sun Xinjing was so angry that he laughed. Good. Since you said that the mechanism designed by our sect is worthless in your eyes, then please leave immediately. Our sect does not welcome you. When Zhong Meng heard this, he dug his ears. Hey, old man Sun, are you deaf? Didn't you hear me say that I'm too lazy to watch the auction house being built, so I came here to find someone? At this point, Zhong Meng's heart suddenly moved. He suddenly had an idea and laughed. Old man Sun, since you don't believe me, let's make a bet. When Sun Xinjing heard this, he turned his head and said coldly, "Do you think that I will make a bet with a child like you?" How funny. After hearing Sun Xinjing's words, Zhong Meng's face darkened. In that case, I will hold you accountable for letting the 8 great guardian deities attack me. At this moment, Sun Xinjing had already shouted. He sneered and said, "Prince Zhong, don't think that you can do whatever you want just because your martial arts are high. Let me tell you, there are countless disciples in the South County branch. No matter how high your martial arts are, it will be difficult for you to escape from everyone's siege. Prince Zhong, if you are smart, quickly leave our sect. I cannot hold you accountable. Otherwise, bear the consequences." After hearing Sun Xinjing's words, Zhong Meng felt that if he didn't show him something powerful, he wouldn't know how powerful he was. Thinking of this, Zhong Meng looked around, trying to find a suitable target. At this moment, Yi Xian suddenly said, "Prince Zhong, thank you for your protection. Yi Xian will definitely repay you in the future. Now, please listen to your master and leave the South County branch." Hearing Yi Xian's words, Zhong Leji wanted to say something but hesitated. However, after thinking for a moment, he only sighed and lowered his head without saying anything. Zhong Meng turned his head to look at Yi Xian and asked in surprise, "Yi Xian, what are you doing?" "I'm here to help you." When Yi Xian heard this, he cupped his hands at Zhong Meng. "Thank you for your kind intentions, Prince Zhong. Master has done me a great favor. Now that things have escalated to this point, I'm already so ashamed that I'd rather die. Prince Zhong, please let go of our sect. Let's stop this matter and leave our sect." After hearing Yi Xian's words, Zhong Meng stared at Yi Xian. After a long while, he said, "Yi Xian, are you having a fever? Do you know what will happen to you if I leave?" Yi Xian nodded sadly. "I'm an orphan. If I betray our sect, I'll be letting down my master. Prince Zhong, you're right. After you leave, I'm afraid I won't be able to survive. But so what? As long as I have a clear conscience, I'm not afraid. Even if I've been wronged for the time being, I think I'll be able to clear my name sooner or later. Prince Zhong, Yi Xian begs you. Please leave our sect. Don't cause trouble here." Zhong Meng was stunned when he heard this. He pointed at his nose and asked doubtfully, "Yi Xian, are you saying that I'm causing trouble here? Didn't you see that your master has already ordered these 8 iron fellows to attack me? If I wasn't lucky, I would have been beaten to a pulp by these 8 iron fellows. Do you still think that I'm the one causing trouble here?" After hearing Zhong Meng's words, Yi Xian's face turned slightly red. However, he still cupped his hands and said, "Prince Zhong, no matter who's right or wrong in this matter, let's just forget about it. Please leave our sect, Prince Zhong. Yi Xian will be eternally grateful." This time, before Zhong Meng could speak, Bai Jianmu, who had already arrived at the opposite side of the pit, shouted loudly, "Yi Xian, you need to put on an act there. Do you think that master will believe you after you put on such an act? You stole the blueprint and did such a disgraceful thing. Now that the evidence is conclusive, you still want to quibble. Yi Xian, do you think we're all fools? Yi Xian, don't think that brat surnamed Zhong can protect you for the rest of your life just because his martial arts are strong. Don't forget that you're still in the South County branch. If master gives the order, all the disciples of the South County branch will besiege you. No matter how strong Prince Zhong's martial arts are, how long can he protect you? Yi Xian, Zhong Laji, hurry up and admit your mistakes before master gives the order." When Master gets angry, it'll be too late even if you want to admit your mistakes. Yi Xian, Zhonglaji, you're on your own now. Hearing Bai Jianmu's shout, Zhong Meng turned to look at Yi Xian and asked with a smile, Yi Xian, did you hear that? Do you still want me to leave now? Hearing Zhong Meng's question, Yi Xian turned to look at Sun Xinjing. He suddenly knelt down and kowtowed, shouting loudly, Master, I definitely won't betray the sect this time. Please believe me. After saying this, Yi Xian turned to look at Zhong Meng and said loudly, Prince Zhong, if you're here for Yi Xian, then I can tell you that I don't need it. Listen to Prince Zhong and leave now. Pretend that this never happened. Zhong Meng looked at Yi Xian in shock. After a while, he let out a sigh, turned around, and asked Zhonglaji in a low voice. Zhonglaji, do you want me to leave too? Hearing Zhong Meng's question, Zhonglaji turned his head and glanced at Yi Xian. Then, he looked at Bai Jianmu across the crater and suddenly closed his eyes. After a long while, Zhonglaji turned to look at Zhong Meng. He gritted his teeth and slowly shook his head and sighed. Prince Zhong, now that things have come to this, I'm sure you can tell that I didn't steal the blueprint, but you're framing me. If Prince Zhong hadn't happened to be here, I'm afraid that I would have been killed by that despicable person. Speaking up to this point, Zhonglaji paused for a moment before continuing. I, Zhonglaji, clearly distinguish between gratitude and grudges. Master has done me a favor, and I will definitely repay it. Prince Zhong has done me a favor, and I will never forget it. Now that things have come to this, I can only keep myself useful. When there's a chance in the future, I will repay Master. Hearing Yi Xian's righteous accusation, Zhong Meng was extremely disappointed. He was kind enough to help them out of their predicament, but Yi Xian said that he was here to cause trouble. Since that was the case, Zhong Meng had already made up his mind that as long as Zhonglaji's words were the same as Yi Xian's, he would immediately turn around and leave. He would no longer care about this mess. What kind of good thing could an old fool do with some little fools? No matter what, Zhong Meng couldn't be bothered to look at it. However, he didn't expect that Zhonglaji's thoughts would be completely different from Yi Xian's. Zhong Meng was overjoyed and hurriedly asked, Zhonglaji, if I take you away from the South County branch, will you agree? Hearing Zhong Meng's question, Zhonglaji first sighed and then nodded. I'll listen to Prince Zhong's instructions. I have no objections. Chapter 303. After hearing Yi Xian's answer just now, Zhong Meng had completely given up on him. He understood that no matter what he did, Yi Xian would definitely not leave the South County branch. At this moment, after hearing Zhonglaji's words, Zhong Meng sighed in his heart. He had finally met someone who understood. If he had not happened to meet them this time, Yi Xian and Zhonglaji might have been crippled by Bai Jianmu. Their lives would have been ruined. The key was that they were already ruined. Even if they wanted to repay their sect and their master's kindness, they would have no chance. Hearing that Zhonglaji had agreed to leave with him, Zhong Meng was satisfied. He was only building an auction house, so he did not need too many people. However, although Zhonglaji had promised him, he did not want to leave so easily. He had spent so much effort and wasted so much time. Most importantly, the South County branch still had these 8 iron fellows. How could Zhong Meng leave without worry? Thinking of this, Zhong Meng patted Yi Xian's shoulder and said with a smile, Since you don't want to leave the South County branch, I support your choice. I won't force you. After saying this, Zhong Meng turned to look at Sun Xinjing and said with a sneer, Division Leader Sun, it's time to settle the score between us. Let me ask you, how do you think we should settle the score for rashly ordering these 8 iron fellows to attack me? This time, before Sun Xinjing could speak, Bai Jianmu spoke first. Prince Zhong, you came to the South County branch to behave atrociously. We haven't held you accountable yet, but you still want to settle the score with us. Brat Zhong, even if you want to let this go today, we definitely won't agree. After saying this, Bai Jianmu turned to Sun Xinjing and cupped his fists. Master, please allow me to gather all the disciples of our sect and deal with this arrogant person together. Looking at Bai Jianmu's battered and swollen face, Sun Xinjing hesitated. Bai Jianmu's kung fu was not bad, but he was defeated by Prince Zhong. The treasure of the South County branch, the 8 great iron metals, had also been thrown into the pit by Prince Zhong and could not come out now. If they did as Bai Jianmu said and called everyone over, would they really be able to deal with Prince Zhong? Sun Xinjing was very doubtful because he knew that even if all the people in the South County branch joined forces, they would probably not be able to defeat the 8 iron diamonds. Thinking of this, Sun Xinjing ignored Bai Jianmu's words and turned to look at Zhong Meng. Prince Zhong, what do you think we should do? Hearing Sun Xinjing's question, Zhong Meng smiled and stretched out 4 fingers. 4 iron diamonds. As long as you give me 4 iron diamonds, I'll let bygones be bygones and won't cause trouble for you anymore. At this point, Zhong Meng paused for a moment. He pointed at the 8 great iron vajras under his feet and continued, Branch leader Sun, if you don't give it to me, I'll just need to stomp on it and your 8 great iron vajras will become a pile of scrap metal. If you give me 4 iron diamonds, you'll still have 4 left. Isn't that a good deal? Don't you think so, division leader Sun? When Sun Xinjing heard this, the corner of his mouth could not help but twitch. This Prince Zhong wanted his things, and he actually asked if it was a good deal. This was really, since Zhong Meng wanted the iron diamonds, Sun Xinjing naturally did not want to give them to him. If he really gave him 4 iron diamonds, then the reputation of the South County branch would be completely ruined in his hands. Thinking of this, Sun Xinjing shook his head. Prince Zhong, I know that your martial arts are strong, but do you know that it's better to squash enmity than to keep it alive? If you leave now, everyone will pretend that nothing happened. I will definitely not pursue your meddling. Prince Zhong, please think carefully. At this point, Sun Xinjing's tone became a little cold. Prince Zhong, if you insist on acting rashly, then even if our sect can't do anything to you, my master will definitely contact the experts in the world to seek justice from you. Prince Zhong, you have to think carefully. After hearing Sun Xinjing's words, Zhong Meng felt that this old man did not want to give him any. Looking at the 8 big iron fellows struggling under his feet, Zhong Meng was a little reluctant to destroy them. There were only 41 of these iron fellows in the world. If one was destroyed, there would be one less. What a good thing. If he let these iron fellows guard the door, he would not need to pay them a salary or treat them to drinks. Most importantly, they would not complain even if he made them work overtime. They would work 24 hours a day without rest. Thinking of these good things, Zhong Meng was even more reluctant to destroy these iron fellows. Thinking of this, Zhong Meng felt that he could not use force. It was better to change his method. Zhong Meng jumped to Sun Xinjing's side and patted him on the shoulder. Branch leader Sun, why do you have to do this? I didn't come here to fight with you. Let's talk nicely. As soon as Zhong Meng left, the 8 iron fellows in the big pit immediately regained their freedom. They stood up and jumped out of the big pit. Once again, they surrounded Zhong Meng and Sun Xinjing in the middle, waiting for Sun Xinjing's orders. Seeing the 8 iron fellows come to his side, Sun Xinjing's courage increased. When he heard Zhong Meng's question, he sneered and said, Prince Zhong, since you didn't come here to fight, why do you care about our sex matters? At this point, Sun Xinjing raised his hand and pointed around. Prince Zhong, you've already beaten this place to this extent, and you're only telling me that you're not here to fight. Don't you think that's ridiculous? Zhong Meng heard this and spread out his hands helplessly. Branch leader Sun, this has nothing to do with me. These 8 iron fellows were the ones who beat this place up. If I hadn't stopped them, this place would have been destroyed by them. At this point, Zhong Meng patted Sun Xinjing's shoulder again. Branch leader Sun, if I hadn't stopped them, this place would have been destroyed even more. If that's the case, you should be thanking me. I saved the South County branch. Shouldn't you give me a few iron fellows to express your gratitude? Bai Jianmu said coldly, Prince Zhong, if it weren't for you meddling in other people's business, our sex matters would have been resolved long ago. We wouldn't have ended up like this. Now that things have come to this, you actually want us to express our gratitude to you? Dream on. Seeing Bai Jianmu speaking sarcastically at the side and not saying anything nice, Zhong Meng didn't hold back and directly slapped him across the face. The next moment, Bai Jianmu screamed and was sent flying again. In fact, Zhong Meng did not know who had stolen the blueprint. Although he suspected that Bai Jianmu had stolen it, there was no evidence to prove that he had stolen it. Zhong Meng did not want to go too far. After all, Bai Jianmu was right about one thing. He was just an outsider. The key was that Sun Xinjing did not want him to meddle in the matters of the South County branch. Others did not want him to meddle in other people's business. Zhong Meng was not someone who had nothing better to do, so he wanted to meddle in their business. If it was not for the fact that he wanted to take away the two machine engineers. Chapter 304. Zhong Meng had spent so much effort. His main goal was naturally to take away Yi Xian and Zhong Laji. Otherwise, he would not have meddled in other people's business. Although Yi Xian did not agree to his request, Zhong Meng felt that it was enough with Zhong Laji alone. If he had not discovered these big iron guys, Zhong Meng would have left with Zhong Laji long ago. There was no need for him to talk nonsense with him again. As for the theft of the blueprint of the South County branch, Yi Xian was not in a hurry to find out who was the one who stole the blueprint, so Zhong Meng naturally did not have to be anxious for others. Zhong Meng only had one last thing to do in the South County branch, and that was to take a few iron guys back to guard the door. Although he could forcefully take these iron guys away, if he really did so, his reputation would be ruined. If Zhong Meng's reputation was ruined, it would definitely affect his auction house. Therefore, Zhong Meng tried every means to get Sun Xinjing to agree to his request and take away a few iron guys openly. Zhong Meng's idea was good, but Sun Xinjing would definitely not agree. Once old man Sun became stubborn, he would not agree even if he was asked to die. Sun Xinjing saw that Zhong Meng had actually slapped his disciple to the side in front of him. He was instantly enraged and said angrily, "Prince Zhong, you're going too far." After saying this, Sun Xinjing raised his hand again. He wanted to order the 8 iron men to attack Zhong Meng. Zhong Meng saw that old man Sun was angry, so he quickly reached out and grabbed his raised hand. He said with a smile, "Division leader Sun, he kept interrupting when we were talking. He didn't give you any face by doing this, so I taught him a lesson for you. Don't thank me." After hearing Zhong Meng's words, Sun Xinjing was so angry that his eyes suddenly widened. He shouted, "Catch this arrogant person." As soon as Sun Xinjing finished speaking, the 8 iron men once again took heavy steps and surrounded Zhong Meng. Seeing that the 8 iron men had surrounded him, Zhong Meng did not even look at them. He smiled and said, "Division leader Sun, the two of us are so close to each other. You know the power of the 8 iron men. Aren't you afraid that their attacks will affect you?" Sun Xinjing sneered, "If it affects me, as long as I get rid of an arrogant person like you, even if the two of us die together, I won't hesitate." Zhong Meng heard this and waved his hand, "Division leader Sun, if you want to die together with me, it seems impossible. Don't forget, these 8 iron men attacked me just now, but they didn't hurt me at all." Speaking of this, Zhong Meng sighed, "But you, Division leader Sun, if the 8 iron men attack me, I'll be fine, but I'm afraid you won't be able to withstand the attack of the 8 iron men. At that time, I'll be alive, but you'll be killed by the 8 iron men." Speaking of this, Zhong Meng winked at Sun Xinjing, "How about it? Do you still want to die together with me?" When Sun Xinjing heard this, his eyes widened in anger as he stared at Zhong Meng. After a long while, he suddenly shouted, "All of you, retreat." As soon as Sun Xinjing finished speaking, the 8 iron men who were about to attack began to retreat again. Zhong Meng looked at Sun Xinjing and said with a smile, "Branch leader Sun, what kind of conditions do you need in order to give me 40 engangs?" Hearing Zhong Meng's question, Sun Xinjing said coldly, "Dream on. I will never agree to it." Seeing that this old man was determined, Zhong Meng said helplessly, "How about this? I'll find the blueprint for you, and you'll give me 4 iron men. How about this deal?" When Sun Xinjing heard this, his eyes suddenly lit up, but then he said coldly, "That's impossible. The 8 iron men are the treasures of the South County branch. No matter what the conditions are, I can't give them to you. Just give up." Zhong Meng said, "Can't I find the blueprint for you?" Sun Xinjing shook his head. "No." Seeing that this old man was determined not to agree and had no intention of relenting in the face of the temptation of the blueprint, Zhong Meng was in a difficult position. Suddenly, his eyes lit up. He reached out and patted Sun Xinjing's shoulder. "Division leader Sun, since you're not willing to give it to me, how about this? I'll find the blueprint for you. Can you rent me a few iron men?" "Rent them to you?" Sun Xinjing turned to look at Zhong Meng in confusion. Rent them to you? How? Seeing that Sun Xinjing was a little moved, Zhong Meng quickly explained, just like this, I'll find the blueprint for you. This will be the rent, and then you'll rent the Iron Men to me for 100 years. How about it, Division Leader Sun? After 100 years, I'll naturally return these 4 Iron Men to you. At that time, these 4 Iron Men will still belong to your South County branch. Isn't this fair? After Zhong Meng's explanation, Sun Xinjing was furious. He pointed at Zhong Meng and said angrily, in your dreams. Do you think I'm a fool? 100 years. Why don't you say I'll rent them to you for 1,000 years? Hearing Sun Xinjing's accusation, Zhong Meng blushed a little. He quickly pressed down Sun Xinjing's hand that was pointing at him and said with a smile, Division Leader Sun, don't be agitated. Since it's a deal, we can negotiate. Then tell me, if I find the blueprint for you, how many years will you rent it to me? Sun Xinjing said angrily, you've already said 100 years. How can I bargain? Am I supposed to bargain until 99 years? Zhong Meng thought for a moment. Division Leader Sun, since you feel that 100 years is a little too much, then 50 years. Don't tell me that the blueprint you lost is so worthless. After hearing Zhong Meng's words, Sun Xinjing was furious. He suddenly raised his hand again and said angrily, stop talking nonsense. I want to die together with you. Seeing that Sun Xinjing was about to raise his hand to give another order, Zhong Meng hurriedly grabbed his hand and slowly put it down. Branch Leader Sun, this is your fault. I've already told you that since it's a business transaction, you should haggle over the price. I didn't say that you couldn't haggle over the price, right? Just name a price, and we'll settle things slowly. Why do you have to be so angry? You're already so old. It's not good for you to be angry all the time. Why don't you say a price, and I'll bargain? How about that? Sun Xinjing took a few deep breaths to calm down his anger. Then, he said coldly, let me tell you, I don't need you to find the blueprint. Even without you, I can find the blueprint. About Tai Jinggang, just give up. Do you understand what I'm saying? After hearing Sun Xinjing's words, Zhong Meng could not help but laugh. He pointed at Bai Jianmu in the distance and said, Division Leader Sun, don't tell me that you want to rely on Bai Jianmu to find the blueprint for you. When Sun Xinjing heard this, he snorted coldly. Who I ask to find the blueprint for me is a matter of our sect. Prince Zhong, don't meddle in other people's business. In short, even without you, we can find the blueprint for our South County branch. When Zhong Meng heard this, he smiled and waved his hand. Chapter 305. Zhong Meng waved his hand. Branch Leader Sun, the most important piece of evidence for this matter is the bronze box. There are a total of 3 people involved in this bronze cooperation, Bai Jianmu, Liu Huarong, and Zhong Laji. It was precisely because of this bronze box that Zhong Laji was thought to be the person who stole the blueprint. But let's think about it. If Bai Jianmu and Liu Huarong joined forces to frame Zhong Laji, then wouldn't everything just now be a mistake? Sun Xinjing heard this and sneered. Prince Zhong, is there anything wrong with Bai Jianmu being Liu Huarong's witness? Is there anything wrong with Liu Huarong being Bai Jianmu's witness? At this point, Sun Xinjing turned to look at Zhong Meng. You're defending Zhong Laji. Are you really in cahoots with them? Zhong Meng shook his head. Branch Leader Sun, I didn't say who is suspicious. I just want to tell you that if you want to investigate this matter, you must not let the 3 of them investigate because all 3 of them are related to this bronze box. At this point, Zhong Meng patted Sun Xinjing's shoulder and said slowly, you must not let the 3 of them investigate this matter. If any one of them investigates and finds out that the person who stole the blueprint is the real one, then it will be the worst thing that can happen. Because the blueprint is in his hands, he can take it out whenever he wants. If everything just now is true, and the blueprint is really stolen by Zhong Laji, then no matter how Bai Jianmu treats him, he deserves it. However, if Bai Jianmu is the one who stole the blueprint, then I think even if I don't say it, Branch Leader Sun should be able to guess what the result will be. That's why I said that the person investigating this matter must not be related to the bronze box. It must be any one of Bai Jianmu, Liu Huarong, or Zhong Laji. After listening to Zhong Meng's analysis, Sun Xinjing couldn't help but frown. After a long while, he slowly said, "In that case, who do you think is the fairest to investigate?" Zhong Meng pointed at his nose. "Of course it's me. Think about it, I'm just an outsider. I have nothing to do with anyone. Naturally, I won't side with anyone. Naturally, it's the fairest." After saying this, he noticed that Sun Xinjing was looking at him suspiciously. Zhong Meng smiled and waved his hand. "Branch leader Sun, you don't have to listen to Bai Jianmu's nonsense and think that I'm in contact with Yi Xian and Zhong Laji. In fact, there's no such thing. Today is indeed the first time I've come to the South County branch. Zhong Qiuming can prove this for me. Moreover, when I came to the South County branch, it was a disciple who led me here at the gate. I didn't take the initiative to ask to see Zhong Laji. In addition, if I'm in cahoots with Zhong Laji, then since I've already come here, Zhong Laji should have given me the bronze box and the blueprint. Why did he leave a bronze box under the bed? There's another big question. If I'm in cahoots with Zhong Laji, why did I stay here after Zhong Laji gave me the blueprint? Why did Zhong Laji ask you to investigate this matter?" At this point, Zhong Meng patted Sun Xinjing's shoulder again. "Branch leader Sun, if you had waited for me to leave with the blueprint and the bronze box, and waited until tomorrow for Zhong Laji to find you, wouldn't that have been safer? Moreover, branch leader Sun, do you think it's difficult for me to destroy the bronze box with my martial arts? If it were me, if I didn't want to bring the bronze box with me, I would definitely destroy the bronze box. That way, we wouldn't be able to find any evidence. Branch leader Sun, there are many suspicious points in this matter. Until now, I don't dare to say who stole the blueprint, but we can go and search. As long as we find the blueprint from whoever stole it, naturally, the blueprint was stolen by him. Isn't that very simple?" After hearing Zhong Meng's words, Sun Xinjing immediately frowned. He did not immediately answer Zhong Meng's words. After a long while, he raised his head to look at Zhong Meng and asked coldly, "Prince Zhong, are you really not in cahoots with Zhong Laji?" Zhong Meng shook his head. "No." Sun Xinjing asked, "Can you really find the blueprint?" Zhong Meng nodded. "No problem. As long as you agree to rent the Tijingang to me, I'll definitely find the blueprint for you." Sun Xinjing asked, "Are you really that confident?" Hearing this, Zhong Meng patted Sun Xinjing's shoulder and said with a smile, "Don't worry. As long as we agree on the price, I'll definitely get the blueprint back for you." Sun Xinjing thought for a while, then raised one finger. 2 Tijingang, 1 year. Zhong Meng hurriedly shook his head. "Branch leader Sun, that's too little. I'm afraid that even if I build the auction house, it'll still take a year. Are you going to take back the Tijingang as soon as my auction house is built?" "No, it'll take at least 30 years. Sun Xinjing immediately turned to leave. Seeing this, Zhong Meng hurriedly reached out to stop him. 20 years, 10 years, no less, 8 years. Sun Xinjing slowly turned around and raised 3 fingers. 2 Tijingang, 3 years. If you agree, then hurry up and find the blueprint. If you don't, then I'll ask Prince Zhong to leave this sect immediately." Seeing that this old man wouldn't budge, Zhong Meng helplessly said, "All right then. 4 Tijingang, 3 years." Sun Xinjing waved his hand. 2 Tijingang, 3 years. "I can't change it." Hearing Sun Xinjing's words, Zhong Meng sighed and helplessly said, "All right, 2 it is." Seeing that Zhong Meng agreed, Sun Xinjing hurriedly said, "All right then, let's hurry up and find the blueprint." Zhong Meng nodded and suddenly pointed at a few disciples in the distance. "Branch leader Sun, let these 8 iron men watch over these disciples. No one is allowed to leave this place. If these guys take the opportunity to run back and destroy the blueprint, I don't care. I'm just afraid that you won't be able to see that blueprint again." Hearing the word destroy, Sun Xinjing's eyes suddenly turned cold. He suddenly raised his hand and waved at the surrounding disciples. Then, he shouted, "All of you, come over here." In this incident, Yi Xian and Zhong Laji were unharmed under Zhong Meng's protection. Zhong Qiuming was sent out by Zhong Meng, so he wasn't hurt. However, the rest of the disciples were more or less injured by the fragments of the house. The eldest disciple, Lu Wenkang, was the oldest. His legs weren't as nimble as the others, so he naturally suffered the heaviest injuries. Other than being knocked unconscious by the larger fragments, his arms were also injured. As for the others, their injuries weren't light either. Anyway, when they came in front of Sun Xinjing, their faces were covered in dust and they were all in pain. Among them, the ones with the lightest injuries were Mai Guangji and Li Shuiyang. The two of them were originally at the outermost area. When they heard their masters shout, they immediately ran away, so they basically didn't suffer any injuries. Chapter 306. When everyone limped in front of Sun Xinjing waved his hand and let the 8 iron jingguangs watch over everyone. Then, he turned his head and looked at Zhong Meng. "Prince Zhong, let's go look for the blueprint." Zhong Meng nodded. "Where should we start looking?" After hearing Zhong Meng's words, Sun Xinjing said angrily, "You said you were so confident just now, so I believed you this time. How dare you ask me where to look for the blueprint?" Seeing this, Zhong Meng quickly stepped forward and patted Sun Xinjing's shoulder. "I say, old man Sun, this is my first day here and I'm not familiar with the roads. It's better if you lead the way." Sun Xinjing clenched his teeth and looked at Zhong Meng. He felt some regret in his heart. How could he have believed this brat's words? After a while, Sun Xinjing snorted and said angrily, "I really don't know if it's right or wrong to believe you." Zhong Meng heard this and said with a smile, "Don't worry, old man Sunday, believe me, it's definitely the best choice you've made in your life. Let's go. We'll start with the boss and investigate one place at a time." Sun Xinjing opened his eyes wide and stared at Zhong Meng. After a while, he sighed and walked forward without saying a word. Boss LV Wonkang's residence was not far from Sun Xinjing's residence. The two of them walked along the main road and soon arrived in front of a courtyard. As soon as the two of them approached the courtyard, LV Wonkang's disciples saw that the branch leader had arrived and hurried forward to greet him. Sun Xinjing waved his hand and dismissed them. Then, he turned to look at Zhong Meng and asked, "How do you want to investigate? Do you need their help?" When Zhong Meng heard this, he smiled and said, "Branch leader Sun, we've talked for an entire day and I'm a little thirsty. Let's go and have some tea first." Seeing that Zhong Meng did not investigate immediately as he had expected, he wanted to take a sip of tea to moisten his throat. Seeing Prince Zhong like this, Sun Xinjing regretted it again. When the two of them arrived at the main hall, a disciple served them fragrant tea. The two of them sat in the main hall and enjoyed the fragrant tea while chatting idly. The freshly brewed tea was very hot, and the two drank it very slowly. Just like that, they finished the tea slowly. When Sun Xinjing saw that Zhong Meng had no intention of searching, he couldn't bear it anymore. He stood up abruptly and turned to look at Zhong Meng angrily. "Prince Zhong, you've drunk the tea. Shouldn't you go and search for the whereabouts of the blueprints?" Seeing that Sun Xinjing was angry, Zhong Meng did not get angry. He slowly placed the teacup on the coffee table and slowly stood up. He waved his hand at Sun Xinjing and said, "Old man Sun, okay, I've already checked this place. We can leave now." At this point, Zhong Meng lowered his head and said to himself, "Where should we go next? Right, according to the order, it should be second senior brother Tang Jianan's place." Zhong Meng raised his head and looked at Sun Xinjing. He smiled and said, "Let's go. Take me to Tang Jianan's place." Seeing that Zhong Meng was about to leave after drinking a cup of tea, Sun Xinjing's heart suddenly became angry. He slammed the table and said angrily, "Prince Zhong, are you playing with me?" When Zhong Meng heard this, he spread out his hands and said, "No, I've already checked this place. There's nothing suspicious. I've also finished the tea. It's time to go. Is there anything wrong with that?" As soon as Zhong Meng finished speaking, Sun Xinjing was so angry that his hair and beard were standing on end. He stepped forward and grabbed Zhong Meng's clothes and roared, "Prince Zhong, you said you were here to search for the blueprints. Look at you. What have you done since you came here? You just drank a cup of tea and did nothing else. Is this the end of the investigation?" Zhong Meng reached out and pulled Sun Xinjing's hand away. He said with a smile, "Old man Sun, don't talk nonsense. I've already checked this place. There's nothing suspicious here, so I'm leaving. Is there anything wrong with that?" Sun Xinjing was so angry that he laughed. He pointed at the chair Zhong Meng had just sat in and said with a sneer, "Prince Zhong, tell me, have you ever left this chair since you came to this hall?" After listening to Sun Xinjing's question, Zhong Meng shook his head and said, "No." Sun Xinjing sneered, "Prince Zhong, don't tell me that you can search this place just by sitting in this chair without moving." Speaking of this, Sun Xinjing's eyes suddenly widened. He stared at Zhong Meng and said angrily, "Tell me, do you think I'll believe you?" Zhong Meng heard this and waved his hand. "Old man Sun, I'm telling you, even if I don't leave this chair, I can still investigate this place." Seeing Zhong Meng talking nonsense and being so serious, Sun Xinjing couldn't help it anymore. He rushed over again and grabbed Zhong Meng's clothes. He said angrily, "I trusted you, so I asked you to investigate this for me. Look at you, what have you done? You've disappointed me." After listening to Sun Xinjing's words, Zhong Meng helplessly patted him on the shoulder and said seriously, "Old man Sun, according to your investigation method, I can guarantee that if someone didn't deliberately take out the drawings, you will never find the drawings again in your life. Do you believe me?" After listening to Zhong Meng's words, Sun Xinjing was so angry that his eyes turned red. "Zhong Meng, what did you say? If you have the guts, say it again." Seeing Sun Xinjing so angry, Zhong Meng could only pull over one of LV Wunkang's disciples who was serving them and said, "Old man Sun, look at this. Old man Sun, look at how upright LV Wunkang's disciple is. Think about it, how could such an upright person be the one who stole the blueprint?" Sun Xinjing said angrily, "Just because he looks upright, you think he's not the one who stole the drawings? You're talking nonsense. I think you're the only one here who doesn't look upright. Did you steal the drawings?" Seeing this old guy pestering him, Zhong Meng quickly pushed his hand away, reached out and grabbed his arm, and walked out of the door. "Well, why are you so angry at such an old age? Let's hurry up and investigate the next house with me." Sun Xinjing struggled and said angrily, "I'm not going. Zhong Meng, I don't believe you now. Let me go, I'm going to find someone else to investigate." Hearing Sun Xinjing's shout, Zhong Meng let go of his arm and said seriously, "Old man Sun, let me tell you, this matter has nothing to do with me. It's just that you're so old and confused that I want to help you. I naturally have my reasons for doing this. You don't have to worry about other things. Just lead me to investigate from house to house." Speaking of this, Zhong Meng turned his head to look at Sun Xinjing and said word by word, "Old man Sun, believe me, I'll definitely get the drawings back for you, okay?" After listening to Zhong Meng's words, Sun Xinjing took a few deep breaths and turned his head to look at Zhong Meng. He saw that although this guy did things strangely, there was sincerity in his eyes. This kind of sincere gaze made Sun Xinjing's heart suddenly move and he couldn't help but nod. "Well, I'll believe you this time. I hope you won't let this old man down." Chapter 307. After the old man and the young man reached an agreement, they walked towards second senior brother Tang Jianan's courtyard. When they arrived at Tang Jianan's courtyard, it was the same as before. Zhong Meng and Sun Xinjing were sipping tea in the hall and chatting casually. As Sun Xinjing chatted with Zhong Meng, he was secretly observing his movements. When he went to LV Wunkang's place earlier, Zhong Meng said that he had already completed his investigation. Sun Xinjing didn't know how he had investigated, so he wanted to see how Zhong Meng had investigated. However, after observing for a long time, Sun Xinjing couldn't figure out where the problem lay. Zhong Meng sat there and drank his tea seriously. He was really serious. He squinted his eyes and savored every sip of tea, enjoying the fragrance of the tea. Even if he drank a cup of tea slowly, it would still be finished eventually. Seeing that Zhong Meng's cup of tea was almost finished, Sun Xinjing was puzzled. Could it be that Prince Zhong was going to leave after finishing this cup of tea? Sure enough, it was just as Sun Xinjing had guessed. Zhong Meng put down his teacup and stood up. He waved at Sun Xinjing and said, "All right, let's go to the next house. We'll go to third senior brother Zhong Laji's place." Zhong Meng paused for a moment before he suddenly said, "Oh, I forgot. We came from Zhong Laji's place. Let's go directly to fourth senior brother Yi Shen's place." Seeing that Zhong Meng was about to leave after finishing his cup of tea, Sun Xinjing was puzzled. However, he gritted his teeth and didn't say anything. He stood up and walked out of Tang Jian'an's courtyard with Zhong Meng. After leaving Tang Jian'an's courtyard, the two of them headed towards Yi Xian's residence. After entering Yi Xian's courtyard, Sun Xinjing turned to look at Zhong Meng and couldn't help but ask, "Prince Zhong, do you still want to drink tea this time?" Zhong Meng nodded. "Of course I need to drink tea. Aren't you thirsty after such a long walk?" When Sun Xinjing heard this, he immediately flew into a rage. After walking for so long, he had already drunk 2 cups of tea. It was really strange that he was still thirsty, but after thinking about it, Sun Xinjing suppressed his anger, turned around, and walked into Yi Xian's reception room. The two of them sat down in the parlor and waited for Yi Xian's disciples to serve tea. Sun Xinjing wasn't in the mood to drink tea, so he turned to look at Zhong Meng and asked tentatively, "Prince Zhong, this is Yi Xian's residence." Zhong Meng nodded. "Yes, I know. Aya, old man's son, why aren't you drinking tea? I think this tea is pretty good." After hearing Zhong Meng's question, Sun Xinjing took a deep breath and suppressed his emotions that were about to go berserk. He slowly said, "You heard it just now. No matter what you think, Yi Xian and Zhong Laji are suspicious. They are very suspicious. Since this is Yi Xian's residence, don't you want to search it thoroughly?" Zhong Meng waved his hand. "Don't worry, old man Sunday. I'll be here watching." After saying that, Zhong Meng pointed at a few Yi Xian's disciples in the hall and said with a smile, "Old man's son, look at their faces." This time, without waiting for Zhong Meng to finish, Sun Xinjing spoke first. "Young Master Zhong, I know that they all look upright, but have you ever heard of the saying, you may know a person for a long time without understanding his true nature?" Speaking up to this point, Sun Xinjing sighed. This person, no matter how upright he looks, no one can guarantee that his heart is upright. Speaking of this, Sun Xinjing turned to look at Zhong Meng and asked tentatively, "Prince Zhong, do you think this is right?" After listening to Sun Xinjing's words, Zhong Meng nodded in agreement. "You're right. You may know a person for a long time, but you can't judge his heart." "That's true. However, I have my own way of judging. Old man's son, don't worry. Once I'm done with my investigation, I'll naturally find the blueprint you want." After listening to Zhong Meng's words, Sun Xinjing was stunned for a moment, and then a burst of anger surged in his heart. "Since you know this, why don't you hurry up and search? Why do you stay here and read people's faces?" However, these words only circled around in Sun Xinjing's heart, and he didn't say it out loud. With the lesson just now, he knew that even if he said it out loud, this kid surnamed Zhong in front of him would never listen. Since he wouldn't listen, there was naturally no need to say it. Thinking of this, Sun Xinjing picked up the teacup on the table and took a sip. The tea that was originally fragrant was now in Sun Xinjing's mouth, but he didn't feel anything at all. Looking at Zhong Meng, who was as calm as a mountain, Sun Xinjing suddenly sighed. Then, he gritted his teeth, slowly stood up, and said with a forced smile, "Prince Zhong, you drink tea first. I'll go and look around." So now, although he said he was going to look around, he actually wanted to search around to see if he could find the blueprint. Since Zhong Meng refused to search, he could only do it himself. Although it was a bit embarrassing, as long as he could find the blueprint, it was nothing. After listening to Sun Xinjing's words, Zhong Meng naturally knew what he wanted to do, but he didn't say anything and just nodded. "Okay, since branch leader Sun can't sit still, it's good to look around. It'll save you from boredom." At this moment, Sun Xinjing was annoyed whenever he heard Zhong Meng's voice. He didn't answer Zhong Meng's words, and directly turned around and walked to the 2nd floor. Seeing that Sun Xinjing went up to the 2nd floor, Zhong Meng ignored him and continued to drink his tea. In fact, although Zhong Meng was drinking tea, he was also searching for the blueprint's whereabouts. As long as Zhong Meng put his hand on this room, in his consciousness, all the places in this room would appear in his mind. Everywhere he went, Zhong Meng would drink tea. In fact, drinking tea was just an excuse. It was just to prevent Sun Xinjing from discovering his unusual movements. The blueprint was too small. Even if Zhong Meng could fuse the structure and details of the entire hall into his mind, it would still take a certain amount of time to find a small blueprint. On the way here, Zhong Meng had already asked Sun Xinjing what the blueprint they were looking for looked like, including the size, color, and title of the blueprint. He asked everything clearly. This was because there was more than one blueprint in the South County branch. If he didn't know the contents of the blueprint, it wouldn't be easy to find it. In LV Wenkang and Tang Jianan's place, although Zhong Meng found many blueprints, the titles on the blueprints were wrong. Therefore, this could prove that the blueprint was not with the two of them. It was the same in Yi Shen's place. There were many blueprints, but none of them were exactly the same as Sun Xinjing's description. Zhong Meng finished his cup of tea and checked Yi Shen's house. In the end, he didn't find anything like the blueprint that Sun Xinjing had described. By now, Zhong Meng was certain that the blueprint was definitely not with Yi Shen. Since the search was over, Zhong Meng wanted to leave, but Sun Xinjing hadn't returned yet. Helpless, he could only continue to wait in the hall. Chapter 308. Sun Xinjing was gone for a long time. Even after Zhong Meng finished his second cup of tea, he still hadn't returned. Zhong Meng was a little anxious, so he asked someone to find Sun Xinjing and let him tell Sun Xinjing that he was leaving. After waiting for a while, Sun Xinjing came down from the second floor. Seeing that Zhong Meng had already stood up, he quickly asked, "Prince Zhong, have you finished your investigation?" Zhong Meng nodded. "There's nothing suspicious. We can go now." Sun Xinjing looked at Zhong Meng in a daze. Suddenly, he sneered and asked, "Prince Zhong, how did you investigate this time?" Zhong Meng heard this, waved his hand, and said with a smile, "Old son, this is a secret. I have already promised you that as long as I finish my investigation, I will definitely give you the blueprint. You can rest assured." After speaking, Zhong Meng turned to leave. Sun Xinjing stepped forward and grabbed Zhong Meng's shoulder, and asked coldly, "Prince Zhong, I think what Bai Jianmu said is true. Is the blueprint really with you?" After listening to Sun Xinjing's words, Zhong Meng was also stunned for a moment. After he reacted, he waved his hand. "Old son, your imagination is too rich. You even believe such words. If I was here to get the blueprint, would I still be here talking to you?" Speaking of this, Zhong Meng suddenly grabbed Sun Xinjing's shoulder, leaned close, and asked with a smile, "Old son, if you sell that blueprint, will it be worth a lot of money?" Hearing Zhong Meng's question, Sun Xinjing's face suddenly changed. He quickly waved his hand and said, "Not worth much, not worth much." When Zhong Meng heard this, he looked at Sun Xinjing with some disdain. "Old man's son, you're not telling the truth. If it wasn't valuable, you wouldn't be looking for it like a madman. It would be strange if I believed you." At this point, Zhong Meng paused for a moment before continuing. "Old man's son, if I find the blueprint and sell it, how much do you think I can sell it for?" Hearing Zhong Meng's words, Sun Xinjing quickly waved his hand and said, "Prince Zhong, don't talk nonsense. The blueprint originally belonged to our sect. How could we let you sell it for money?" After listening to Sun Xinjing's words, Zhong Meng smiled and patted him on the shoulder. "Don't be so stingy. Isn't it just a blueprint? At most, you can just draw another one." When Sun Xinjing heard this, the corner of his mouth couldn't help but twitch. He said with a wry smile, "Prince Zhong, that blueprint is the result of my master's efforts for half of his life. It's not something that can be drawn just like that." Zhong Meng nodded. "In that case, it should be very precious and valuable, right?" Sun Xinjing hesitated for a moment before nodding. "It is indeed very precious. In this world, only our Tianji sect can draw it." After listening to Sun Xinjing's words, Zhong Meng turned to look at him and asked with a smile, "Old man's son, then isn't the price we set a bit too low?" "Price?" Sun Xinjing was stunned for a moment before he reacted casually. He quickly waved his hand and said, "It's not low. If it weren't for this, no matter how much money you gave me, I wouldn't have rented it to you. Moreover, I wanted to rent it to you for 3 years." At this point, Sun Xinjing suddenly sighed, and his face became somewhat gloomy. "Alas, I've let Master down. I've lost the blueprint that Master gave me. Even the 8 great iron Vajras, which are the treasures of the sect, I have to rent them out to others. I've let Master down. I've let the Tianji sect down." Sigh. Looking at Sun Xinjing, who was about to cry because of self-blame, Zhong Meng patted him on the shoulder and comforted him. "Old man's son, don't blame yourself. Although you lost the blueprint, it's not without benefits. At least you can know who betrayed you. If such a scourge stays in the South County branch, even if nothing happens this time, something will happen sooner or later. It's not a bad thing to find this scourge early. So you don't have to blame yourself. If the blueprint is lost, we'll find it back. After hearing Zhong Meng's words, Sun Xinjing suddenly raised his head. Prince Zhong, can the blueprint really be found? Zhong Meng nodded affirmatively. Don't worry, I'll definitely help you find the blueprint. At this point, Zhong Meng paused for a moment before continuing. Old man's son, I borrowed your treasure this time. In order to express my gratitude, I can agree to a request of yours. I can guarantee that as long as it's not an unforgivable evil, I'll do it for you. At this point, Zhong Meng patted Sun Xinjing's shoulder again and said with a smile. Old man's son, with this request of mine, I can tell you that you've gained a lot. If it weren't for my good mood today, I really wouldn't have agreed to it. Sun Xinjing really didn't care about Zhong Meng's request. What he cared about was whether the blueprint could be found. Seeing Zhong Meng speak so confidently, although Sun Xinjing didn't know where his confidence came from, his heart was more or less at ease. The two left Yi Shen's residence and went straight to Old Five's residence, Bai Zhenmu's residence. Through what happened in the hall just now, Zhong Meng still believed that there was something wrong with Bai Zhenmu. The reason why Zhong Meng suspected that there was something wrong with Bai Zhenmu was because of the bronze box. There were a total of 3 people who were related to the bronze box. Zhong Laji, Bai Zhenmu, and Liu Huarong. From the moment the bronze box was found, Zhong Meng had been observing the expressions of the 3 of them. Zhong Laji's cry was so heart-wrenching, and the unwillingness in his eyes reduced Zhong Meng's suspicion of him by a lot. Most importantly, Zhong Meng saw a trace of pride in Bai Zhenmu's eyes. Why would Bai Zhenmu be proud? Bai Zhenmu and Zhong Laji were now on opposite sides. If the bronze box belonged to Zhong Laji, Bai Zhenmu would naturally not be suspicious. On the other hand, if the bronze box belonged to Bai Zhenmu, Zhong Laji would naturally not be suspicious. The most important thing was that before Zhong Laji's house was demolished, Zhong Meng had already used his divine sense to search his room carefully, but he didn't find the legendary blueprint. In this way, Bai Zhenmu was the most suspicious. Although his explanation convinced the people of the South County branch, Zhong Meng did not believe it. Zhong Meng always believed that Bai Zhenmu was the most suspicious. This fellow was ruthless and merciless. He was even more merciless to his fellow disciples. He dared to be ruthless. But why would he be ruthless to his fellow disciples? He then thought about how Sun Xinjing was about to resign from his position as the branch leader, and his disciple would have a chance to take over. If something happened to Yi Shen and Zhong Laji, based on what everyone had said just now, Bai Zhenmu would very likely become the next branch leader. Therefore, Bai Zhenmu had a motive. Just as Zhong Meng was feeling uncertain, he saw Sun Xinjing point at the courtyard in front and say, Prince Zhong, Bai Zhenmu's courtyard is in front. After hearing Sun Xinjing's words, Zhong Meng looked up and saw the courtyard that Sun Xinjing mentioned. Although the courtyard was similar to other courtyards. Chapter 309. The difference between Bai Zhenmu's courtyard and other courtyards was that there were 2 disciples standing guard at the entrance. Sun Xinjing and Zhong Meng arrived in front of the courtyard. When the 2 disciples saw the branch leader, they hurried forward to greet him. Disciple greets branch leader. At this moment, Sun Xinjing was in a hurry to find the blueprint and didn't have time to bother with them. He just waved his hand casually and led Zhong Meng straight into the courtyard. The 2 of them entered the courtyard and walked towards the main hall. Before they reached the main hall, a few people came out from a small door at the side to welcome them. The person leading them was Bai Zhenmu's eldest disciple, Han Lin, whom Zhong Meng had met before. Behind him was another person that Zhong Meng recognized. It was Li Tai, whom he had tortured before. When Han Lin saw Sun Xinjing, he was about to step forward to greet him when he suddenly saw Zhong Meng behind Sun Xinjing. He couldn't help but be stunned. After he reacted, he hurriedly greeted Sun Xinjing. Disciple Han Lin greets branch leader. Speaking up to this point, Han Lin glanced at Sun Xinjing and said carefully, Branch leader, my master isn't at home. If there's anything, you can tell this disciple. I'll pass on the message to him when he returns. Sun Xinjing didn't have time to bother with him. He waved his hand and said, "Go, get someone to prepare tea. I want to drink tea with Prince Zhong here." After hearing Sun Xinjing's words, Han Lin was stunned again. He quickly reacted and hurriedly ordered someone to prepare tea. Sun Xinjing led Zhong Meng directly into the main hall. He then turned to look at Zhong Meng and said, "Prince Zhong, aren't you going to search this place?" Hearing Sun Xinjing's question, Zhong Meng first found a chair and sat down. He then smiled and said, "Branch leader Sun, after walking for so long, you must be tired. Sit down and talk." Hearing Zhong Meng say that he was tired, Sun Xinjing couldn't help but snort coldly. He then found a chair and sat down. After Sun Xinjing and Zhong Meng entered the main hall, Han Lin called Li Tai over and whispered a few words to him. After Li Tai flew out of the door, Han Lin then quickly walked into the main hall. After entering the main hall, Han Lin saw that Sun Xinjing's expression wasn't good. "Branch leader, if there's anything, you can tell this disciple." Sun Xinjing waved his hand. "Go do your own things. I'll call you when I need you." When Han Lin heard this, he hurriedly cupped his hands in response. Just as he was about to leave the hall, he heard Zhong Meng's voice. "Han Lin, you stay here. There may be something I need you to do later." Hearing that Zhong Meng dared to order him to do something, Han Lin was annoyed. When he was about to refute, he heard Sun Xinjing say coldly, "Whatever Prince Zhong says, just do it." Han Lin's heart suddenly trembled when he heard this, but he could only keep silent and stand aside to wait. Zhong Meng picked up the teacup on the table and took a sip. At the same time, his divine sense quickly spread out in all directions. Zhong Meng's first thing to look for was naturally a secret room. Because something as important as the blueprint would most likely be placed in a secret room. Zhong Meng's divine sense was so powerful that it only took a moment for him to roughly scan the entire courtyard. Finally, Zhong Meng found that Bai Zhenmu's secret room was built in the bedroom. Zhong Meng's divine sense entered Bai Zhenmu's secret room and began to search carefully. Although it was called a secret room, it was actually not a secret room. At best, it was a mezzanine of the wall, and the space was not big. According to Zhong Meng's estimation, the space was only about 1 square meter. This space was divided into 2 floors. The upper floor was filled with some books and letters, and the lower floor was filled with some silver notes, copper coins, and the like. Zhong Meng searched carefully until he finished a cup of tea. Only then did he thoroughly check the secret room. Although there were many books and letters in this secret room, there was nothing that Zhong Meng was looking for. Zhong Meng knew what the title of the blueprint was, as well as the color and size of the paper. The paper in this secret room was different from what Sun Xinjing described. Could it be that the blueprint was not stolen by Bai Zhenmu? After searching this secret room, Zhong Meng was a little puzzled. Could it be that Bai Zhenmu was actually a good person? Everything he said was true, including when he took out the bronze box. He did not see Liu Huarong behind him. Liu Huarong was indeed testifying for Bai Zhenmu because of justice. To think that Bai Zhenmu was actually the righteous side, and Zhong Leji was the evil side. Thinking of this result, Zhong Meng was even more puzzled. Bai Zhenmu was actually a good young man with a righteous heart. In order to retrieve the blueprint for his master, he did not hesitate to take the risk of offending his fellow disciples. He even violently beat up Yi Xian and Zhong Laji, preparing to cripple them. Could it be that Bai Zhenmu was really the righteous side? Everything Bai Zhenmu did was actually out of filial piety. He wanted to retrieve the blueprint for his master. Although his methods were somewhat vicious, he represented justice. On the other hand, Zhong Laji, who had been suffering, and the despair in his eyes, could it be that he was faking it? In fact, Zhong Laji was the evil side. No, there was also Yi Xian on the evil side. Yi Xian was actually the biggest mastermind. He stole the blueprint and took the opportunity to frame Bai Zhenmu, but Bai Zhenmu saw through his trick. Zhong Laji was Yi Xian's accomplice. Everything they did was for the purpose of eliminating Bai Zhenmu. If what Bai Zhenmu said was true, then it really made sense. To be honest, other than Bai Zhenmu's vicious methods, his analysis was also reasonable and based on evidence. On the other hand, Yi Xian and Zhong Leji did not have any evidence to prove their innocence. The two of them could only cry out that they were wronged, but there was no way to prove that they were wronged. Thinking of this, Zhong Meng was even more puzzled. Could it be that he had misunderstood Bai Jianmu from the beginning? Just as Zhong Meng was letting his imagination run wild, he suddenly heard Sun Xinjing's voice beside him. Prince Zhong, do you still want to investigate? Zhong Meng was startled awake. He looked at the empty teacup in his hand and suddenly shouted to Han Lin beside him. Go, pour me another cup of tea. After hearing Zhong Meng's words, the corner of Han Lin's mouth could not help but twitch. He wanted to ignore Zhong Meng, but Sun Xinjing was watching from the side. Helpless, he could only get someone to serve another cup of fragrant tea. Zhong Meng took a sip of tea. He did not believe it. He was going to search carefully to see if he could find the blueprint. Since there was no blueprint in that secret room, it must be somewhere else. This time, the search was much more detailed, so the speed was naturally slower. Zhong Meng started from the bottom of his feet and slowly extended around him. Then, he reached behind the wall and began to extend upwards. Finally, he gathered in the middle of the roof and finished searching the entire room. Although this was slow, the search was more detailed. Zhong Meng was not sure if he could find the blueprint with this method. As long as the blueprint was still here, he could definitely find it. Chapter 310. Zhong Meng searched little by little until he searched the entire courtyard, but he still didn't find any trace of the blueprint. Until now, Zhong Meng finally had doubts about his own thoughts. Is there a problem with my IQ? Bai Jianmu is actually a good person, but he was misunderstood by me. Looking at the second cup of tea that had been emptied, Zhong Meng took a deep breath and put the teacup in his hand on the table. When he was about to stand up and leave, his heart suddenly moved. He thought of a sentence, the most dangerous place was actually the safest place. Thinking of this, Zhong Meng was ready to try again. Otherwise, he would definitely not be reconciled. Zhong Meng once again launched his divine sense and scanned the furniture in the hall. After a while, all the furniture in the hall was scanned, but there was still no discovery. Now, Zhong Meng's stubborn temper finally came up. He didn't believe that this Bai Jianmu was really not suspicious. Zhong Meng once again launched his divine sense and began to scan the furniture in each room. Even the decorations placed on the furniture were not missed this time. After a long time, just when Sun Xinjing was a little impatient, Zhong Meng's face finally showed a smile. No matter how cunning the fox was, there would be a day when it would fall into the trap. Zhong Meng turned his head and looked at Sun Xinjing. He said with a smile, "Old man's son, I just pinched my fingers and calculated where the blueprint is. Do you want to go and see it?" Sun Xinjing, who originally thought that Zhong Meng was going to leave, was stunned after listening to Zhong Meng's words. After a long while, he asked with a trembling voice, "Prince Zhong, have you found the blueprint?" Zhong Meng nodded. "Have you found it?" Sun Xinjing stood up abruptly and said loudly, "Then what are you waiting for? Hurry up and take out the blueprints." After hearing Sun Xinjing's words, Zhong Meng stood up and said with a smile, "You old man, you're always suspicious of others. In order to prevent you from suspecting that I'm lying, how about you find a few people to go with us?" After hearing Zhong Meng's words, Sun Xinjing was already a little impatient. He hurriedly beckoned to Han Lin and ordered, "Find a few people to go with us." When Han Lin, who had been waiting on Zhong Meng, heard Zhong Meng say that he had found the blueprint, he was shocked. He hurriedly turned to look at Zhong Meng and asked in confusion, "Young Master Zhong, could it be that the blueprint is with us?" This time, without waiting for Zhong Meng to answer, Sun Xinjing had already waved his hand impatiently. "Why are you still being so long-winded? Hurry up and find someone. We'll go find the blueprint now." Seeing that Sun Xinjing was angry, Han Lin did not dare to delay. He hurriedly ran out of the hall and was replaced by a few of his junior brothers. Seeing that they had arrived, Sun Xinjing turned to look at Zhong Meng and said quickly, "Prince Zhong, let's go." Zhong Meng heard this and nodded. He stood up and took the lead to walk out of the hall. Zhong Meng had already scanned Bai Jianmu's courtyard several times. He was naturally very familiar with this place. He did not need anyone to lead the way and walked directly to the place where he found the blueprint. Sun Xinjing did not know where Zhong Meng was going, but since Zhong Meng did not say, he could only follow closely behind. Soon, the group of people arrived in front of a room at the back of the hall. Standing in front of the door of the room, Zhong Meng turned to look at Han Lin and said with a smile, "I'll have to trouble you guys to bring out the big table in the room." After hearing Zhong Meng's words, although Han Lin was unhappy, Sun Xinjing was watching from the side. He could only do as Zhong Meng said. Han Lin led his junior brothers to open the door and walked into the room. Through the open door, Sun Xinjing looked around and knew that this should be Bai Jianmu's study. There were 2 rows of bookshelves in the room. The bookshelves were also filled with books. Opposite the door, there was a big table. The big table was filled with all kinds of books, brushes, ink, paper, and inkstones. It looked very messy. Just as Sun Xinjing was looking around the room, he suddenly heard Zhong Meng's voice beside him. "You guys, be careful when you move the table. Don't move anything on the table. Just bring it out." Han Lin led the others into the room. Seeing the messy table, he was about to clean up the things on it when he heard Zhong Meng's shout. In desperation, he could only call a few of his junior brothers. Each of them took a corner and carried the table out. Han Lin and others came out of the door and placed the table in the courtyard according to Zhong Meng's instructions. When everyone put down the table, Zhong Meng said with a smile, "Han Lin stays. The rest of you, take 10 steps back." Seeing this table, Sun Xinjing turned to look at Zhong Meng in confusion and asked tentatively, "Is the blueprint on this table?" Zhong Meng nodded. "That's right. The blueprint is on this table." Hearing Zhong Meng's words, Sun Xinjing impatiently rushed to the table and began to flip through the things on the table. But after flipping through all the books on the table for a long time, Sun Xinjing still couldn't find the whereabouts of the blueprint. Sun Xinjing also didn't let go of the papers on the table. He directly threw the papers on the table to the ground to check if the blueprint was hidden among them. Unfortunately, there was no blueprint in the books, and he couldn't find the whereabouts of the blueprint in the papers. Looking at the empty table, Sun Xinjing's originally excited mood suddenly became a little annoyed. He suddenly raised his head to look at Zhong Meng and said angrily, "Surnamed Zhong, you lied to me. Where is the blueprint?" Zhong Meng saw Sun Xinjing flipping through the blueprints and wanted to tease him. Now that he saw Sun Xinjing's angry face, he couldn't help but laugh. "It's on the table. Don't you see it?" When Sun Xinjing heard this, he lowered his head to look at the table again. The table was really clean, and there was only an inkstone with some ink left. Seeing this inkstone, Sun Xinjing reached out and picked it up. He was afraid that the ink in the inkstone would splash on the table, so he carefully moved it to the side, but he still couldn't see the blueprint. Seeing that there was still nothing under the inkstone, Sun Xinjing was completely angry. He slammed the table, slowly raised his head to look at Zhong Meng and said angrily, "Surnamed Zhong, you're playing with me, right?" Hearing Sun Xinjing's question, Zhong Meng pointed at the inkstone and sighed. "Old son, can you turn the inkstone over and look at it before you speak?" After hearing Zhong Meng's words, Sun Xinjing suddenly reached out and grabbed the inkstone. He didn't care whether the ink would splash on the table or not, and directly turned the inkstone upside down on the table. Seeing the back of the inkstone, Sun Xinjing was stunned. After a while, he reached out a trembling hand and picked up a piece of paper under the inkstone. Although this piece of paper was folded into small pieces, looking at the color of the paper, Sun Xinjing felt his heart beat faster and faster. He slowly opened the paper, and when he saw the words on it, he was stunned again. After a while, he suddenly shouted, "Found it! I finally found the blueprint, haha." Chapter 3:11. Sun Xinjing was extremely excited as he held the blueprint that he had lost and regained. Now that the blueprint had been found, he did not bring shame to his sect. Sun Xinjing held the precious blueprint and turned to look at Zhong Meng. He said gratefully, "Thank you so much, Prince Zhong. If it wasn't for you, sigh." Sun Xinjing's eyes suddenly widened as he stared at Zhong Meng. He asked curiously, "Prince Zhong, how did you know that the blueprint was hidden here?" Zhong Meng had already expected Sun Xinjing to ask such a question. He smiled and said, "Old man Sun, did you think that I drank the tea for nothing? When I was drinking the tea, I pinched my fingers and divined that the blueprint was there. How is it? I'm amazing, right? Pinched your fingers and divined? After hearing Zhong Meng's answer, Sun Xinjing was even more shocked. Prince Zhong, could it be that you know how to divine? Zhong Meng nodded solemnly. Of course. Otherwise, how could I have divined where the blueprint was? This time, before Sun Xinjing could answer, Han Lin had already recovered from his shock. Han Lin did not know who stole the blueprint this time, and he did not care about this problem. However, if the blueprint was stolen by his master, then he had to care even if he did not want to. If Bai Jianmu was unlucky, none of his disciples would have a good time. For himself and his master, Han Lin could only cup his fists and say to Sun Xinjing, "Branch leader, don't you think it's strange?" At this moment, Sun Xinjing was indeed very strange. After hearing Han Lin's words, he immediately turned his head and asked, "Han Lin, what's strange about this matter?" Hearing Sun Xinjing's question, Han Lin cupped his fists again and said, "Branch leader, do you believe that Prince Zhong pinched his fingers and divined?" Sun Xinjing was stunned when he heard this. He shook his head subconsciously. "I don't believe you." Seeing that Sun Xinjing was already thinking according to his own ideas, Han Lin then said, "Branch leader, actually, I can't do it either. However, Prince Zhong has never been here before, yet he was able to pinch his fingers and calculate that the blueprint is in my master's study. He was also able to calculate that the blueprint is hidden under the inkstone. Branch leader, don't you find it strange?" At this point, Han Lin paused for a moment before continuing. "Master, have you ever heard of anyone who can predict the future so accurately? To be able to calculate the missing items so accurately, this is truly somewhat inconceivable. I've only heard of people who lost something and went to find a fortune teller. However, most fortune tellers only pointed out a direction. I've never heard of anyone who could predict things so accurately, down to such a small inkstone. Branch master, this is too suspicious." Sun Xinjing's heart skipped a beat. With his knowledge, he had never heard of anyone with such an accurate divination technique. If it could be so accurate, then wouldn't that person be a godlike existence? Thinking of this, Sun Xinjing subconsciously glanced at Zhong Meng in front of him. However, he shook his head in his heart. Although the young man in front of him was highly skilled in martial arts, compared to a god, it was like the difference between heaven and earth. No, there was no way to compare the two. Then what was the reason for this? To be able to find the missing items so accurately to such an extent, if he wasn't a god, then how could he do it? The more Sun Xinjing thought about this question, the more puzzled he became. Han Lin was right. Those fortune tellers could only calculate the direction of the missing items. It was impossible for them to accurately calculate the location of the missing items. However, young Master Zhong was able to pinpoint the exact location of a small inkstone. He was able to calculate that the blueprint was hidden under the inkstone. This was simply too inconceivable. What was going on? Sun Xinjing felt a headache coming on. At this moment, Han Lin's voice sounded in his ear again. "Branch leader, since the divination technique can't achieve such accuracy, then there is only one possibility left." Han Lin's tone suddenly became serious. "Branch leader, this blueprint was hidden under the inkstone by Prince Zhong. That's why he was able to find it so accurately. As for what he said about pinching his fingers to calculate, now it seems that you were just deliberately mystifying things. The truth is that young Master Zhong is the one who stole the drawing. He put the drawing under the inkstone and wanted to frame my master for it." After hearing Han Lin's words, Sun Xinjing's eyes flashed with a trace of suspicion. Since the divination technique couldn't reach that level of precision, then the only possibility left was the one that Han Lin had mentioned. The blueprint originally belonged to Prince Zhong. He secretly hid it under Bai Jianmu's inkstone to frame Bai Jianmu. Thinking of this, Sun Xinjing slowly raised his head and looked at Zhong Meng. "Prince Zhong, tell me the truth. How did you find the blueprint?" Looking at Sun Xinjing's face full of suspicion, Zhong Meng only felt a headache coming on. In order to not let Sun Xinjing, this old fool, suspect him, he had specially asked Han Lin and the others to move the table out, then let Sun Xinjing personally find the blueprint. By doing this, he would naturally not be suspicious. However, He never expected that even after doing this, Sun Xinjing, this old fool, would still suspect him. Thinking about how muddle-headed Sun Xinjing was, Zhong Meng could only smile bitterly and say, "Branch leader Sun, I just said that I calculated it. Don't you believe me?" After hearing Zhong Meng's answer, Sun Xinjing directly shook his head and said, "I don't believe it. I also don't believe that there is someone in this world who can calculate so accurately and set the target on this small inkstone." Speaking of this, Sun Xinjing sighed and continued, "Prince Zhong, tell me the truth. How did you find the blueprint?" After hearing Sun Xinjing's words, Zhong Meng hurriedly waved his hand. "Branch leader Sun, you don't believe that there is someone who can calculate so accurately, but that doesn't prove that there is no one. Look, aren't my calculations very accurate? I directly calculated the location of the blueprint. Isn't that good?" Sun Xinjing heard this and shook his head. "Prince Zhong, I am very grateful that you found the blueprint for me. However, I hope that you will tell me the person who stole the blueprint. I want to punish this person severely so that no one will have any ideas about the blueprint." When Zhong Meng heard this, he reached out and pointed around. He smiled and said, "Old man Sun, do you still need me to say it? Whoever owns this place will naturally be the one who stole it. What's there to be suspicious about?" This time, without waiting for Sun Xinjing to reply, Han Lin had already stepped forward and said loudly, "You're talking nonsense. My master would never steal the drawing. I think it's you. You're the one who hid the drawing under the inkstone to frame my master." After hearing Han Lin's words, Zhong Meng ignored him and turned to look at Sun Xinjing. He smiled and asked, "Old man Sun, who do you think stole the blueprint?" Sun Xinjing looked at Zhong Meng without blinking. After a long while, he slowly said, "Prince Zhong, do you believe that there is someone in this world who can calculate so accurately?" After hearing Sun Xinjing's words, Zhong Meng was stunned at first, then he smiled and said, "Of course I believe it." Chapter 312. Zhong Meng said with a smile, "Of course I believe you. Look at my calculations. Aren't they quite accurate?" Sun Xinjing didn't say anything when he heard this. He just looked at Zhong Meng in a daze. After a while, he said slowly, "Prince Zhong, since the blueprint has been found, I don't want to pursue this matter anymore. I only hope that Prince Zhong will take care of himself and never come to our sect again." After hearing Sun Xinjing's words, Zhong Meng smiled bitterly. He didn't blame Sun Xinjing for doubting him. If it were him, he wouldn't believe that someone could accurately find the location of the blueprint while sitting there drinking tea. Since no one could do such a thing, the answer was naturally the same as Sun Xinjing's. However, looking at Sun Xinjing's gloomy face, Zhong Meng couldn't bear it. With the temper of an old man, it definitely wouldn't be a good thing to keep Bai Jianmu by his side. Thinking of this, Zhong Meng looked at Sun Xinjing and said seriously, "Division leader Sun, whether you believe it or not, I can tell you very clearly that Bai Jianmu stole the blueprint. As for his purpose, you naturally know better than me." Speaking of this, Zhong Meng patted Sun Xinjing's shoulder and continued, "Old man Sun, since you're willing to lend me 2 iron weapons, I'm reminding you out of kindness." Sun Xinjing's pupils suddenly shrank when he heard this, and he exclaimed, "Could it be that Bai Jianmu is your accomplice?" After hearing Sun Xinjing's words, Zhong Meng's hand that was patting his shoulder suddenly froze. After a long while, he said with a bitter smile, "Let me tell you, Bai Jianmu did this alone. I only found the blueprint for you. Other than that, I have nothing to do with this matter. My original purpose of coming to the South County branch this time was to find Yi Xian and ask him to build an auction house for me. If it wasn't for what happened here, I wouldn't even bother to come to a place like this." Speaking of this, Zhong Meng suddenly smiled and said, "Oh right, since I found the blueprint for you, lend me the 2 iron guys for a few more years so that I can make a name for myself." Sun Xinjing turned a blind eye to the second half of Zhong Meng's words and said slowly, "Are you saying that you really came here just to build your auction house?" Zhong Meng said, "Of course, I have a lot of things to do. I don't have time to play with you." After hearing Zhong Meng's words, Sun Xinjing frowned and thought for a while. A trace of shock gradually appeared in his eyes. He suddenly raised his head and looked at Zhong Meng. He asked loudly, "Prince Zhong, do you dare to swear?" Zhong Meng was stunned when he heard this. "Swear? Why should I swear?" Sun Xinjing said solemnly, Swear that you calculated this blueprint and didn't know it from the beginning. After hearing Sun Xinjing's words, Zhong Meng reacted and said with a smile, Old son, I know you don't believe my words. How about this? I'll let you see my divination skills today. At this point, Zhong Meng paused for a moment and thought for a moment before continuing. Old son, you're hiding something. Let me find it for you. I think that as long as I find what you're hiding, I won't have to swear on this matter. Sun Xinjing's eyes were like lightning as he stared at Zhong Meng. After a long while, he gritted his teeth and said, Okay, since you said so, come with me. As he spoke, Sun Xinjing turned around and strode out the door. The two of them went straight out the door and soon arrived at Sun Xinjing's residence. After entering the hall, the two of them sat down. Sun Xinjing turned to look at Zhong Meng and said slowly, Prince Zhong, since you can calculate it, help me find something. Zhong Meng heard this and nodded, Tell me. As long as it's in your courtyard, I can find it for you. Seeing Zhong Meng so confident, Sun Xinjing said slowly, I have a jade pendant. I used to carry it with me, but I found out yesterday that I couldn't find it. If you can calculate where my jade pendant is now, I'll believe you. Zhong Meng heard this and nodded. He said indifferently, Tell me what this jade pendant looks like. The more detailed, the better. Seeing that Zhong Meng was still so calm, Sun Xinjing was even more surprised. He had carried this jade pendant for more than 10 years. However, because of the blueprint, he was upset and didn't know where he had lost it. He started looking for it yesterday and almost searched every corner of the house, but he couldn't find the jade pendant. It was also because of this that Sun Xinjing wanted to use this problem to test Zhong Meng. At this moment, Sun Xinjing's heart was actually half believing and half doubting. Zhong Meng said that he was a fortune teller and could figure out where the missing items were. Sun Xinjing didn't believe it at first, but he really found the blueprint. Moreover, he could feel from Zhong Meng's words that Zhong Meng didn't lie to him. Although from Zhong Meng's words, he didn't feel like he was lying to him. However, Sun Xinjing couldn't believe that someone could calculate so accurately. This was simply incredible. After listening to Sun Xinjing's detailed description of the jade pendant, Zhong Meng smiled and said, Then you sit for a while. I'll look for it for you. After he finished speaking, Zhong Meng raised a hand and began to form hand seals with his fingers. He muttered something under his breath, putting on the appearance of a fortune teller. But in fact, his powerful divine sense had already begun to spread out in all directions. Zhong Meng's spiritual awareness was so powerful that once he launched it with all his strength, it would immediately cover the entire courtyard. This was because he had narrowed the scope to this courtyard. Otherwise, it would only take a moment to cover the entire mountain. Zhong Meng's spiritual awareness was so powerful that even Sun Xinjing on the side faintly felt it. At this moment, Sun Xinjing seemed to feel that there was something inexplicable surrounding him. In this feeling, he suddenly had a feeling that he had nowhere to hide. It was as if everything about him had melted into the air. As time passed, the horror in Sun Xinjing's eyes became more and more intense. At this moment, he gradually began to believe that Zhong Meng's words were true. The Prince Zhong in front of him, although he still looked the same, but as his fingers moved, Sun Xinjing faintly felt that even the air in front of him was somewhat distorted, becoming somewhat unreal. After an unknown period of time, Sun Xinjing saw Zhong Meng put down his hand, and that strange feeling suddenly disappeared without a trace. Old man Sun, I have already calculated that your jade pendant is in your study. Sun Xinjing heard this, wiped the cold sweat that had just emerged because of nervousness, and asked in a trembling voice, Really? Did you really find the jade pendant? At this moment, Sun Xinjing no longer cared about his jade pendant. What he wanted to know was whether the thing that he had faintly guessed in his heart was true. After listening to Sun Xinjing's question, Zhong Meng nodded, Of course it's true. Chapter 313. Sun Xinjing stared blankly at the jade pendant in his hand, and his mood became extremely complicated. Prince Zhong really found the jade pendant. What did this mean? Looking at Prince Zhong, who was smiling at him, Sun Xinjing took a deep breath and cupped his hands at Zhong Meng. I misunderstood Prince Zhong just now. I'm sorry for offending you. Seeing Sun Xinjing being so polite, Zhong Meng was stunned. He then said with a smile, If you want to compensate me, Then lend me 2 more iron guys as compensation. Zhong Meng was just joking. Sun Xinjing was such a stingy guy that he would only care if he agreed. However, he did not expect that Sun Xinjing did not even hesitate after hearing his words. He nodded and said, "Sure, if 4 is not enough, I can lend you 6. It's not that I don't want to lend you more, but the South County branch also needs 2 to protect the safety of this place." Zhong Meng was stunned when he saw that the old man had actually agreed to his request. Not only had he agreed, he had even taken the initiative to lend him a few more. Then, he stepped forward and patted Sun Xinjing's shoulder. "Old son, I'm just joking with you. I won't lend you much. I'll lend you 4 iron guys and leave you 4 to open the door. How about that?" Sun Xinjing quickly nodded when he heard this. "No problem, as long as Prince Zhong is satisfied." Seeing that Sun Xinjing had agreed to lend him 4 iron jingguangs, Zhong Meng was in a good mood. He said with a smile, "Since the matter is settled, I'll be leaving." As he spoke, Zhong Meng turned around and left. Sun Xinjing stepped forward and grabbed him. At the same time, he turned his head to look at a disciple beside him and said loudly, "Go, bring out my good tea and entertain Prince Zhong." After hearing Sun Xinjing's words, Zhong Meng did not stand on ceremony and immediately nodded in agreement. Sitting in the hall, the 2 of them tasted the fragrant tea. Feeling the fragrance of the tea lingering in their mouths, Zhong Meng couldn't help but praise, "Old man's son, this tea is really good. When I leave, give me 1 jin to take with me." When Sun Xinjing heard this, he quickly nodded in agreement. "No problem. These tea leaves were originally given to me by a friend. There's not much left now, about 4 or 5 catties. I'll give them all to Prince Zhong." Hearing Sun Xinjing's words, Zhong Meng felt a little embarrassed. He had plundered quite a lot of things on this trip. Sun Xinjing had promised to lend him 4 iron ingots to guard the South County branch. Then, he would take Zhong Leji away to build an auction house for him for the rest of his life. Now, he was asking Sun Xinjing to give him tea leaves. This made Zhong Meng feel a little embarrassed. He thought for a moment and said with a smile, "Since Division Leader Sun is so polite, how about this? I can't be too stingy. I promised you one thing just now, and I'll promise you another thing now. In the future, I can help you twice." When Sun Xinjing heard this, he was overjoyed. He quickly cupped his fists and said, "Thank you, Prince Zhong, for your kindness." Sun Xinjing invited Zhong Meng to tea and gave him his treasured tea. His purpose was naturally to be friends with Zhong Meng. Sun Xinjing was very clear that even if Zhong Meng did not have any other abilities, he was definitely a rare talent just by relying on his magical divination skills. The Heavenly Secrets sect was a place where mechanisms were made. Naturally, there were many secrets hidden here. If a very important thing was lost, it would definitely be a huge loss. However, with Prince Zhong in front of him, all of this was not a problem. As long as the Heavenly Secrets sect lost something, with Prince Zhong's magical divination skills, he would definitely be able to find it. The reason why Sun Xinjing was unwilling to lend Zhong Meng the iron ingots at the beginning was that he knew that once his master found out about this, he would definitely blame him. However, it was different now. Zhong Meng was such a magical person. So what if he borrowed a few iron ingots? It was not like he would not return them. Sun Xinjing was sure that if his master knew that he lent the iron ingots to someone like Prince Zhong, not only would he not blame him, he would probably even praise him. Thinking that he could unconditionally let Prince Zhong read his fortune twice in the future, Sun Xinjing felt that he had profited greatly. As for Zhong Meng, he had obtained so many good things and felt that this trip was not in vain. In this way, this was a win-win situation. Looking at Zhong Meng who was praising the tea leaves, Sun Xinjing thought for a moment. Then he turned to look at Zhong Meng and asked tentatively, "Prince Zhong, you just said that the blueprint was done by Jianmu. Is that true?" Zhong Meng heard this and nodded. The blueprint was found at his place. It can't be wrong. At this point, Zhong Meng paused before continuing. If Yi Xian stole the blueprint, he would not have had the chance to hide it under the inkstone. And Zhong Leji would not have had the chance to get close to the inkstone. Therefore, the person who stole the blueprint must be Jianmu. Hearing Zhong Meng's affirmative answer, Sun Xinjing's heart suddenly sank. He was not stupid. If Bai Jianmu was the one who stole the blueprint, then what about Tang Jianan and Liu Huarong? Why would Tang Jianan and Liu Huarong help Bai Jianmu? What happened just now suddenly appeared in Sun Xinjing's mind. After a while, he suddenly realized that every word that Tang Jianan and Liu Huarong said was actually said by Bai Jianmu. In this case, if Bai Jianmu was the one who stole the blueprint, Tang Jianan and Liu Huarong would definitely not be able to escape. Thinking of this, Sun Xinjing's heart suddenly burned with anger again. He did not expect to be deceived by Bai Jianmu and the other two this time. Bai Jianmu wanted him to lock Yi Xian in the Repentance Pavilion. Then, Bai Jianmu wanted him to allow him to use some tricks to deal with Yi Xian and Zhong Laji. At the thought of Bai Jianmu using tricks on Yi Xian and Zhong Laji, Sun Xinjing was shocked. If Prince Zhong did not appear, wouldn't he have fallen into Bai Jianmu's trap? If Prince Zhong did not appear, Bai Jianmu's plan would have succeeded. At this point, Sun Xinjing already understood that if Bai Jianmu was allowed to use tricks on Yi Xian and Zhong Laji, then it would be a light punishment if Yi Xian and Zhong Laji were crippled. Perhaps, Bai Jianmu would use this opportunity to completely. Thinking of this, Sun Xinjing could no longer hold it in. He slammed the table and said, "Be ****, how dare you do this? I'm so angry." As he spoke, Sun Xinjing slammed the table and stood up. He walked out of the door angrily. Seeing this, Zhong Meng hurried forward to grab Sun Xinjing and asked, "What do you want?" Hearing Zhong Meng's question, Sun Xinjing said angrily, "What else can I do? I want to kill these ****. Hearing this, Zhong Meng asked with a smile, "Old man Sun, do you believe my words now?" Hearing Zhong Meng's question, Sun Xinjing did not answer. He just sighed and continued to walk out of the door. Looking at Sun Xinjing's back, Zhong Meng also sighed with emotion. Originally, this old man did not believe what he said at all. However, after reading his fortune, he completely believed him. Chapter 314. Seeing that Sun Xinjing and Zhong Meng had left, Tang Jianan and Liu Huarong hurried to Bai Jianmu's side and asked in a low voice, "Junior brother Bai, were you the one who did this?" Hearing Tang Jianan's question, Bai Jianmu sneered, "So what if I did? Can they find out? In the end, they still have to believe me." Although Tang Jianan had expected the answer, he was still shocked by Bai Jianmu's words and couldn't help but ask. "It's true." Before Tang Jianan could finish, Bai Jianmu waved his hand and interrupted him. "Second senior brother, what's there to be afraid of? Look at how scared you are. Don't worry, no one will know about this. Master already believes that Yi Xian and Zhong Laji stole the blueprint. As long as we continue to say what we said before, nothing will go wrong." Tang Jianan could only feel the cold sweat on his forehead and his heart getting colder and colder. After hearing Bai Jianmu's words, he forced a smile and said, "But, what about that Prince Zhong?" Bai Jianmu sneered, "So what if his Prince Zhong? No matter how good his martial arts are, he can't interfere with our sect's business." Seeing that Bai Jianmu didn't care, Liu Huarong couldn't help but say, "Senior brother Bai, this Prince Zhong doesn't seem simple. He said that he would lead Master to find the blueprint. If he found it, it would be bad." Hearing Liu Huarong's words, Bai Jianmu patted him on the shoulder and comforted him, "Don't worry, if they can't find the blueprint, I believe no one can find where I put it." At the end of his words, Bai Jianmu's face was full of confidence. Bai Jianmu was indeed very confident. He definitely wasn't comforting Liu Huarong. According to normal people, they would definitely put the blueprint in their own mechanism. However, in order to prevent people from finding it, Bai Jianmu deliberately chose not to do so. Instead, he chose to put the blueprint in front of everyone, in a place that no one would expect. Every day, Bai Jianmu would fill the inkstone with ink to prevent anyone from flipping it over to look at it. If there was ink in the inkstone, Bai Jianmu believed that no one would think of turning it over. This was also why Bai Jianmu was so confident. After hearing Bai Jianmu's words, Tang Jianan wiped the cold sweat on his forehead and carefully asked, "Junior brother Bai, is there really no problem with the blueprint?" Bai Jianmu nodded. "Don't worry, no one will be able to find the location where I put the blueprints." Hearing this, Tang Jianan sighed and said, "I didn't expect that Prince Zhong's martial arts skills to be so high. Even the 8 great iron giants were no match for him. After hearing Tang Genan's words, Bai Zhenmu also sighed. Naturally, he was well aware of the power of the 8 great iron metals. Bai Zhenmu believed that not many people would be a match for the 8 iron adamantines if they joined forces. However, such powerful 8 iron King Kong were easily subdued by this young Prince Zhong. Originally, Bai Zhenmu was quite confident in his martial arts. He thought that among his peers, there were not many who were his opponents. Even if his martial arts were higher than his, it would not be easy to defeat him. However, it was not until today that Bai Zhenmu suddenly realized that he had underestimated the people of the world. Prince Zhong was much younger than him, but he had such high martial arts skills. This was simply unbelievable. Thinking of this, Bai Zhenmu suddenly felt a sense of jealousy in his heart. He had worked hard for so many years for the position of the branch leader in the South County. He thought that he could finally stand out, but he did not expect that there would be someone like Prince Zhong in the world. Bai Zhenmu even thought that if he had Prince Zhong's ability, a mere branch leader in the South County would be nothing. At this moment, Liu Huarong suddenly said, "Senior brother Bai, what should we do if they find the blueprint?" Bai Zhenmu smiled and shook his head. "Don't worry, they will never find the blueprint." After hearing Bai Zhenmu's answer, Liu Huarong shook his head and insisted, "Senior brother Bai, what if they find it? What should we do?" After hearing Liu Huarong's words, Tang Zhenan also stared at Bai Zhenmu. He wanted to hear what good ideas he had. If such a problem occurred, how should Bai Zhenmu deal with it? Seeing that Liu Huarong insisted on asking for a solution to this problem, although Bai Zhenmu was angry, he also knew that Tang Zhenan and Liu Huarong were still useful, so he had to appease them. Bai Zhenmu thought for a moment before saying with a sneer, "Actually, your worries are unnecessary. I can guarantee that they won't find the blueprint." Speaking of this, Bai Zhenmu paused for a moment before continuing, "However, since you're worried, let's talk about what we should do if we're discovered." Speaking of this, Bai Zhenmu turned to look at Liu Huarong and asked with a smile, "Junior brother Liu, you have a lot of ideas. What do you think we should do if we're discovered?" Liu Huarong was stunned when he heard this and was speechless for a moment. If he could think of an idea, he wouldn't have asked Bai Zhenmu. The moment the house was blown up, Liu Huarong had already fallen into fear. Until now, he still hadn't calmed down. The reason why he could still be so calm was because he was forcing himself. Liu Huarong was originally a timid and cautious person. He always wanted to leave a way out for himself. At this moment, it was almost instinctive for him to want to leave a way out. Seeing that Liu Huarong didn't answer, Bai Zhenmu turned to look at Tang Zhenan and asked with a smile, "Second senior brother, do you have any good ideas?" Hearing this, Tang Zhenan smiled bitterly and shook his head, "No, I don't know what to do." Tang Zhenan really didn't know what to do. If his master and Prince Zhong found the blueprint, it would prove that Bai Zhenmu stole it. Tang Zhenan was sure that when his master came back, he would be furious and let the 8 Tai Jinggangs, who had been on standby, take them down. Facing Tai Jinggangs, who were the treasures of the sect, Tang Zhenan couldn't think of resisting. Prince Zhong could block Tai Jinggang's attack, but this didn't mean that Tang Zhenan could also block Tai Jinggang's. Tang Zhenan was sure that even if the 3 of them worked together, they wouldn't be able to block Tai Jinggang's attack. At that time, as long as Tai Jinggang's took them down, Tang Zhenan trembled at the thought of what would happen. If they could be locked up in the Repentance Pavilion like Yi Xian, that would be the lightest punishment. Who knows, he might even order Tai Jinggang's to kill the 3 of them. If they didn't want Tai Jinggang's to catch up to them, they must think of a way to deal with it. But how could they deal with Tai Jinggang's pursuit? Tang Zhenan was so anxious that cold sweat broke out on his forehead, but he still couldn't think of any way to deal with Tai Jinggang's. Chapter 315. Seeing the cold sweat on Tang Zhenan's forehead, Liu Huarong's heart pounded. If this matter was discovered, it would definitely be a devastating blow to him. In order to let him join the Tianji sect, his father had knelt outside the door for 3 days before Sun Xinjing agreed to accept Liu Huarong as his disciple. Liu Huarong also knew that although his talent was not bad, compared to his senior brothers, he was still far inferior. Realizing this, Liu Huarong knew that it was basically impossible for him to stand out in the South County branch. Not to mention Yi Xian and Bai Jianmu, even Tang Jianan and Zhong Laji, his senior brothers, he definitely could not compare to them. The question that Liu Huarong had been thinking about was that he had to stay in the Tianji sect. After all, his father had knelt outside the door for 3 days before he got the chance to join the Tianji sect. No matter what, he had to persevere. The reason why he chose Bai Jianmu was because Yi Xian was locked up in the Regret Pavilion. Then, Bai Jianmu would most likely become the next branch master. In order not to let Bai Jianmu misunderstand that he was in cahoots with Yi Xian, he had sided with Bai Jianmu. However, what Liu Huarong did not expect was that Bai Jianmu was the one who stole the blueprint. But so what? So what if he knew that Bai Jianmu was the one who stole the blueprint? Did he have a choice? Liu Huarong was certain that if he told Bai Jianmu that he wanted to quit now, Bai Jianmu would definitely not let him off. This was a pirate ship. It was easy to get on, but difficult to get off. Seeing his second senior brother Tang Jianan's pale face due to fear, Liu Huarong could guess that Tang Jianan was afraid. Liu Huarong sighed in his heart. How good would it be if he did not join this dispute? His master and Prince Zhong went to look for the blueprint. Although Bai Jianmu looked confident, Liu Huarong did not have any confidence at this moment. If his master and Prince Zhong found the blueprint, what should he do? Bai Jianmu was the one who stole the blueprint. Even if they found the blueprint, it would be from Bai Jianmu. Once his master found out that Bai Jianmu was the one who stole the blueprint, he would definitely be furious. Liu Huarong subconsciously looked around, trying to find a way to escape when he thought that his master would order these Tiejingangs to capture him. However, he also understood that if Tai Jinggang wanted to capture him, it would be a piece of cake. There was no way he would let him escape. Thinking of this, Liu Huarong couldn't hold it in anymore. He turned to look at Bai Jianmu again and asked in a low voice, "Senior brother Bai, I think we should think of a way to deal with the current situation. If the blueprint is found by master, it will be too late to think of another way." When Tang Jianan heard Liu Huarong's words, he hurriedly said, "That's right, junior brother Bai. We should think of a way as soon as possible." Seeing Tang Jianan and Liu Huarong sweating profusely, Bai Jianmu sneered, "Are you afraid?" Liu Huarong and Tang Jianan were stunned when they heard this. They looked at each other subconsciously, and when they saw the fear in each other's eyes, they turned their heads away like frightened rabbits. When Bai Jianmu saw this, he secretly cursed the two of them for being cowards. However, he also knew that he couldn't panic at a time like this. Don't be fooled by Prince Zhong's confidence in finding the place where he hid the blueprint. It was simply a fool's dream. Although his master's suspicions of Yi Xian and Zhong Laji had lessened a lot, so what? As long as Prince Zhong couldn't find the blueprint, it was useless no matter what he said. Thinking of the place where the blueprint was hidden, Bai Jianmu sneered in his heart. He didn't believe that anyone would think of that place. As long as Prince Zhong couldn't find the blueprint, his master would naturally no longer trust Prince Zhong. So what if Prince Zhong's martial arts were high? As long as his master didn't trust him, he had no reason to care about the Tianji sect. When the time came, he would have the final say. Although Bai Jianmu was sure that Prince Zhong couldn't find the place where his blueprint was hidden, he couldn't guarantee that Tang Jianan and Liu Huarong wouldn't betray him. As soon as his master left, the two of them were scared to this extent. If they couldn't take the shock and took the initiative to confess before their master asked, it would be terrible. Therefore, he had to calm these two guys down and make them believe that this matter would never be exposed. Thinking of this, Bai Jianmu stepped forward and patted the two on the shoulder. He said with a smile, "I can tell you that they definitely won't find the blueprint. You can rest assured that there will be no problem. When Master comes back and drives Prince Zhong away, we will immediately carry out our plan. This time, we can't delay any longer. We must act as soon as possible." After hearing Bai Jianmu's words, Tang Jianan subconsciously glanced at Liu Huarong, only to see Liu Huarong looking at him. The two of them looked at each other and shook their heads at the same time. Seeing Tang Jianan and Liu Huarong like this, Bai Jianmu was angry and asked in a deep voice, "Don't you believe me?" Hearing Bai Jianmu's angry words, Tang Jianan hurriedly said, "Junior Bai, although you can be sure that they won't find the blueprint, I think that there should be no harm in thinking about the worst-case scenario. Liu Huarong also hurriedly said, Senior Bai, let's think of a way to deal with the worst-case scenario. If something goes wrong, it will save us a lot of trouble. After all, this is a big deal. We can't afford to lose it. After listening to the two, Bai Jianmu nodded and casually glanced at Tai Jinggang beside him. He then said in a cold voice, if this matter is discovered, it's impossible for us to run away. With these big guys here, we definitely won't be able to escape from their hands. Speaking of this, Bai Jianmu turned his head and looked at Tang Jianan and Liu Huarong. When he spoke again, his tone had become a little cold. There's no need to think about running away. If you want to live, there's only one way. Speaking of this, Bai Jianmu waved to the two and asked them to come closer. When the two came closer, Bai Jianmu continued. If you want to live, you have to strike first and gain the upper hand. Let's catch Master first. When he stops Tai Jinggang, then let Master abdicate and let me take over his position. Speaking of this, Bai Jianmu sneered, what do you think of my idea? Hearing Bai Jianmu's words, Tang Jianan felt as if his heart had been hit by a heavy blow and his ears were buzzing. Catch Master, catch Master. Seeing that Tang Jianan's face had turned ashen, Bai Jianmu stepped forward and patted his face. He sneered and said, Second senior brother, do you think that I'm ruthless enough to kill my own master? Hearing Bai Jianmu's question, Tang Jianan wiped the cold sweat on his forehead and turned his head to look at Bai Jianmu, who was smiling coldly. Chapter 316. Bai Jianmu patted Tang Jianan's shoulder and sighed softly. Second senior brother, don't blame me for being ruthless. If Master finds out about this, I can guarantee that Master's heart will definitely be more ruthless than mine. Tang Jianan nodded silently when he heard this. Suddenly, he raised his head and looked at Bai Jianmu. Junior brother Bai, why don't we escape now? Bai Jianmu sneered when he heard this. He pointed at Tai Jinggang beside him. Second senior brother, do you think you can outrun these Tai Jinggang? Tang Jianan's question just now was because he did not want to go against his master, so he subconsciously said it. In fact, he also knew in his heart that if they wanted to run now, these Tai Jinggang would definitely take them down. Seeing that Tang Jianan did not speak, Bai Jianmu sighed softly. Second senior brother, I have no choice in this matter. Master is biased and prioritizes Yi Xian in everything. He doesn't care about anyone else. I, Bai Jianmu, admit that after coming to the South County branch, I've been working hard every day. In terms of mechanism skills, I'm not inferior to Yi Xian. But, what's the result? At this point, Bai Jianmu suddenly became a little agitated. He reached out and grabbed Tang Jianan's shoulder. Second senior brother, what do you think I got? Tell me. Could it be that my mechanism skills are inferior to Yi Xian's? Or is it that my martial arts are inferior to Yi Xian's? Why didn't Master choose me to be the branch leader? Why did I choose Yi Xian? At this point, Bai Jianmu's tone suddenly became a little low, but his eyes kept flashing with a bright light. I can't accept it. Since Master doesn't approve of me, then I'll do it myself. Since Master doesn't want me to be the branch leader, then I'll think of a way to make Master choose me to be the branch leader. Second senior brother, do you think I did something wrong? After hearing Bai Jianmu's question, Tang Jianan remained silent. They had been fellow disciples for so many years. Everyone knew that Master treated Yi Xian well. Everyone had different thoughts about Master's attitude. Yi Xian was naturally intelligent and had high attainments in mechanical techniques. The most important thing was that Yi Xian was a humble person and was courteous to everyone. Bai Jianmu's attainments in the field of mechanism techniques were also quite brilliant. This was something that no one would deny. However, for some reason, their master had never said anything about letting Bai Jianmu become a branch leader. Bai Jianmu's attainments in mechanism techniques were high, and his martial arts were also high. His relationship with his martial brothers was also not bad, but he was not placed in an important position by his master. Tang Jianan also found it strange, but he never thought about it because it had nothing to do with him. Seeing Tang Jianan lowering his head in silence, Bai Jianmu once again spoke up in a cold voice, Master is biased, then you can't blame me for being cruel. If something goes wrong later, the three of us will immediately attack at the same time and restrain Master first. Do you understand? After Bai Jianmu finished speaking, he turned to look at the two of them, only to see them lowering their heads and dodging his gaze. No one actually answered. Seeing this scene, Bai Jianmu was a little angry. He suddenly reached out to grab Tang Jianan and Liu Huarong and forcefully pulled them in front of him before speaking in a low voice. "You two idiots. Now that things have come to this, do you think you still have a way out? If this matter is discovered, I can guarantee that not only will Master not let me off, I'm afraid the two of you will definitely not be able to escape. At that time, even if I don't say it, you should be able to guess what Master will do in his rage. Since that's the case, why don't we strike first and gain the upper hand? As long as we capture Master and make him choose me as the branch leader, then we just have to imprison Master and everything will be fine." Hearing Bai Jianmu's words, Tang Jianan could only sigh in his heart. He knew that there was no turning back. If they went according to Bai Jianmu's plan, there was still a chance of survival. If they did not strike first, they would probably be sitting ducks. Thinking of this, Tang Jianan said in a hoarse voice, "We can restrain Master, but we definitely can't hurt him. Otherwise, even if I die, I won't do this." Bai Jianmu nodded when he heard this. "Don't worry. After all, he is our master. I won't do anything to him. After everything is done, I will return his freedom." After saying this to Tang Jianan, Bai Jianmu turned to look at Liu Huarong. "Junior brother Liu, what do you think?" Hearing Bai Jianmu's question, Liu Huarong nodded silently. Now that things had come to this, did he still have a choice? Seeing that Tang Jianan and Liu Huarong had agreed to his plan, Bai Jianmu let go of his hand. However, he kept sneering in his heart. If he captured Sun Xinjing, it was absolutely impossible to let him go. Because once Sun Xinjing returned to the headquarters of the Tianji sect and spread this matter would be terrible. To be safe, Bai Jianmu had already made up his mind. As long as Sun Xinjing was restrained, he would definitely not let him go. The best way to make a person keep a secret was to make him disappear completely. Bai Jianmu had already thought it through. When he took over the position of the South County branch leader, it would be when Sun Xinjing disappeared. After the matter was settled, Bai Jianmu casually glanced to the side. However, his pupils suddenly constricted as he saw something that he did not want to see. Eldest senior brother LV Wenkang was walking toward Yi Xian and Zhong Laji. Seeing this scene, Bai Jianmu was puzzled. He did not understand why LV Wenkang was going there. Could it be that LV Wenkang was also suspicious of him? Bai Jianmu was right. LV Wenkang was indeed suspicious of this matter. He suspected that there was something wrong with everyone's analysis. Although Prince Zhong was said by Bai Jianmu to be in cahoots with Zhong Laji and the others, were they really in cahoots? Since Prince Zhong was in cahoots with Yi Xian and the others, his purpose for coming here was for the blueprint. Then, why did he want to use the blueprint to exchange for Yi Xian and Zhong Laji? LV Wenkang was certain that if Prince Zhong was here to take the blueprint, then with the preciousness of this blueprint, he must have paid a high price. Then, if he had obtained the blueprint, why didn't he quickly leave the South County branch leader with the blueprint when no one suspected him? LV Wenkang believed that if Prince Zhong had immediately left the South County branch leader after obtaining the blueprint, no one would have stopped him from leaving. Since Prince Zhong did not leave with the blueprint, could it be that Yi Xian and Zhong Laji were more important than the blueprint? Impossible. At least in LV Wenkang's heart, the two could not be compared. Seeing Bai Jianmu, Tang Jianan, and the others muttering, the doubts in LV Wenkang's heart grew stronger and stronger. What were Bai Jianmu and the others talking about? Why were they gathered together? As the doubts in LV Wenkang's heart grew, he could no longer hold it in and immediately walked toward Yi Xian and Zhong Laji. LV Wenkang wanted to ask what was going on in front of Yi Xian and Zhong Laji. Chapter 317. LV Wenkang came in front of Yi Xian and Zhong Laji. He did not say anything and just looked at the two of them silently. Yi Xian and Zhong Laji were sitting on the ground, thinking about their own worries. At this moment, Zhong Laji did not know what to feel. He originally thought that he would be tortured by Bai Jianmu, but he did not expect Prince Zhong to save him. However, even though he wasn't tortured, he still wasn't cleared of suspicion. More importantly, He had already promised Prince Zhong that he would leave the South County branch with him. When he thought of this, Zhong Lezhi suddenly felt a wave of anger rise in his heart. This matter clearly had nothing to do with him. He had wanted to find out the person who really stole the blueprint, but he never expected that Bai Jianmu would frame him as the one who stole the blueprint. Not only that, it was fine if Bai Jianmu framed him because he was the one who stole the blueprint. However, even his master believed Bai Jianmu's words and thought that he was the one who stole the blueprint. His master's thoughts had completely made Zhong Lezhi give up. He knew very well that young Master Zhong had saved him, which was equivalent to saving his life. If young Master Zhong hadn't saved him, with Bai Jianmu's methods, even if he hadn't been tortured to death, he would have been crippled for the rest of his life. Zhong Lezhi did not regret leaving the South County branch with Prince Zhong. At this moment, there was still a burning anger in his heart. Bai Jianmu's framing, his master's distrust, his senior brother's accusation, it made Zhong Lezhi's heart ache. Even if Prince Zhong did not propose to take him away this time, he would definitely not stay in the South County branch in the future. Zhong Lezhi did not want to stay in such a sad place for a moment longer. Zhong Lezhi was not worried about his safety now because regardless of whether he could find the blueprint or not, with Prince Zhong's martial arts, he could bring him out of the South County branch safely. Zhong Lezhi was worried about Yi Xian's safety. He had overheard the conversation between Yi Xian and Prince Zhong. Yi Xian was not prepared to leave with Prince Zhong, and from Prince Zhong's tone, Zhong Lezhi understood that Prince Zhong had also given up on Yi Xian. Since Yi Xian was not going to leave, what kind of situation was he going to face? Prince Zhong and his master went to look for the blueprint. If they found it, they could prove that Yi Xian was innocent. But if they couldn't find it, what would Yi Xian do? Yi Xian was Zhong Lezhi's good friend. He could be said to be his best friend in the South County branch. He did not want to see Yi Xian fall into danger. But what could he do when he couldn't even protect himself? Zhong Lezhi was worried about Yi Xian's safety. At this moment, Yi Xian's heart was completely surrounded by sadness. His master and Prince Zhong went to look for the blueprint. If they could not find the blueprint, Yi Xian knew very well what kind of situation he would face. However, Yi Xian did not regret it. He only felt sad. His master had raised him since he was young. He had yet to repay his master's kindness of raising him, but he had to leave just like that. Most importantly, he was not the one who stole the blueprint. Even if he was killed, it would be useless. Just as Yi Xian's heart was in a mess, he suddenly heard his eldest senior brother's voice. Yi Xian, are you seriously injured? When Yi Xian heard this, he quickly turned his head to look at LV Wenkang. I'm fine. Looking at the pale Yi Xian, LV Wenkang hesitated for a moment before asking softly, Yi Xian, why are you doing this? You know how important this blueprint is to Master. If you stole the blueprint, I hope that you can take it out as soon as possible so that Master won't worry about it. After hearing LV Wenkang's words, Yi Xian shook his head sadly. Eldest senior brother, I really didn't steal the blueprint. Where can I find the blueprint? After hearing Yi Xian's answer, LV Wenkang sighed. Yi Xian, you said that you didn't steal the blueprint, but do you have any evidence to prove that you didn't steal it? When Yi Xian heard this, he shook his head silently. No, I don't have any evidence. At this point, Yi Xian suddenly looked up at LV Wenkang and said loudly, Senior brother, you know my background best. I've been alone since I was young. If it wasn't for Master who raised me, I'm afraid that I would have. At this point, Yi Xian paused for a moment. His face was filled with sorrow. He calmed himself down a little before continuing. Eldest senior brother, I'm not an ungrateful person. I haven't even repaid Master's kindness of raising me. Why would I steal Master's blueprint and do something so disgraceful? After hearing Yi Xian's answer, LV Wenkang nodded silently. He turned his head to look at Zhong Lezhi and asked in a deep voice. Third junior brother, are you in cahoots with Prince Zhong? Zhong Lezhi shook his head. No, he wasn't in the past. He will be in the future. This time, before LV Wenkang could answer, Yi Xian asked first, Third senior brother, are you really going to leave with Prince Zhong? Zhong Lezhi nodded. After I leave, I hope that you guys will take care of yourselves. Before Zhong Lezhi could finish, Yi Xian interrupted him. Third senior brother, Master has taught us for so many years. Are you going to betray Master over such a small matter? Hearing Yi Xian's accusation, Zhong Laji sighed. He turned his head to look at Yi Xian and asked in a deep voice, Junior brother Yi, you've seen what happened here. If Prince Zhong hadn't coincidentally appeared, do you think you'd still be sitting here talking? At this point, Zhong Laji snorted coldly. Third junior brother, I know that you want to repay Master's kindness of raising you. But don't forget that if Prince Zhong hadn't saved you, you would have been accused of stealing the blueprint. Let me ask you, how are you going to repay Master's kindness of raising you? At this point, Zhong Laji glanced at Bai Jianmu before continuing. Third junior brother, if Bai Jianmu were to severely injure you, cripple you, and then find the blueprints from your residence or somewhere you know of, wouldn't you forever bear the crime of stealing the blueprints? At that time, don't even think about repaying Master's kindness of raising you. I'm afraid that Master will regret adopting you for the rest of his life. If that's the case, what's the point of you staying here? Besides, in order to save you, Prince Zhong didn't hesitate to offend the Tianji sect. Does Prince Zhong owe you anything? Don't you want to repay Prince Zhong's kindness of saving you? Hearing Zhong Laji's words, Yi Xian was stunned for a moment. Then, he said loudly, I'm indebted to Prince Zhong. Of course I know that. But if you want me to betray Master, I'll never do it. Hearing Yi Xian's words, Zhong Laji sneered. Third junior brother, do you think that Prince Zhong saved you because he wanted you to betray Master? You're wrong. Prince Zhong saved us because he didn't want us to be wronged. That's why he saved us. Chapter 318. Zhong Laji sighed. Junior brother Yi, Prince Zhong saved us, but he didn't force us to do anything. He just wanted to save us. You chose to stay in the South County branch. Prince Zhong didn't stop you, nor did he force you to join him. Isn't this enough to explain the problem? When Yi Xian heard this, he was silent for a long time. Then, he raised his head to look at Zhong Laji and slowly asked, since he didn't force you, why did you choose to join him? After hearing Yi Xian's question, Zhong Laji said seriously, we can't forget Master's teaching, but can we not repay Prince Zhong for saving our lives? At this point, Zhong Laji paused for a moment before continuing, we don't know Prince Zhong, but he was willing to risk offending the Tianji sect to save us. Shouldn't we repay him? Could it be that she only cared about her master's teachings and forgot about young Master Zhong's life-saving grace? Junior brother Yi, Zhong Laji, clearly distinguish between gratitude and grudges. I will definitely repay Master's teaching in the future, but I will also repay Prince Zhong's saving grace. After hearing Zhong Laji's words, Yi Xian fell silent again. No matter what, he could not deny that Zhong Laji's words were wrong. Yi Xian had seen everything that had happened just now. Zhong Laji was right. If Prince Zhong had not appeared, the two of them would have been killed by Jianmu. In this way, it was not an exaggeration to say that Prince Zhong had saved their lives. Moreover, Zhong Laji's words were not wrong. Could it be that he only remembered his master's kindness and forgot Prince Zhong's kindness? If it were not for Prince Zhong, the two of them would have died long ago. Thinking of this, Yi Xian suddenly felt guilty. To tell the truth, he had only been thinking about his master's kindness for teaching him. He had never thought about the person who had saved Prince Zhong. In order to repay his master's kindness in raising him, Yi Xian knew that staying behind would be extremely dangerous, but he still chose to stay without hesitation. When he said those words, a kind of sadness rose in his heart. He was even proud of his decision, thinking that he had lived up to his master's kindness of raising him. However, even though she was able to live up to her master's grace of raising her, was she able to live up to Prince Zhong's grace of saving her? After listening to the conversation between the two, the doubts in LV Wonkang's heart became heavier. From the conversation between Yi Xian and Zhong Laji, he could tell that neither of them had stolen the blueprints. However, could this be an act? Seeing that he was coming over, the two of them deliberately put on a show in front of him so that he would believe that the two of them were innocent. Although there was such a possibility, LV Wenkang did not believe it. He had also heard Yi Xian agreeing to stay. Yi Xian did not agree to leave with Prince Zhong. Instead, he chose to stay in the South County branch. What did this mean? LV Wenkang knew very well what kind of situation Yi Xian would face if he stayed. To be honest, he was not optimistic about his master and Prince Zhong going to look for the blueprints. No matter who stole the blueprints, they would hide the blueprints in the safest place to prevent others from finding them. They were all experts of the Heaven's Secret sect. If they wanted to hide a small piece of paper, it would be a simple matter. Even if an ordinary person hid such a small blueprint, it would be difficult for others to find it, let alone the blueprint hidden by the 8 disciples of the Qianji sect. LV Wenkang knew that Prince Zhong and his master were going to look for the blueprint. If they found it, this matter would immediately be solved. The truth would be revealed as to who stole the blueprint. However, could they really find it? If they couldn't find the blueprint, this matter would probably return to its original state. Yi Xian and Zhong Laji were still suspects of stealing the blueprint, and they would still be harmed by Zhenmu. Looking at Yi Xian's sorrowful face, LV Wenkang, who originally had a lot of things to ask him, didn't know what to ask at this moment. If he were to ask if he was the one who stole Yi Xian's blueprint, then LV Wenkang was sure that regardless of whether Yi Xian stole the blueprint or not, he would say that he didn't steal it. It could be said that there was no point in asking this question. The only way to prove the truth was to find the blueprint with Prince Zhong and his master. If the two of them found the blueprint, everything would naturally be resolved. If they couldn't find the blueprint, there was no point in saying anything. Thinking of this, LV Wenkang could only take a deep breath and stand silently at the side. After a while, LV Wenkang looked at Yi Xian and asked slowly, "Are your injuries okay?" Yi Xian shook his head. "I'm fine. The most important thing now is whether Master can find the blueprint." LV Wenkang sighed. "Yes, I really hope that Prince Zhong and Master can find the blueprint and end all of this." Just as the two of them were talking, they suddenly heard Zhong Laji's voice. "Master and Prince Zhong are back." When LV Wenkang heard this, he was instantly surprised and happy. He quickly looked up and indeed, his master and Prince Zhong were walking side by side towards them. Sun Xinzheng came to Yi Xian and looked at him deeply before turning to Zhenmu and asking loudly, "Zhenmu, what else do you have to say now that things have come to this?" Zhenmu, who had been sneering, was stunned when he heard Sun Xinzheng's words. The next moment, cold sweat broke out on his forehead. Zhenmu was very clear on the meaning of Sun Xinzheng's words. However, Zhenmu was definitely not someone who would admit defeat easily. After a while, he reacted and immediately took a few steps towards Sun Xinzheng and cupped his fists. "Master, what do you mean by that?" Hearing Zhenmu's quibbling, Sun Xinzheng sneered and took out the blueprint. He shouted sternly, "Zhenmu, this blueprint was found in your study. Are you still trying to quibble?" At this point, Sun Xinzheng's eyes suddenly showed a trace of sorrow. "Zhenmu, I've taught you for so many years in vain. But you actually did such a disgraceful thing. It's disappointing. Not only that, you even want to shift the blame to Yi Xian and Zhong Laji. You're really ruthless. You're brothers in the same sect and should help each other. But you actually did such a shameless thing." Zhenmu. Before Sun Xinzheng could finish his words, he saw a figure flash in front of him. The next moment, Zhenmu was already beside him and reached out to grab his throat. "Master, don't blame me. If you want to blame someone, blame yourself. If you weren't biased, I wouldn't have done such a thing." Zhenmu often dared to be rude to him. Sun Xinzheng was furious and said, "You beast, how dare you be rude to your master?" This action of Zhenmu's was incomparably fast. Before everyone reacted to it, he already restrained Sun Xinzheng. When everyone realized it, they could only curse in their hearts. Chapter 319. Seeing that Zhenmu dared to do such a disgraceful thing, LV Wenkang flew into a rage. He took 2 steps forward, pointed at Zhenmu, and cursed angrily. "Zhenmu, what are you doing?" Hearing LV Wenkang's question, Zhenmu sneered, "Eldest senior brother, don't be anxious. As long as Master is willing to listen to me, I definitely won't do anything to him." At this point, a cold light flashed in Zhenmu's eyes. Then, he snorted coldly, "If Master doesn't listen to me and isn't willing to do as I say, then don't blame me for being ruthless." LV Wenkang said angrily, "Zhenmu, you're worse than a beast. I was wrong about you. How could you do such a thing? What else do you want? Bai Jianmu sneered and turned to look at Sun Xinjing. Master, as long as you agree to pass the position of the branch master to me, I definitely won't hurt you. Otherwise, don't blame me. Before Bai Jianmu could finish his words, he was immediately interrupted by the furious Sun Xinjing. Evil disciple, don't even think about it. Even if you kill me, I definitely won't let you succeed. After hearing Sun Xinjing's words, Bai Jianmu's pupils suddenly constricted, and a cold light flashed in his eyes. Really? Master, are you really not going to agree to my request? This time, he did not speak to Sun Xinjing. Yi Xian had already spoken first. Bai Jianmu, don't be rude. Let go of Master first. If you have any requests, we can slowly discuss them. After hearing Yi Xian's words, Bai Jianmu threw his head back and laughed loudly. After laughing, a sinister smile appeared on Bai Jianmu's face. Yi Xian, are you satisfied this time? It proves that you're not the person who stole the blueprint. You can successfully become the branch master of the South County branch. Are you happy this time? At this point, Bai Jianmu paused for a moment before continuing. Yi Xian, let me tell you, don't even think about it. As long as I, Bai Jianmu, am around, you can forget about becoming the branch master of the South County branch. At this point, Bai Jianmu suddenly tightened his grip on Sun Xin's hand and shouted sternly. Master, it's been so many years. Could it be that I haven't done as well as Yi Xian? Could it be that my skill in mechanisms is inferior to Yi Xian's? Why? Why didn't you pass the position of branch master to me? Why did you pass it to Yi Xian instead? Master, do you know that this is very unfair to me? I cultivate the mechanism technique day and night every day for what? It's so that one day, I can attract your attention and let you know that I, Bai Jianmu, am the hope of the South County branch. Only I, Bai Jianmu, can make the South County branch flourish. At this point, Bai Jianmu exerted more strength in his hand. He didn't care that Sun Xinjing's face was red from his pinch and shouted sternly. Master, but what about you? How did you do it? No matter how hard I worked, you turned a blind eye to it. However, if Yi Xian had a little achievement, you would be praised by everyone. Tell me, aren't you biased? If you weren't so biased, I wouldn't have made such a big mistake. Master, if you want to blame someone, blame yourself for what happened today. Blame yourself for being too biased. You only have Yi Xian in your eyes. No matter what I did, you turned a blind eye to it. Looking at Bai Jianmu, who was shouting crazily and his master in his hand, LV Wenkang hurriedly said, Bai Jianmu, don't use any more strength. Master can't take it anymore. If you hurt Master, you'll probably become the public enemy of the Tianji sect. After hearing LV Wenkang's words, Bai Jianmu woke up a little and the strength in his hand lessened a lot. As the strength in Bai Jianmu's hand lessened, Sun Xinjing, whose face was red from holding it in, coughed a few times and said in a hoarse voice. Bai Jianmu, you said that I'm biased. Then let me ask you, is what you did really better than Yi Xian? You like to take advantage of others. Don't I know that? After you came to the South County branch, you started to form groups. Don't I know that? Bai Jianmu, you're right. I'm indeed biased towards Yi Xian. That's because Yi Xian is indeed stronger than you. After hearing Sun Xinjing's words, Bai Jianmu was furious and reprimanded him sternly. You're talking nonsense. In terms of mechanism skills, how can Yi Xian be stronger than me? You're talking nonsense. After hearing Bai Jianmu's words, Sun Xinjing suddenly sighed. I admit that in terms of mechanism skills, you're on par with Yi Xian. Bai Jianmu said angrily, since you know, why didn't you choose me to be the leader of the South County branch? Sun Xinjing shook his head. If you were a child from an ordinary family, with your talent in mechanism skills, I might have considered letting you be the leader of the South County branch. At this point, Sun Xinjing paused for a moment before continuing. However, you're a member of the Bai family in the South County. If you become the leader of the South County branch, then it's equivalent to the Bai family in the South County completely controlling the South County branch. At this point, Sun Xinjing sighed. Back then, when the Bai family of the South County sent you to the mountain, I knew what they meant. Their influence is huge, and they have their influence in all the middle sects. Only the Heaven's Secrets sect doesn't have their influence. That's why they sent you to the Heaven's Secrets sect. They want to control the Heaven's Secrets sect. At this point, Sun Xinjing turned his head with difficulty to look at Bai Zhenmu and said seriously, Bai Zhenmu, if you were me, what would you do? You know the purpose of the Bai family of the South County sending you here. Would they still let you be the leader of the South County branch? After hearing Sun Xinjing's words, Bai Zhenmu was suddenly stunned. He had never expected that the Bai family of the South County, which he was so proud of, was the main reason why he could not become the leader. Sun Xinjing had already admitted that in terms of mechanism skills, he was on par with Yi Xian. The only difference was their background. Yi Xian did not have the strength of any family and was alone. If such a person became the leader of the South County branch, he would definitely wholeheartedly promote the South County branch. As for him, after becoming the leader of the South County branch, he would definitely be restrained by the Bai family of the South County. At that time, what would happen to the South County branch? Seeing that Bai Zhenmu was a little moved, Sun Xinjing continued, among all my disciples, I actually think highly of you and Yi Xian. It's just that I don't have a choice because of your identity. Master worked hard to establish the Tianji sect. I can't let Master's efforts go to waste. Therefore, I have no choice but to choose Yi Xian to be the next leader. Although this is unfair to you, only by doing this can I be worthy of Master and the Tianji sect. After hearing Sun Xinjing's words, Bai Zhenmu's eyes darted around, and his expression was uncertain. Bai Zhenmu knew that Sun Xinjing was right. If he was really chosen to be the leader of the South County branch, the result would be the same as what Sun Xinjing had said. The South County branch would become a part of the Bai family of the South County. However, was he going to give up just because of this? When he thought of giving up, Bai Zhenmu thought of his family. They were still waiting for his news. Chapter 320. Thinking of his family, Bai Zhenmu's heart, which had originally wanted to give up, suddenly hardened again. Bai Zhenmu knew very well that if he gave up, his family would never be able to raise their heads in the Bai family in the South County and would forever become the laughingstock of others. Thinking of the mocking gazes of others in the future, Bai Zhenmu suddenly realized that he had no way out now. If he let Sun Xinjing go, even if Sun Xinjing was willing to forgive him, he would definitely not be able to stay in the South County branch. Since he could not stay in the South County branch, where could he go? Back to the Bai family? Impossible. If he could not become the branch leader, when he returned to the Bai family in the South County, he would probably be greeted with supercilious looks. At that time, although the world was big, where could he find a place to stay? Thinking of this, Bai Zhenmu suddenly threw his head back and laughed loudly. His laughter was filled with sadness and a trace of unwillingness. After a long while, Bai Zhenmu lowered his head and looked at Sun Xinjing. Master, if I leave the Bai family in the South County, will you pass the position of branch leader to me? After hearing Bai Zhenmu's words, Sun Xinjing was stunned. After a long while, he slowly said, No, even if you leave the Bai family in the South County, I won't pass the position of branch leader to you. Bai Zhenmu was stunned for a moment. Then, he nodded and said with a cold smile, I knew it. You were lying to me. I knew it. Your goal is to make me let you go, right? Sun Xinjing shook his head. Although you said that you want to leave the Bai family in the South County, can you really leave the Bai family in the South County? Impossible. In order not to take such a risk, no matter what you do, I won't let you become the branch leader of the South County branch. Bai Zhenmu sneered, What if I insist on being the branch leader of the South County branch? Sun Xinjing shook his head again. Impossible. As long as I don't agree, you won't be able to become the branch leader of the South County branch. After hearing Sun Xinjing's answer, Bai Zhenmu laughed out loud. Master, do you think I can't be the branch leader of the South County branch? At this point, Bai Zhenmu raised his head and pointed at the people around him. He shouted sternly, As long as I kill all of you, no one will stop me from being the branch leader of the South County branch. At this point, Bai Zhenmu lowered his head and looked at Sun Xinjing. He asked fiercely, Master, if I do this, do you think I will become the leader of the South County branch? To the branch, to the branch, to the branch, to the north, to the branch leader of the south to do such a rebellious thing. Sun Xinjing paused for a moment before sighing and continuing, it seems that I made the right choice back then. It's all thanks to choosing Yi Xian as the next branch leader. Otherwise, if I chose you, who knows how much disaster it would bring to the South County branch. Bai Jianmu sneered, Master, I said that you're biased, but you still dare to quibble. Listen to yourself. Choosing me will bring disaster to the South County branch. Could it be that choosing Yi Xian will bring fortune to the South County branch? I don't think so. You saw it. You chose Yi Xian and prepared to let him be the next branch leader. How is it? Did it bring disaster? Because you're biased, it brought disaster to the South County branch. It wasn't me, Bai Jianmu, who brought disaster to the South County branch. Master, I can promise you that as long as you let me be the next branch leader, I will definitely leave the Bai family in the South County. I will also treat these brothers well and not hurt them at all. Master, in order not to bring disaster to the South County branch, please promise me. Bah. After hearing Bai Jianmu's words, Sun Xinjing directly spat at him and said angrily, Bai Jianmu, you've schemed and made such a big mistake. Now that things have come to this, you actually want to blame others for this mistake. Have you never thought that this was all caused by your greed? At this moment, Tang Jianan and Liu Huarong saw that something was wrong and came to Bai Jianmu's side. After hearing the conversation between the two of them, they could not help but look at each other. What they were most worried about had still happened. The matter of Bai Jianmu stealing the blueprint was discovered by their master. When Bai Jianmu restrained Sun Xinjing, they did not immediately go to Bai Jianmu's side because Bai Jianmu had already become a traitor of the South County branch. If they went to Bai Jianmu's side, would they be treated as accomplices? However, the two of them only thought for a moment and understood. At this moment, even if they did not go to Bai Jianmu's side, they were already Bai Jianmu's accomplices. Since things had already happened, it was relatively safer to hide by Bai Jianmu's side, who was strong in martial arts. It was precisely because of this reason that the two of them understood this point and immediately went to Bai Jianmu's side. Tang Jianan knew very well that at this point, they only had one path to take, and that was to help Bai Jianmu become the branch leader of the South County branch. Other than that, there was only death. Thinking of this and hearing Sun Xinjing's words, Tang Jianan could only take a step forward and say in a low voice, Master, now that things have come to this, you should understand the situation clearly. You should agree to junior brother Bai's request. This is good for everyone. After hearing Tang Jianan's words, Sun Xinjing slowly turned his head. He didn't immediately answer Tang Jianan's question. Instead, he stared at Tang Jianan for a long while before sighing. I originally thought that you were an honest person. Although your talent is average, you are honest and reliable. But now, it seems that my eyes are really useless. I can't even tell the difference between a good person and a bad person. Tang Jianan, you really disappoint me. Hearing Sun Xinjing's reprimand, Tang Jianan was so embarrassed that his face turned purple. However, at this point, for his own safety, he could only force a smile and speak. Master, what's wrong with junior brother Bai? Not only is he very accomplished in the mechanism technique, but he is also the #1 person in the South County branch in martial arts. If he becomes the branch leader of the South County branch, he will definitely bring glory to the South County branch. Hearing Tang Jianan's words, Sun Xinjing sighed again. I didn't expect you to be able to say such things. At this point, Sun Xinjing paused for a moment before continuing. Didn't you hear what I said just now? If Bai Jianmu becomes the branch leader of the South County branch, then in the future, will the South County branch be the South County branch of the Tianji sect or the South County branch of the Bai family? Tang Jianan, don't speak against your conscience. For his own selfish interests, Bai Jianmu did not hesitate to frame his fellow disciples. He even wanted to secretly kill them. Tang Jianan, you still told me that such a person would bring glory to the South County branch. Don't you think it's ridiculous? Hearing Sun Xinjing's words, Tang Jianan was speechless for a moment. He had to admit that Bai Jianmu had indeed done something wrong this time. If he had only stolen the blueprint, this was nothing. Chapter 321. If Bai Jianmu had only stolen the blueprint, It would only be a moment of greed. Even if he had committed a heinous crime, he would not be hated to the extreme. However, not only did Bai Jianmu steal the blueprint, but he also wanted to frame Yi Xian and Zhong Laji for this matter. He even wanted to kill Yi Xian and Zhong Laji. By doing this, he could reach the point where both men and gods would be angry. Seeing that Tang Zhenan did not mention Bai Jianmu's sophistry, Sun Xinjing sneered and shouted sternly, "Tang Zhenan, haven't you woken up yet? How many benefits did Bai Jianmu give you to make you do such a thing that goes against your conscience?" Ah! Before Sun Xinjing could finish speaking, Bai Jianmu had already flown into a rage out of humiliation. He grabbed Sun Xinjing's hand and began to gradually increase his strength. "Sun Xinjing, shut up. Master, master." Seeing Bai Jianmu increase his strength, Yi Xian's face turned red again. Everyone cried out in unison. LV Wenkang took a step forward and said loudly, "Bai Jianmu, don't be rude. Master has done you a favor. Is this how you repay him? Let go of him quickly." Bai Jianmu sneered, his face distorted. "If he did me a favor, why didn't he let me be the leader? He even said that it's because I'm a member of the Bai family from the South County. Mph, I think is biased. Those are all his excuses." Yi Xian walked forward with a pale face and said in a deep voice, "Bai Jianmu, everything is negotiable. As long as you let Master go, we can discuss it." After hearing Yi Xian's words, Bai Jianmu laughed out loud. "Yi Xian, do you think I'm a 3-year-old child? As long as I let Sun Xinjing go, these 8 iron giants will definitely attack me. Yi Xian, just give up. As long as Sun Xinjing doesn't let me be the leader today, I'll die with him." Yi Xian was shocked and hurriedly said, "Bai Jianmu, you can't do that. As long as you're right, I'll definitely beg Master to let you go." Bai Jianmu sneered, "Let me go? How can you let me go? Do you think it's enough just to let me go? Let me tell you, if you don't agree to my conditions today, none of you will have an easy time." As soon as Bai Jianmu finished speaking, Liu Huarong glanced at Yi Xian and then secretly glanced at Sun Xinjing. Then, he turned to look at Bai Jianmu and whispered in his ear, "Senior brother Bai, things are not going to end well now. I think that if Master agrees to let us go, let's just forget about it." After hearing Liu Huarong's words, Bai Jianmu's eyes turned cold and he said angrily, "Liu Huarong, what did you say?" Looking at Bai Jianmu's cold gaze, Liu Huarong felt a chill in his heart. However, he also knew that now wasn't the time to be afraid. Sun Xinjing was now in Bai Jianmu's hands. If they made good use of him, they would definitely be able to escape. The key was that looking at the current situation, even if Sun Xinjing agreed to let Bai Jianmu be the branch leader, it was only a delaying tactic. As long as Sun Xinjing escaped from Bai Jianmu's evil hands, he would immediately order the 8 iron diamonds to attack Bai Jianmu. At that time, not only would he not be able to become the branch leader, but he would also not be able to keep his life. Thinking of this, Liu Huarong took a deep breath and continued, "Senior brother Bai, if Master agrees to let us go, we should leave as soon as possible." At this point, Liu Huarong used an even lower voice to say, "Senior brother Bai, even if Master made you the branch leader now, would you be able to hold on to this position? I think it would be better to wait until we are safe, then slowly plan this matter. With senior brother Bai's martial arts, when Master leaves the South County branch, it will be easy for him to take back the position of the branch leader." Hearing Liu Huarong's words, Bai Jianmu's pupils could not help but constrict. He carefully thought about Liu Huarong's words and could not help but sigh in his heart. Liu Huarong was right. If this continued, even if Sun Xinjing let him become the branch leader, would he be able to hold on to this position? Now that all his fellow disciples had seen through his true intentions, naturally, no one would support him. Even if he had become the branch leader in name, even if he had detained Sun Xinjing, so what? If someone were to spread this news to the Heaven's Secret Sect's headquarters, there would still be people coming to find trouble with him. Seeing the expression on Bai Jianmu's face change and his cold eyes gradually soften, Liu Huarong was secretly delighted. He knew that Bai Jianmu was a little moved. Liu Huarong hurriedly said again, "Senior brother, you have to think carefully. Even if we kill Master now, I'm afraid it won't help. Instead, it will make you even more infamous. It won't be good for you to become the branch leader in the future. After hearing Liu Huarong's words, Bai Zhenmu gritted his teeth and shouted at LV Wenkang and the others, "All of you, step back." LV Wenkang, Yi Xian, and the others did not dare to be negligent. They could only carefully step back a few steps, putting some distance between them and Bai Zhenmu and the others. Seeing that everyone had stepped back, Bai Zhenmu's nervous mood relaxed a little. The strength of his hand that was grabbing Sun Xinjing also lessened a lot. Looking at the restrained Sun Xinjing, Bai Zhenmu asked in a low voice, "I won't argue with you about today's matter. As long as you let us go, I will let you go." After saying this, Bai Zhenmu was about to pull Sun Xinjing down the mountain. Sun Xinjing's face was red from holding Bai Zhenmu's neck. After hearing Bai Zhenmu's words, although he was furious, for a moment, his throat felt uncomfortable and he could not speak. He could only glare at Bai Zhenmu angrily. Bai Zhenmu had just taken 2 steps with Sun Xinjing when he heard a voice behind him. "Bai Zhenmu, you have committed many evil deeds and now you have betrayed your master. Do you think you can leave just like that?" Bai Zhenmu was furious when he heard this. He turned his head to look at the voice. When he saw who it was, he was even angrier. If it wasn't for this person, his plan would have succeeded long ago. If it wasn't for this person, Yi Xian and Zhong Laji would have been killed long ago. If it wasn't for this person, Sun Xinjing would have announced himself as the next branch master. Hateful, infuriating. When he saw Zhong Meng, Bai Zhenmu's eyes immediately spat fire. If the fire in his eyes could kill, Zhong Meng would have been burned to ashes. "Prince Zhong, what do you want?" Zhong Meng walked forward slowly and stopped not far from Bai Zhenmu. He chuckled and said, "Bai Zhenmu, I have a feeling that it won't be a good thing to let a bad person like you go just like that." At this point, Zhong Meng paused for a moment before sincerely saying, "It's just that I'm kind-hearted. No matter what, you're still alive. If you have any last words, for example, if you have a family to take care of, or if you have any unfinished business, you can tell me. As long as it's not evil, I'll find a way to finish it for you." After hearing Zhong Meng's words, Bai Zhenmu was furious. He did not believe that Zhong Meng could take Sun Xinjing back from him. Bai Zhenmu looked coldly at Zhong Meng. Chapter 322. Bai Zhenmu sneered, "Prince Zhong, do you think you've won just like that? You're wrong. Our battle has just begun. You better be careful next time. Don't fall into my hands." After hearing Bai Zhenmu's words, Zhong Meng didn't care. He just sighed, "Bai Zhenmu, trust me. From now on, I'll count to 10. If you don't say your last words, then I'm sorry. I'll take it that you have nothing to say and you'll disappear from this world forever." Haha, after hearing Zhong Meng's words, Bai Zhenmu laughed out loud. It was as if he had heard the most unbelievable thing in the world. Zhong Meng wasn't moved. He opened his mouth and started counting. 1, 2, 3, haha, Bai Zhenmu was still laughing. He didn't believe that when Prince Zhong counted to 10, he would have a way to save Sun Xinjing. Bai Zhenmu was very confident in himself. So what if Prince Zhong's martial arts skills were high? Could he save Sun Xinjing from his fingers? Impossible. His hand was placed on Sun Xinjing's throat. If he wanted to, Sun Xinjing would be dead in a breath's time. As for young Master Zhong, he wanted to rescue Sun Xinjing within a breath's time. This was a little too unbelievable. The more Bai Zhenmu thought about it, the more he wanted to laugh. He couldn't help but laugh out loud again. Haha, 7, 8, 9. When Zhong Meng counted to 9, he suddenly sighed, "Why is my heart so soft? Although I know that you're an evil person, I can't bear to do it. Bai Zhenmu, I'll give you one more chance. Tell me your regrets and I'll help you complete them." After saying this, Zhong Meng paused for a moment before continuing. "Bai Zhenmu, say your last words. This can be considered your final care for your family." Hearing Zhong Meng's words, Bai Zhenmu's gaze suddenly turned cold as he shouted, "All right, then let me tell you. If I become the branch master of the South County branch, my family will become the 5th elder of the Bai family in the South County. Can you do it? Can you make them the 5th elder of the Bai family in the South County?" Upon hearing this, Zhong Meng's expression turned grave. "Bai Zhenmu, are these your last words?" Bai Jianmu laughed out loud. So what if I am? Do you think you can do it? Ha 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 ha. Looking at Bai Jianmu, who was laughing loudly, Zhongmeng sighed and said loudly, Bai Jianmu, are your last words to let your family become the 5th elder of the South County branch? Bai Jianmu sneered. Do you think you can do it? Zhongmeng said solemnly, Bai Jianmu, after you leave, I'll go to your house. If your family isn't as bad as you, I can fulfill your wish. At this point, Zhongmeng sighed and said with a bitter smile, Bai Jianmu, do you know that you're very lucky? You're the first person I've made disappear. In order to not make me feel bad, I'll try my best to fulfill your wish. At this point, Zhongmeng raised his hand and waved at Bai Jianmu. I hope you'll be a good person in your next life. Goodbye. Seeing Zhongmeng waving goodbye to him, Bai Jianmu's heart turned cold. Looking at Zhongmeng's regretful face, he suddenly believed Zhongmeng's words. He actually wanted to beg for mercy, but it was too late. When Zhongmeng's hand fell, Bai Jianmu had already disappeared. Sun Xinjing, who was restrained by Bai Jianmu, slowly fell to the ground without any external support. There was no other sound except for the sound of the wind blowing and the rustling of the leaves. Everyone looked at the place where Bai Jianmu disappeared in disbelief. They wanted to figure out what was going on, but they found that their minds were blank. How could Bai Jianmu disappear? LV Wenkang, Yi Xian, and the others were shocked. However, Tang Jianan and Liu Huarong were different from them. At this moment, Tang Jianan and Liu Huarong had large beads of sweat on their foreheads. Their bodies were already soaked in cold sweat, and their faces were frighteningly pale. If one looked carefully, they could see that the two of them were trembling uncontrollably. After a while, everyone was awakened by Sun Xinjing's violent coughing. LV Wenkang, Yi Xian, and the others rushed to their master to check on his condition. Only then did Tang Jianan and Liu Huarong react. They understood the situation they were facing now. Subconsciously, they ran away, wanting to get out of this dangerous place. Tang Jianan, Liu Huarong, if you don't want to disappear, hurry up and get back here. The two of them didn't take more than 2 steps before they heard Prince Zhong's voice. When they heard this voice, Tang Jianan and Liu Huarong subconsciously stopped in their tracks. They didn't even dare to move. They really didn't dare to move. Bai Jianmu was a living example. Bai Jianmu's martial arts skills were much higher than theirs. However, he disappeared just like that, let alone the two of them. After calling out to Tang Jianan and Liu Huarong, Zhongmeng slowly walked in front of Sun Xinjing. At this moment, the uncomfortable feeling in Sun Xinjing's throat had long disappeared. All that was left in his heart was shock. Prince Zhong was very powerful. Sun Xinjing had already guessed it through the divination technique just now. However, he didn't expect him to be so powerful. Sun Xinjing was very clear about Bai Jianmu's martial arts skills. He could be said to be the number 1 person in the South County branch. But so what? Prince Zhong didn't make a move and Bai Jianmu disappeared in front of everyone's eyes. Seeing Prince Zhong walking over, Sun Xinjing calmed down and waved to the disciples in front of him. All of you, leave first. I have something to talk to Prince Zhong alone. After hearing Sun Xinjing's words, LV Wenkang, Yi Xian, and the others quickly cupped their hands and retreated to the side. Zhongmeng squatted down in front of Sun Xinjing and asked with a smile, Old Sun, how are you feeling? Are you okay? Hearing Zhongmeng's question, Sun Xinjing nodded. I'm fine. At this point, Sun Xinjing subconsciously looked around and asked in a low voice, Prince Zhong, where did Bai Jianmu go? When Zhongmeng heard this, he spread out his hands. No, he disappeared. Sun Xinjing's eyes widened. Did he really disappear? Zhongmeng nodded. His expression suddenly became a little ugly. He said with a crying smile, to be precise, Bai Jianmu has turned into ashes and disappeared into the air. After hearing Zhongmeng's words, although it was within Sun Xinjing's expectations, he couldn't help but gasp. He had never heard of a martial arts skill that could turn a person into ashes. This was really turning a person into ashes, not seriously injuring or crippling them, but really turning them into ashes and disappearing into thin air. Looking at Sun Xinjing's ugly expression, Zhongmeng sighed. Old Sun, believe it or not, this is the first time I've turned someone into ashes. I don't feel good. Chapter 323. After listening to Zhong Meng's words, Sun Xinjing nodded silently and then said, Prince Zhong, Bai Jianmu's sin is useful. You have done a good deed, so don't blame yourself too much. Zhong Meng nodded and suddenly said with a smile, Old man's son, now that the matter has been resolved and the blueprint has been found, you should fulfill the conditions you promised me. Sun Xinjing heard this and quickly nodded, Of course, this old man will naturally fulfill all the things I promised you. Sun Xinjing naturally did not dare to neglect people like Zhong Meng. This was a fierce person who could make people disappear. If he was unhappy, it would not be difficult for him to make his old bones disappear. Thinking of himself disappearing into the air, Sun Xinjing could not help but shiver. Zhong Meng stretched out 2 fingers and said with a smile, First, lend me 40 aging gangs. This is not fake, right? Sun Xinjing quickly nodded. Seeing Sun Xinjing nod, Zhong Meng continued, Second, I want to take Zhong Laji away and let him build the auction house for me forever. You won't object to this, right? Hearing Zhong Meng's second condition, Sun Xinjing hesitated for a moment. At first, when Zhong Meng said that he wanted to take Zhong Laji away, Sun Xinjing was furious. At that time, he had already determined that Yi Xian and Zhong Laji were the ones who stole the blueprint. They were already traitors in Sun Xinjing's eyes, so there was nothing to feel sorry about. But now it was different. Yi Xian and Zhong Laji were not the ones who stole the blueprint. Now that Zhong Meng wanted to take Zhong Laji away, Sun Xinjing was a little reluctant. Prince Zhong, can you change the condition? Zhong Meng shook his head and turned to look at Sun Xinjing. He smiled and asked, Old man's son, are you going back on your word? Seeing Zhong Meng looking over, Sun Xinjing suddenly thought of Bai Jianmu who had disappeared. He wanted to refuse, but he couldn't bring himself to say it. Zhong Meng patted Sun Xinjing's shoulder and said earnestly, As a person, you have to be trustworthy. I found the blueprint for you, and I even got rid of the person who stole it. To be honest, this isn't much for you to thank me. Old man's son, don't you agree? After hearing Zhong Meng's words, Sun Xinjing gritted his teeth and nodded. All right, I agree. Hearing Sun Xinjing's answer, Zhong Meng nodded in satisfaction. That's more like it. If you don't keep your word, then what's the point of being a person? Sun Xinjing asked doubtfully, Prince Zhong, do you really want to build the auction house you mentioned? Zhong Meng smiled. Do you think I'm lying to you? Sun Xinjing nodded with difficulty. Zhong Meng laughed and patted Sun Xinjing's shoulder. Don't worry, I will build the largest auction house in the world in the future. My plan will definitely succeed. Since the matter had been resolved, Zhong Meng did not want to waste any more time here. He took Sun Xinjing to see the 4 Tai Jinggangs, Zhong Laji, and Zhong Qiuming, and left the South County branch and walked down the mountain. When the group arrived at the foot of the mountain, Zhong Meng suddenly turned to look at Zhong Qiuming and said, Prince Zhong, do you know the Bai family in South County? After hearing Zhong Meng's question, Zhong Qiuming was stunned. He immediately reacted and asked in surprise, Are you really going to complete Bai Jianmu's last wish? Zhong Meng sighed. I don't know either. Forget it, let's talk about it in the future. Let's go to Kikyaromen to take a look first. It'll save us the trouble of taking a detour. Zhong Qiuming nodded. Brother Meng, actually, you don't have to pay attention to what Bai Jianmu and the others said. His character is so bad, so his family definitely isn't any better. Don't pay attention to him. Zhong Meng nodded silently and said in a deep voice, All right, let's go to Kikyaromen first and ask them to make the nightmare cloak for us. Kikyaromen was indeed a small sect. Standing in front of Kikyaromen's door, Zhong Meng felt a little emotional. Kikyaromen was located in the suburbs of South County. Kikyaromen's entire territory was a slightly larger courtyard. If it were not for the words Kikyaromen hanging on the door, Zhong Meng would never have thought that this was actually a sect. 4 big men stood in front of the door, carefully examining the people who came in and out. Zhong Qiuming nodded to Zhong Meng and quickly stepped forward. He cupped his hands and said with a smile, We're here to see sect leader Sunday. Please help me pass on the message. One of the men heard Zhong Qiuming's words and waved his hand. Young master, something big has happened in our sect. The sect leader has said that he won't see outsiders. Zhong Qiuming heard this and pointed at a man who had just walked out. He asked, "What's the matter with him?" The big man explained, "This person customized his equipment a long time ago. He's here to collect it now." Zhong Qiuming heard this and hurriedly cupped his hands again. "Brother, can you make an exception? We do have something important to discuss with the sect leader." The big man heard this and frowned. "What's the matter?" This time, before Zhong Qiuming could speak, Zhong Meng had already stepped forward and said with a smile, "We're here to help you fight against the Tiangong men." After hearing Zhong Meng's words, the big man's eyes lit up. He said happily, "Really?" Zhong Meng nodded. "Really?" The big man heard this and was instantly overjoyed. He quickly cupped his hands and said, "Then please wait for a moment. I'll go and pass on the message." As he spoke, the big man was about to walk into the sect when he was stopped by another middle-aged man. The middle-aged man turned to look at Zhong Meng and asked with a smile, "Brother, do you know how to make equipment?" Zhong Meng shook his head and said frankly, "I don't." When the middle-aged man heard this, he frowned. "Then may I ask, since you don't know how to make equipment, how can you help us?" After hearing the middle-aged man's words, Zhong Meng was stunned. For a moment, he didn't know how to answer. When the middle-aged man saw this, he understood and hurriedly said apologetically, "Brother, it's not that I don't want to help you pass on the message, but the sect leader is currently preparing for the competition. Please don't disturb the sect leader." If this person spoke rudely to Zhong Meng could use this opportunity to slap him and barge in. However, since the man was so polite, Zhong Meng couldn't force his way in. He could only smile and say, "Brother, although I don't know how to make equipment, how do you know that I can't help your sect leader?" After hearing Zhong Meng's question, the middle-aged man's face turned serious. "Brother, now that the competition between us and the Tiangong men is imminent, we really don't want to distract the sect leader and cause him to lose this competition." At this point, the middle-aged man suddenly sighed. "Little brother, this competition is very important. It concerns the life and death of our sect. Therefore, I hope that little brother won't take offense. Don't cause trouble for the sect leader." Chapter 324. Just as they were talking, a middle-aged woman walked out of the door. When she saw Zhong Meng and the others, she couldn't help but frown. "Little brother, if you want to make equipment, come back in a few days. Our sect doesn't have time to make equipment for others." Before coming to Chiqiao sect, Zhong Meng had Zhong Laji and the other 4 Tai. Jing ein gang gang 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 ein gang. Gang gang ein 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 gang gangs. At this moment, only Zhong Qiuming and the 4 Zhong family servants had come with him. When Zhong Meng heard the middle-aged woman's words, he quickly said, "We came here to ask you to make equipment for us. On the other hand, we want to see if there's anything we can help you with." When the middle-aged woman heard this, she narrowed her eyes and sneered. "Little brother, thank you for your kindness. However, we will deal with our sect's matters. Please leave as soon as possible." After saying this, the middle-aged woman turned to the 4 men and said loudly, "Master doesn't have time to meet outsiders. You guys watch carefully. No one is allowed to enter. Do you understand?" When they heard the middle-aged woman's words, the 4 men hurriedly responded. The middle-aged woman turned to look at Zhong Meng. "Little brother, please leave." After saying this, the middle-aged woman hurriedly left. Looking at the middle-aged woman's back, Zhong Meng was puzzled. When he said that he was here to help them, the men guarding the door didn't believe him, but they were somewhat moved and grateful. However, the middle-aged woman's attitude was completely different from the 4 men's. From the middle-aged woman's tone, it was clear that regardless of whether Zhong Meng could help them or not, she wouldn't let Zhong Meng help them. Looking at the middle-aged woman walking away, Zhong Meng was stunned for a moment. He then turned to the man who had spoken to him and asked with a smile, "Brother, may I know who the person who spoke just now is?" The man looked left and right, and seeing that there was no one else around, he said in a low voice, "This is our sect master's eldest disciple, Shenguyun." Eldest disciple, Shenguyun. Zhong Meng silently repeated this name in his heart, But he was even more puzzled. Since they were Kikyaromen's eldest disciples, why would they not want outsiders to help them? Thinking of this, Zhongmeng looked at the man and asked again, "Brother, are you going to compete with the Tiangongmen in the arena?" Many people knew about this, so there was no need to hide it. The man nodded calmly. "That's right. The competition will be held on the 8th day of the next month." Zhongmeng asked doubtfully, "Brother, I heard that the Tiangongmen are very strong. Are you confident in winning this competition?" The man was stunned when he heard this, and then he waved his hand. "I don't know. Don't ask me. I don't know anything." After hearing the man's reply, Zhongmeng understood what was going on. If Kikyaromen was confident in winning this competition, the man would have proudly told Zhongmeng and let Zhongmeng know how strong Kikyaromen was. However, the man did not say that. This meant that Kikyaromen was not confident in defeating the Tiangongmen. Zhongmeng could understand Shen Guyun's attitude if she was confident in defeating the Tiangongmen. That was her arrogance and confidence. However, Kikyaromen was not confident in defeating the Tiangongmen, so why did she still have such an attitude? Zhongmeng really couldn't see through this. After thinking for a while, Zhongmeng could only think of Shen Guyun's attitude as her looking down on him. Seeing that the gatekeeper did not let them in, Zhong Choming came to Zhongmeng's side and whispered, "The fierce brothers, since they don't let us in, what should we do? Why don't we find a hotel in Nanjun and stay there first? We'll come back to find them after their matter is settled." After hearing Zhong Choming's words, Zhongmeng waved his hand. "Wait a moment." As he spoke, Zhongmeng turned his head to look at the gatekeeper and asked with a smile, "By the way, brother, I only know that Kikyaromen and the Tiangongmen are competing, but I really don't know how they are going to compete. Can you tell me more about it?" The gatekeeper thought about it and felt that it was not a big deal, so he nodded and said slowly, "The competition is very simple. The method of the competition is very simple. Since it's equipment, of course, it's a competition of defensive power. Whoever makes equipment with higher defensive power wins." After hearing this person's introduction, Zhongmeng was stunned and asked with some doubt, "I heard that Kikyaromen only make some cotton and leather armor, while the Tiangongmen make most of their equipment with metal. If they compete in this way, wouldn't the Tianji sect be at a disadvantage? They probably don't have much chance of winning." Although Zhongmeng did not know how to make equipment, he was very clear that in terms of defense, the defense of leather armor was not on the same level as the defense of metal armor. In other words, the two could not be compared. The purpose of leather armor was defense, and the other reason was that it was light. It could be worn by people who wanted to increase their agility so that it would not affect their movement speed. On the other hand, the main purpose of metal armor was defense. The higher the defense, the better the equipment. Logically speaking, there was no way these two types of equipment could be compared. The advantage of leather armor was that it was light. The advantage of metal armor was that it had high defense. If these two types of equipment were only competing in defense, then the result of this competition was obvious. Zhongmeng asked hesitantly, "Isn't it a little unfair to compete in defense between these two types of equipment?" The person waved his hand, "Of course it's not that simple. On the premise of competing in defense, we also have to compete in weight. The two pieces of equipment have to be the same weight, and then we'll compete in defense." At this point, the person scratched his head and continued, "If I remember correctly, as long as the weight of the two pieces of equipment does not exceed 15 kilograms, they can participate in the competition. 15 kilograms? Zhongmeng calculated in his mind. If he were to compare an armor made of 15 kilograms of iron with a piece of leather armor, which would be stronger? However, Zhongmeng quickly realized that no matter how he compared the two, an armor made of 15 kilograms of iron, even if it was just a thin layer, would definitely have a stronger defense than a piece of leather armor. Thinking of this, Zhongmeng raised his head and looked at the man. He asked curiously, "If we were to compete like this, wouldn't you lose without a doubt?" As soon as Zhongmeng finished speaking, before the man in front of him could answer, a woman's voice came from the door. Who was the one who said that leather armor must lose to equipment made of metal? Chapter 325. Hearing this voice, Zhongmeng hurriedly looked up and saw an 18 or 19-year-old girl dressed in light yellow standing at the door, looking at him with a cold smile. Before Zhong Meng could reply, the gatekeepers had already stepped forward to greet her. "Greetings, Miss," the yellow-robed girl said to them with some displeasure. "Why aren't you guarding this place properly? Why are you talking nonsense with an outsider?" "It's one of our men who hurriedly said, 'Miss, this young master wants to come here to make equipment. After hearing about what happened to our sect, he asked for help.'" This subordinate explained to him a little. Hearing this, the yellow-robed girl turned to look at Zhong Meng. After sizing him up, she asked, "You know how to make equipment?" Hearing the yellow-robed girl's question, Zhong Meng shook his head. "No." The yellow-robed girl asked curiously, "Since you don't know how to make equipment, how can you help us?" Zhong Meng smiled. "There are many ways to help. For example, spiritual support is also a kind of help." Hearing this, the yellow-robed girl was stunned for a moment. She asked with some astonishment, "Could it be that you want to support us spiritually?" Zhong Meng shook his head. "Of course, I can't just support you spiritually. If you agree to one of my conditions, I may support you in other ways." Hearing this, the yellow-robed girl asked doubtfully, "How can you support us in other ways?" Zhong Meng said, "I haven't thought of it yet." The yellow-robed girl waved her hand. "All right then, we'll talk about it when you think of it." Saying this, the yellow-robed girl turned to look at the gatekeepers. "I'm going to the city. You guys look after this place." After saying this, the yellow-robed girl waved her hand at the two men behind her. "Let's go." After saying this, the yellow-robed girl turned to leave. Seeing that they were not letting him in, Zhong Meng hurriedly stopped the yellow-robed girl and said with a smile, "Miss, since Miss wants to go to the city, and we can't get in anyway, why don't we accompany Miss and go to the city together? Is that okay?" The yellow-robed girl pondered for a moment. Then, she shook her head. "This place isn't far from the city. You can go straight along this road. It won't take long for you to reach the city." Zhong Meng smiled and said, "Actually, I wanted to find someone in Kikyaromen to make the black feather cloak for me. Unfortunately, something like this happened here. That's why I want to accompany you. I also want to know the details of this matter and see if there's anything I can help with. That way, you can quickly send people to make the black feather cloak for me." "Black feather cape?" Hearing this, the yellow-robed girl's eyes lit up. "Do you have a nightmare eagle's feather?" Zhong Meng nodded. "Yes, there are many more. That's why I want to ask you to send someone to help me make the black feather cloak." When the yellow-robed girl heard this, she sized him up again. "Do you really have the nightmare eagle's feather?" Zhong Meng nodded again. Only then did the yellow-robed girl wave her hand. "All right, let's go now." The group of people left the Kikyaromen's gate and walked along the main road in front of the gate towards the South County City. This place was not far from the South County City. Standing in front of the Kikyaromen's gate, they could actually see the tall city walls of the South County City. Therefore, they did not need to ride horses or take a carriage to go to the South County City. It was much more convenient to walk. Before they could walk far, Zhong Meng quickly walked forward and walked side by side with the yellow-robed girl. "Miss, are you confident in the competition with the Tiangong men?" The yellow-robed girl shook her head. "It's hard to say. If we can find the diamond monster's skin, we still have a glimmer of hope. However, we've been searching for so long, but we still haven't found the diamond monster's skin." Zhong Meng asked, "Why do we have to find the diamond monster's skin in order to have a chance of winning?" The yellow-robed girl pondered for a moment before slowly saying, "Diamond monsters live on a stone mountain 300 miles to the south. Because they have been drilling into the stone for many years, their defense is quite astonishing. Ordinary swords and sabers can't do anything to them. If we use their skin to make equipment, their defense will definitely be very strong." At this point, the yellow-robed girl suddenly sighed. "But I go to the city every day, but I don't find any diamond monster's skin." After hearing the yellow-robed girl's words, Zhong Meng nodded. When forging leather armor, the main defensive power was dependent on the material itself. If the material used to forge leather armor was not good, no matter how capable you were, you would not be able to increase the defensive power of this leather armor. Thinking of this, Zhong Meng asked with some doubt, "Don't tell me that other than finding the diamond monster's skin, you don't have any other way?" The yellow-robed girl shook her head. "Now that we've found the skin of a wasteland bear, my mother is considering if there's any other way to increase the defensive power of this leather armor." While the two of them were talking, they had already walked into South County City. The inside of the city was completely different from the outside. As soon as they entered the city, the number of pedestrians on the road suddenly increased by several times, and all kinds of noisy voices rang in Zhongmeng's ears. Not long after they walked on the street, the yellow-robed girl led them into a small alley. At the end of the alley, there was an equipment store. The yellow-robed girl went straight to the equipment store. As soon as they walked into the store, Zhongmeng saw the yellow-robed girl hurrying to the counter. After asking at the counter, she walked back with a face full of disappointment. Zhongmeng hurriedly went forward and asked, "You don't have it?" The yellow-robed girl shook her head. "No." Just like that, the yellow-robed girl led everyone to a few more equipment stores, but they still found nothing. Looking at the yellow-robed girl with a frown, Zhongmeng could not help but ask, "Hey, why haven't we found the skin of a diamond monster after walking for so long?" This time, without waiting for the yellow-robed girl to answer, Zhong Qiuming, who had been silent at the back, quickly walked to Zhongmeng's side and said in a low voice, "Brother Meng, you might not know this, but other than their skin, the diamond monsters do not have any other uses. Furthermore, the diamond monsters stay in the rock every day and refuse to come out. Even if we wanted to find them, it would not be easy, much less capture them. If you hunt a diamond monster, its skin can be sold for about 1,000 gold coins. However, diamond monsters only appear on the Stone Mountain. Even if you go to the Stone Mountain, you might not even see the shadow of a diamond monster for a month. However, if you use this month to hunt wild bears, you will definitely earn more money than this. Therefore, slowly, not many people are willing to hunt diamond monsters." At this point, Zhong Qiuming paused for a moment before continuing. "In addition, there's another biggest problem. The defense of diamond monsters is quite amazing. Whether it's a knife or a palm strike, it won't cause much damage to it. As long as you don't kill it in one blow, it will drill into the rock." Chapter 326. Zhong Qiuming continued, "If you can't kill or capture a diamond monster when you see it, the diamond monster will immediately burrow into a rock. When that happens, you won't be able to find it again. Not only that, but the diamond monster's attack power is also very strong. It has a sharp horn on its forehead that is extremely hard. If you're hit by this horn, no matter how strong your equipment is, it will be smashed to pieces. This has a lot to do with why very few people hunt diamond monsters. If the equipment that everyone worked so hard to obtain is easily damaged by a diamond, wouldn't the gains not make up for the losses?" As soon as Zhong Qiuming finished speaking, the yellow-shirted girl beside him sighed softly. "The main reason is that there are too few diamond monsters. You just said that you might not be able to see its shadow for a month, and that's still an understatement. It's also possible that you won't be able to find its shadow for a year. These are all possibilities." After hearing the two's words, Zhongmeng nodded. He also understood why they couldn't find the diamond monster's skin. Diamond monsters were very rare, and it was usually very difficult to see them. Diamond monster's defense was very strong. Even if you managed to see its shadow with great difficulty, you wouldn't be able to hurt it. However, as long as you couldn't hurt it, it would burrow into a rock in a very short period of time. When that happened, it would be almost impossible to see it again. The diamond monster's attack power was also very shocking. Although the sharp horn on its forehead wasn't invincible, its damage was quite high. As long as ordinary armor encountered the sharp horn on its forehead, it was very likely that it would be reduced to scrap. After understanding this, Zhongmeng also sighed. Needless to say, even he probably didn't want to hunt diamond monsters after hearing that they were so difficult to deal with. It was too much of a waste. Since diamond monsters were so difficult to hunt, Zhongmeng felt that there wasn't much hope to continue searching. Seeing that it was almost noon, he turned to look at the yellow-shirted girl and said with a smile, "We can't rush this matter. This matter can't be rushed. We've also walked a long way. Why don't we find a place to have a meal first, take a rest, and think of a way while we're at it?" The yellow-robed girl heard this and nodded. She turned her head and saw a restaurant not far away. She stretched out her hand and pointed. "Let's eat there." Since it was called a restaurant, It naturally wouldn't be on the first floor. In order to be quieter, the group of people ordered their food and went directly to the second floor. They found a table by the window and sat down at 2 tables. The yellow-robed girl's 2 subordinates and Zhong Qiuming's 4 subordinates sat at the same table. Zhong Meng, the yellow-robed girl, and Zhong Qiuming sat at the same table. Just as the 3 of them sat down and Zhong Meng was about to speak, they heard a burst of unbridled laughter coming from the stairs. "Where is she? I clearly saw that girl go into this restaurant. How did she disappear?" Along with the laughter, a group of people walked up the stairs. At the front was a young man in his 20s, wearing a blue robe. After this person came up, from the stairs behind them, 7 or 8 burly Han people came up one after another. The blue-robed man went up to the second floor and swept his gaze across the hall. His gaze then fell on the yellow-robed girl. Soon after, he quickly walked up to the table where the 3 of them were seated. Without asking anything, he directly sat beside the yellow-robed girl. "Lung family's little sister, big brother saw you on the street just now. I was just about to greet you when you went into the restaurant. It took me a long time to find you." The yellow-robed girl frowned and said in a low voice, "Han Yuchao, do you need something?" Hearing this, Han Yuchao laughed even more. "Little sister, don't tell me I don't need something from you." The yellow-robed girl said angrily, "Who's your little sister? Get out of here." In the face of the yellow-robed girl's angry rebuke, Han Yuchao did not care. After laughing a few times, he slowly said, "Little sister, why do you say that? We'll be a family soon. You're treating me like an outsider." After hearing Han Yuchao's words, the yellow-robed girl suddenly slammed the table and said angrily, "Han Yuchao, you better make yourself clear. What do you mean we'll be a family soon? Do I know you? Are we close? I'm telling you, get out of here quickly. Otherwise, don't blame me for being rude." Seeing this, Han Yuchao touched his chin and said indifferently, "Why not a family? In a few days, our 2 sects will compete. Your Kikyorumen sect will belong to our Tiangongmen. At that time, won't we be a family?" After hearing Han Yuchao's words, the yellow-robed girl became angry. She suddenly stood up, picked up the teacup on the table and threw it at Han Yuchao. The yellow-robed girl and Han Yuchao were not far away. The teacup she threw was also very fast. Just as the teacup was about to hit Han Yuchao's face, a hand suddenly appeared in front of him and caught the teacup. After the hand caught the teacup, it slowly put it on the table and then shrank back. Seeing that the teacup she threw was caught, the yellow-robed girl was stunned. After she reacted, she went to take the teacup in front of Zhong Meng, but she was stopped by Zhong Meng. "If you have something to say it nicely. Why get angry?" After hearing Zhong Meng's words, Han Yuchao suddenly laughed. The person behind him was an expert he had spent a lot of money and his father's connections to invite. If such an expert could not even catch a teacup, wouldn't it be a joke? Seeing Zhong Meng stop the yellow-robed girl, Han Yuchao knew in his heart that they were afraid. "Sister Liu, this little brother is right. If you have something to say it nicely. Why get angry? Ha ha ha." After being stopped by Zhong Meng, the yellow-robed girl's anger dissipated a little. She turned to look at Han Yuchao and said coldly, "Han Yuchao, we have nothing to say. Please leave here." Hearing this, Han Yuchao spread out his hands. "Sister Liu, this is your fault. This is a restaurant. I can sit wherever I want. No one can stop me." Seeing that Han Yuchao was being unreasonable, the yellow-robed girl took a deep breath and turned to Zhong Meng and Zhong Qiuming and said, "Let's change tables and let him eat here." This time, before Zhong Meng could answer, Han Yuchao suddenly slammed the table. "No one is allowed to leave. Eat at this table." The yellow-robed girl sneered and turned to leave. Who knew that just as she turned around, a long sword blocked her way. Without young Master Han's permission, no one is allowed to leave. Zhong Meng saw the person who said this clearly. This person was the one who caught the teacup just now. This person was in his 20s. Although his appearance was not bad, his face was expressionless and looked very cold. The yellow-robed girl's 2 subordinates had already come behind the yellow-robed girl when the 2 were arguing. Now that they saw this person make a move, they did not hesitate. Chapter 327. When the two subordinates of the yellow-robed girl saw that someone was attacking them, they immediately swung their fists at the young man's back in an attempt to repel him. However, the young man only turned slightly and waved his hand, waving it in front of their eyes. In the next moment, the two of them were sent flying, crashing onto the table in front of them, smashing it into smithereens. Seeing that the situation had escalated and that someone had smashed the table, the innkeeper hurriedly rushed up and asked in a trembling voice, "You, what are you doing?" Han Yuchao waved his hand at the innkeeper and said with a sneer, "Go calculate how much you should pay. I'll accompany you in a moment." After hearing Han Yuchao's words, the innkeeper turned pale with fright. Even if Han Yuchao was willing to pay for his table, so what? How much was a table worth? The key was that the customers on the second floor would all run away when they saw a fight. Even if there were people who wanted to eat, they would definitely hide far away when they saw a fight. This kind of loss would be the greatest. The innkeeper wiped the cold sweat on his forehead and hurriedly cupped his hands towards Han Yuchao and said, "Young master, please be magnanimous. Don't fight anymore. If you continue fighting, the customers of this small store will all be driven away by you." Han Yuchao smiled and pointed at the yellow-robed girl. "It's not that I want to fight. I just want to have a meal with this young lady, but this young lady doesn't want to give me face. If you can persuade this young lady to have a meal with me, then naturally this fight won't be necessary." After hearing Han Yuchao's words, the innkeeper immediately turned to look at the yellow-robed girl with a bitter face and cupped his hands. "Young lady, please be magnanimous. Sit down and have a meal. If you continue to fight, then this business of mats can't be continued." Seeing the yellow-robed girl's face turn red with anger and seeing Han Yuchao's complacent look, Zhong Meng suddenly turned to look at the yellow-robed girl and said softly, "Young lady, let's sit down and talk. Let's listen to what this young master has to say." The yellow-robed girl turned to look at Zhong Meng and then looked at the pitiful innkeeper. She coldly snorted, "Today you beat up two of my subordinates. Are you going to let it go just like that?" When Zhong Meng heard this, he smiled. "Of course not." Speaking of this, Zhong Meng turned to look at Han Yuchao and said with a smile, "Your men beat them up so badly. How much do you want to pay?" After listening to Zhong Meng's words, Han Yuchao laughed out loud. "Compensate? What compensation? Their skills are not as good as others. How can they blame others?" When Zhong Meng heard this, the smile on his face didn't fade. He just nodded and said with a smile, "So that's how it is. As long as your skills are not as good as others, it's useless to fight, right?" After listening to Zhong Meng's words, Han Yuchao was stunned. He subconsciously glanced at the young man and immediately nodded proudly. "Of course, I'm not as good as him. Of course, I'll fight for nothing." Han Yuchao had the right to be arrogant. This young man was a third-generation disciple of the Heaven's Sword sect, and his name was Shenfei. The Heaven's Sword sect was incomparably powerful, and the sect master's strength had reached the peak of the Hutian realm. In this world, there were no more than 5 people who could be his opponent. And Shenfei was one of the best of the third-generation disciples of the Heaven's Sword sect. His ranking was also quite high. If it weren't for the relationship between Han Yuchao's father and the Heaven's Sword sect, the Heaven's Sword sect would never be willing to be a guard for someone else. With such a guard, Han Yuchao didn't believe that there were many people in the South County City who could be a match for Shenfei. Thinking of this, Han Yuchao sneered. "Young master, what is your relationship with Kikyaromen?" Zhong Meng shook his head. "It's nothing. I just came here to ask Kikyaromen for help." Han Yuchao nodded. Suddenly, his eyes turned cold as he stared at Zhong Meng. He said coldly, "Young master, do you know who I am?" Zhong Meng shook his head. "I know." Han Yuchao sneered. "My name is Han Yuchao. My father is the vice-sect master of the Tiangongmen. Do you know this time?" Zhong Meng nodded. "I know." Seeing that Zhong Meng knew his identity, Han Yuchao retracted his gaze and said indifferently, "Friend, if you leave now, you will be my friend. If there's anything, you can look for me." At this point, Han Yuchao paused for a moment. Then, he turned his head to look at Zhong Meng and said coldly, "If you don't leave, you will be the enemy of the Tiangongmen in the future. Do you understand?" Zhong Meng shook his head. "Young Master Han, I feel that the person who needs to leave is not me, but you. After hearing Zhong Meng's words, the yellow-robed girl, who originally had an ugly expression, suddenly laughed. Han Yuchao, leave quickly. No one here welcomes you. Han Yuchao ignored the yellow-robed girl and stared at Zhong Meng. He asked somewhat coldly, you really don't want to leave? Zhong Meng shook his head. I haven't finished my business. Why should I leave? You, on the other hand, no one at this table welcomes you. Why do you still want to stay? At this moment, Zhong Qiuming suddenly stood up and cupped his hands towards Han Yuchao. He smiled and said, this one is Zhong Qiuming from Cianwood City. If I have offended him just now, please forgive me. For my sake, today's matter will be forgotten. In the future, this one will definitely pay him a visit to thank him. After hearing Zhong Qiuming's words, Han Yuchao suddenly slammed the table and angrily said, Cianwood City's Zhong Qiuming, who do you think you are? You dare to meddle in this old man's business? Do you believe that I won't make it so that you won't be able to return to Cianwood City? Hearing Han Yuchao's words, Zhong Qiuming's expression couldn't help but change. Zhong Qiuming's father was the city lord of Cianwood City, the boss of Cianwood City. No matter how many cities there were in the South Province, the boss of a city definitely wouldn't be ordinary. Zhong Qiuming naturally knew about the Tiangongmen. This sect was extremely powerful and spread throughout the entire Anwu country. The Tiangongmen's sect master, Zhu Jinsha, was even more powerful. Not only did he rely on crafting equipment, but his martial arts were also terrifyingly high. Even if he encountered the Heavenly Sword sect master, he would be able to last 100 moves without being defeated. In the Anwu country, the Heavenly Sword sect master rarely had a match. Being able to last 100 moves without being defeated was already quite an honor. Moreover, Zhu Jinsha's strength wasn't just limited to martial arts. His skill in crafting equipment was even rarer. Many equipment stores and auction houses would send people to guard the Tiangongmen's entrance. Their goal was to be the first to know Zhu Jinsha's situation. Once Zhu Jinsha crafted equipment, everyone would buy it at all costs. In the past few years, Zhu Jinsha had rarely crafted equipment. Now, he mainly cultivated his martial arts and wanted to improve his martial arts to the next level. It was because of this that the equipment he crafted was even rarer. As long as it was spread that he had crafted equipment, it would immediately cause a commotion. Chapter 328. The deputy leader of the Tiangongmen, Han Qingyun, was Han Yuchao's younger brother. Although there was still a gap between him and Zhu Jinsha, Han Qingyun was still the second most powerful person among the Tiangongmen. He had high attainments in martial arts and equipment crafting. It was also because of this that Zhong Qiuming knew how powerful Han Yuchao's father was. That was why he wanted to minimize this matter and not offend Han Yuchao. However, this did not mean that Zhong Qiuming was afraid of Han Yuchao. Although Zhong Qiuming was not afraid of Han Yuchao, he really did not want to offend Han Yuchao. In Anwu country, the most popular equipment was made by the Tiangongmen. As a martial artist, no one was willing to offend the Heaven's Craftsman faction because a good piece of equipment was very important to a martial artist. It wouldn't be an exaggeration to say that it was a life-saving asset. It was because of this that Zhong Qiuming really did not want to offend Han Yuchao. After hearing Han Yuchao's words, Zhong Qiuming's face turned red with anger. He thought about the consequences if he lost his temper, so he gritted his teeth and endured it. Although Zhong Qiuming endured it, his subordinates definitely could not. If they did, then what use would Zhong Qiuming have for them? After hearing Han Yuchao's words, Zhong Qiuming's subordinates immediately flew into a rage. The leader of the team, Wang Qi, roared angrily, "Kid, how dare you speak so arrogantly and be so rude to our young master?" As Wang Qi spoke, he gave the other three people a look. The four of them stood up at the same time and surrounded Han Yuchao. When Zhong Qiuming saw this, he quickly waved his hands at the four people. Then, he turned to look at Han Yuchao and cupped his fists again. "Young Master Han, I think we should just let this matter go. It'll save us from hurting our relationship." After hearing Zhong Qiuming's words, Han Yuchao glanced sideways at Zhong Qiuming's subordinates and sneered. "Do you think that you can threaten me with these useless subordinates of yours?" Zhong Qiuming smiled. "I wouldn't dare. Han Yuchao sneered. Suddenly, his face turned cold and he shouted at the young man, Shen Fei, teach them a lesson. Let them know how powerful I am so that they won't bark like dogs. When Shen Fei heard this, he was stunned and frowned. He thought about it and slowly walked in front of Zhong Qiuming's 4 subordinates. And said in a low voice, all of you should leave. Wang sneered. Why? Shen Fei slowly raised his sword. With this sword. Just as Wang Qi was about to say something, Zhong Qiuming said first, Wang Qi, you leave first. After listening to Zhong Qiuming's instructions, Wang Qi and the others retreated to the side. However, their gazes were still fixed on this side. When Han Yuchao saw this, he sneered. Young master, why did you ask your subordinates to leave? Are you scared? Ha ha, looking at Han Yuchao who was laughing, the yellow-robed girl couldn't hold it in anymore. She slammed the table and said angrily, Han Yuchao, that's enough. What do you want for you to leave? Hearing the yellow-robed girl's words, Han Yuchao immediately stopped smiling. Sister, don't you understand my feelings? When the yellow-robed girl heard this, she suppressed the anger in her heart and said calmly, Han Yuchao, I've told you many times. It's impossible between us. You should give up. Now, please leave quickly. I want to eat with my friends. When he heard the yellow-robed girl rejecting him again, Han Yuchao's face changed. The last few times, it was because his subordinates were not good enough that they had to leave helplessly. However, this time, with Shen Fei's help, Han Yuchao wanted to solve this problem once and for all. Thinking of this, Han Yuchao clasped his hands at the yellow-robed girl. Sister, why are you so stubborn? You're Kikyaromen's daughter and I'm the Tiangongmen's son. We're so well matched. If the two of us get married, Tiangongmen and Kikyaromen will be one family. When that time comes, won't it? Before Han Yuchao could finish, the yellow-robed girl interrupted him. Han Yuchao, how many times have I told you? It's impossible between us. When he heard the yellow-robed girl rejecting him again, Han Yuchao suddenly became angry. He slammed the table and shouted, Leng Yelio, don't refuse a toast only to be forced to drink a forfeit. Today, I'll see what you're capable of. Speaking of this, Han Yuchao's face suddenly revealed a trace of a sinister smile. He stood up abruptly and waved his hand at the people behind him. Invite Miss Leng back first. After hearing Han Yuchao's words, Leng Yelio's face turned red with anger. He said angrily, Han Yuchao, you dare? Han Yuchao sneered, see if I dare or not, brothers. This time, before Han Yuchao could finish, one of his subordinates suddenly came in front of him and whispered a few words in his ear. After hearing this subordinate's words, Han Yuchao nodded. He turned his head and looked deeply at Leng Yelio. Then, he waved his hand at the subordinate behind him. Let's go. After saying this, Han Yuchao turned and left. In the blink of an eye, Han Yuchao and his subordinates left the restaurant and the restaurant regained its peace. Looking at the backs of Han Yuchao and the others, Zhong Qiuming sighed softly. He knew that this matter was definitely not over. The reason why Han Yuchao left was definitely because he had other tricks up his sleeves. Seeing Zhong Qiuming sigh, Zhong Meng could not help but laugh. What's wrong, Prince Zhong? Don't you want them to leave? Zhong Qiuming shook his head and said with a serious expression, no, I'm guessing that Han Yuchao didn't really want to leave. There must be another reason. After hearing Zhong Qiuming's words, Leng Yelio said apologetically, I'm really sorry. Because of my matter, you guys were implicated. At this point, Leng Yelio paused for a moment before continuing. I think you guys might as well leave now and avoid trouble. When Zhong Qiuming heard this, he hurriedly asked, if we leave, what about you? Leng Yelio shook his head. It doesn't matter. Han Yuchao won't dare to do anything to me. After all, the city lord is still the most important in South County City. After hearing Leng Yelio's words, Zhong Meng smiled and waved his hand. Let's not talk about that for now. By the way, why hasn't our food been served yet? Zhong Qiuming smiled bitterly and shook his head. The fierce brothers, why are you still thinking about eating? Zhong Meng turned to look at Zhong Qiuming and asked in confusion, are we not eating? After hearing Zhong Meng's words, Zhong Qiuming shook his head again. The fierce brothers, do you know about Tiangongmen? Zhong Meng nodded. I remember you told me that Tiangongmen make metal equipment. Is there something wrong with that? Zhong Qiuming sighed. Then do you know how powerful Tiangongmen are? Zhong Meng shook his head. You didn't tell me. How would I know? Chapter 329. Zhong Qiuming sighed. The Fierce Brothers, did you know that almost half of the equipment in Anwu country is made by the Tiangongmen? After hearing Zhong Qiuming's words, Zhong Meng was also stunned. He asked with some surprise, really? Are the Tiangongmen that powerful? Seeing Zhong Meng's shocked expression, Zhong Qiuming sighed inwardly. He knew from the beginning that Zhong Meng didn't understand anything, not even the most basic of common sense. That was why he explained it to Zhong Meng in order to let him know just how powerful the Tianji sect was. Sure enough, just as Zhong Qiuming had guessed, Zhong Meng was also shocked when he heard the news. Zhong Qiuming sighed. The Fierce Brothers, now you understand why I don't want to clash with them. Zhong Meng nodded. I understand. After saying this, Zhong Meng turned his head to look at Leng Yeliu and asked doubtfully, since the Tiangongmen are so powerful and your Kikyaromen dares to go against them, then your Tianqiao sect must be very powerful too, right? Leng Yeliu shook his head. We don't have many people in Kikyaromen and we don't have much power. After hearing Leng Yeliu's words, Zhong Meng asked curiously, if you don't have much power, then why do you still want to go against the Tiangongmen? After hearing Zhong Meng's question, Leng Yeliu shook his head sadly. This isn't because we want to go against them. The Tiangongmen want Kikyaromen to submit to them. That's why they came up with this plan. After hearing this, Zhong Meng finally understood. I see. At this point, Zhong Meng paused for a moment before continuing. The Tiangongmen want your Kikyaromen to submit to them. Isn't that a good thing? After all, your sects are too small and don't have enough resources. Just like today, you guys needed a diamond monster. If it was in Tiangongmen, you wouldn't have to go through so much trouble. Isn't that a good thing? After hearing Zhong Meng's words, Leng Yeliu shook his head. Actually, the disadvantages of belonging to the Tiangongmen outweigh the advantages. First of all, they would lose their freedom. Then, no matter what they wanted to do, they would have to listen to the Tiangongmen. Secondly, every sect had its own reason for existing. In other words, the reason why every sect existed was because of the inheritance of some kind of consummate skill that could support the sect. If Kikyaromen submitted to the Tiangongmen, Kikyaromen's secret would no longer be a secret. The Tiangongmen want us to submit to them mainly because they want to know Kikyaromen's secret. After hearing Leng Yeliu's words, Zhong Meng nodded. It's because of this secret that you guys don't want to submit to the Tiangongmen? Leng Yeliu nodded. The Tiangongmen are strong because they have relied on this method from the beginning to absorb some of the smaller sects and obtain the secrets of these sects. That's how they grew bit by bit. Zhong Meng sighed. The leader of the Tiangongmen is really a talent. At this point, Zhong Meng turned his head to look at Leng Yeliu and asked with a smile that was not a smile, Miss Leng, do you think the Tiangongmen want to annex Kikyaromen has anything to do with you? After hearing Zhong Meng's words, Leng Yeliu was startled for a moment before shaking his head. I don't know. Looking at Leng Yeliu's beautiful face, Zhong Meng was sure that this matter definitely had something to do with her. After all, Han Yuchao's father was the vice leader. This was very important. Zhong Qiuming sighed. The leader of the Tiangongmen, Zhu Jinsha, is not only skilled in making equipment, but his martial arts are also top-notch. He definitely has a place among the top 100 experts in Anwu country. Hearing Zhong Qiuming say that the leader of the Tianji sect, Zhu Jinsha, was actually so powerful, Zhong Meng's heart suddenly skipped a beat. He turned to look at Zhong Qiuming and asked, by the way, how's Fang Tianji's martial arts? Zhong Qiuming shook his head. I don't know. No one has seen Fang Tianji fight, but most people guessed that Fang Tianji's martial arts are unfathomable. He's definitely among the top 100 experts. As for how high his martial arts are, no one knows. After hearing Zhong Qiuming's answer, Zhong Meng nodded. Ever since he went to the South County branch, he had been somewhat puzzled. The South County branch of the Tianji sect could be considered quite powerful. However, a small Bai Zhenmu could actually become the #1 expert of the South County branch. Could the entire Tianji sect have a foothold in the martial arts world with such strength? If everyone had martial arts like Sun Xinjing and the others, then the South County branch would have no secrets. As long as someone had strong martial arts, they could beat the entire South County branch into submission. What secrets would there be? Thinking of this, Zhong Meng turned to look at Leng Yelio and asked, "Then your Kikyaramen's sect leader should be very strong in martial arts, right?" Leng Yelio nodded slightly. "He should be all right." Zhong Qiuming saw that Zhong Meng already knew how powerful the Tianji sect was, so he asked again, "The Fierce Brothers, what should we do next? Should we wait here or go back first?" Zhong Meng thought for a moment before replying, "How about this? You take Zhong Laji and the 4 Tai Jingangs back first. I'll stay here and wait. When I'm done here, I'll go back to find you." Zhong Qiuming's expression changed when he heard this. He asked in a low voice, "The Fierce Brothers, you want to?" Before Zhong Qiuming could finish, Zhong Meng waved his hand and interrupted him. "Prince Zhong, you guys go back first. After all, it's not a good idea to let Zhong Laji hide in the mountains." Zhong Meng paused for a moment before continuing, "Don't worry, I can take care of things here." Zhong Qiuming said anxiously, "But," Zhong Meng said, "No buts. I'll be careful. As long as the Tiangong men don't provoke me, I won't provoke them." After hearing Zhong Meng's words and remembering that even the Great Earth Black Bear didn't dare to provoke Zhong Meng, Zhong Qiuming felt slightly relieved. "If that's the case, I'll go back with Zhong Laji first. However, you have to be careful too. The Tiangong men are too strong. If you can avoid offending them, try not to." Zhong Meng nodded. "Don't worry, I won't provoke them." Hearing their conversation, Leng Yelio hesitated for a moment before saying, "I think you should go back with them. We'll have a competition on the 8th of next month. In such a short time, we won't be able to make equipment for you." Speaking up to this point, Leng Yelio sighed again. "If we can win this competition, I'll craft equipment for you." Zhong Meng smiled and waved his hand. "It's okay. Even if I go back, I won't have anything to do. I'll stay here and see how things go. Maybe I can help you guys." Chapter 330. After the 3 of them finished eating, Zhong Qiuming left. In order to find the skin of the diamond monster, Leng Yelio and Zhong Meng continued to stay in South County City and went to the remaining equipment shops to try their luck. Unfortunately, their luck was not good. They went to a few more equipment shops in a row, but they did not find what they were looking for. South County City was too big, and there were many equipment shops. The 2 of them searched until it was almost evening, but they still could not find what they were looking for. Seeing that it was already late, Leng Yelio sighed helplessly. "Let's go to another shop and go back. We'll come back tomorrow." Zhong Meng heard this and asked with a smile, "Do you come here every day to look for it?" Leng Yelio nodded. "In order to win this competition, we can only continue to look." At this point, Leng Yelio sighed. "Only by finding the skin of the diamond monster will we have a glimmer of hope to win this competition." Hearing Leng Yelio's words, Zhong Meng suddenly asked, "You mean, even if you find the skin of the diamond monster, you might not be able to win this competition, right?" Leng Yelio nodded silently. After a while, he said slowly, "That's indeed the case. However, as far as we know, the skin of a diamond monster is the most likely to be obtained. Other than that, we have no other choice." As they spoke, the 2 of them had already arrived in front of an equipment shop. Leng Yelio pushed open the door of the equipment shop and walked in quickly. Zhong Meng thought about the meaning of Leng Yelio's words and walked into the equipment shop. This equipment shop was the same as other shops. In the middle of the room was a counter. This counter was very long and divided the entire room into 2. The only connection was a small door on the side of the counter, which became the passage between the front and back rooms. Behind the counter, there was a row of shelves with all kinds of equipment on them. Behind the counter, there was a thin middle-aged man sitting. At the counter behind him, there was a young man busy wiping the equipment on the shelves. When the middle-aged man saw someone enter, his eyes lit up. He quickly stood up and asked with a smile, "Miss Leng, you're here. What would you like to order today?" Leng Yelio waved his hand. "Qian Laoqi, I'm only asking you now. Do you have any diamond monster skin?" After hearing Leng Yelio's words, Chen Laoqi shook his head. No, not for the time being. Speaking up to this point, Chen Laoqi pondered for a moment before slowly saying, Today, I heard someone say that Li Jin's group seems to have hunted a diamond monster. I don't know if it's true or not. After hearing Chen Laoqi's words, Leng Yelio's eyes lit up. He quickly asked, Really? Did Li Jin and the others really hunt a diamond-grade monster? Chen Laoqi shook his head and said, I don't know. I just heard it from one of Li Jin's people. It was just a random sentence. I don't know if it's true or not. When Leng Yelio heard this, he lowered his head and pondered for a moment. He no longer paid attention to Chen Laoqi and turned to look at Zhong Meng. Let's go find Li Jin and see if this is true or not. As he spoke, Leng Yelio quickly walked out of the door. Seeing Leng Yelio leave in a hurry, Zhong Meng could only smile bitterly and chase after him. After the two of them left Chen Laoqi's shop, Leng Yelio quickly walked towards the west of the city. Seeing this, Zhong Meng hurriedly chased after him. He walked side by side with Leng Yelio and asked in a low voice, Who is Li Jin? Leng Yelio replied as he walked, Li Jin lives in the west of the city. His martial arts are strong and he usually hunts for a living. He also has 7 or 8 brothers under him. Their martial arts are not bad. They can be considered a professional hunting team. Since they had a goal, there was no need to walk anymore. The two of them left the alley and called for a carriage. They sat in the carriage and sped towards the west of the city. Looking at the shops that flew past them, Zhong Meng turned to look at Leng Yelio and asked softly, If you don't have the skin of the diamond monster, does that mean that you won't be able to defeat the Tiangong men? Leng Yelio nodded. Actually, we mainly focus on processing and don't have our own equipment shop. Therefore, we don't have any so-called inventory. If we want to make equipment, we have to buy the materials first. Zhong Meng asked, Are the Tiangong men also in the South County City? Leng Yelio shook his head. There are many Tiangong men shops in the South County City, but his sect is on Qingyo Mountain, 30 miles west of the city. West of the city? After hearing Leng Yelio's words, Zhong Meng nodded as if he understood something. The carriage ran for about an hour before stopping at a remote place in the west of the city. The two of them got off the carriage, paid the fare, and ordered the carriage to wait here. Only then did Leng Yelio lead Zhong Meng to a courtyard. Leng Yelio walked to the door and was about to knock when the door suddenly opened. Han Yuchao walked out of the door. Sister Liu, what a coincidence. Could it be that you're here to look for your brother? Hearing Han Yuchao's words, Leng Yelio glared at him and asked coldly, Is Li Jin at home? I'm looking for Li Jin. Is Miss Leng looking for me? As the voice fell, a burly man walked out of the door. Miss Leng, why are you looking for me? After seeing this person, Leng Yelio hurriedly asked, Li Jin, I heard from Chen Laoqi that you hunted a diamond monster. Can you sell its skin to me? Hearing Leng Yelio's words, Li Jin subconsciously glanced at Han Yuchao, then turned to look at Leng Yelio and said apologetically, It's true. We really hunted a diamond monster yesterday. It's just that you guys came too late. Just now, I sold this diamond monster to young Master Han. Hearing this, Leng Yelio turned to Han Yuchao and said angrily, Han Yuchao, what are you doing? Han Yuchao waved his hand, no reason. I'm just happy. It's that simple. After hearing Han Yuchao's words, Leng Yelio's anger rose. Han Yuchao, the equipment that your sect makes are all metal equipment. You don't even need the skin of a diamond monster. Why do you want to buy a diamond monster? You're obviously going against me. Clap clap clap. Hearing Leng Yelio's words, Han Yuchao clapped his hands. You're right. I'm going against you. What can you do? If you want a diamond monster, sure. Beg me. Maybe I'll be happy and give this diamond crown to you. Ha ha. Hearing this, Leng Yelio laughed coldly and squeezed out a few words from between his teeth. Han Yuchao, you're dreaming. Han Yuchao laughed and waved to his subordinates behind him. Brothers, carry the diamond monster and let's go. Just as Han Yuchao finished speaking, 2 of his subordinates carried a diamond monster out of the door. Seeing the 2 of them carrying the diamond monster, Leng Yelio was so angry that his eyes were spitting fire, but there was nothing he could do. Chapter 331. Seeing that the 2 of them were about to leave with the diamond monster, Leng Yelio hurriedly waved her hand to stop them. She turned to look at Han Yuchao, took a deep breath, and said slowly, Han Yuchao, how much did you pay for it? I can give you double the price. What do you think? Han Yuchao smiled and shook his head. No. Leng Yelio said, I'll give you 3 times the price. Han Yuchao waved his hand. Save it. Do you think I'm someone who lacks money? At this point, Han Yuchao paused for a moment before continuing. Let's not talk about 3 times the price. To tell you the truth, even if you give me 10 times the price, I won't sell it to you. After hearing Han Yuchao's words, Leng Yelio could no longer hold it in. She said angrily, Han Yuchao, what exactly do you want to give the diamond monster to me? Han Yuchao sneered. I've already said it. If you beg me, I might be happy and give this diamond to you. After hearing Han Yuchao's words, Leng Yelio's eyes suddenly widened. She stared at Han Yuchao and said angrily, Han Yuchao, you're too much. Han Yuchao sneered. Since you're not begging me, I'm leaving. Seeing that Han Yuchao was about to leave, Leng Yelio hurriedly stopped him. Wait, Han Yuchao, change your condition. After hearing Leng Yelio's words, Han Yuchao suddenly turned his head to look at Leng Yelio and said affectionately, Sister Liu, ever since I saw you for the first time, I've been deeply attracted to you. From then on, I've made a vow to marry no one else but you. Sister Liu, as long as you promise me, I can even give you me, let alone a diamond monster. Sister Liu, now I only need one word from you. As long as you promise me, this diamond is yours. After hearing Han Yuchao's words, Leng Yelio did not immediately say anything. She only stared at Han Yuchao and did not say anything for a long time. Seeing this, Han Yuchao hurriedly said, Sister Liu, have you already discovered my strengths? Hearing this, Leng Yelio said coldly, merits? H, I just want to see how shameless you are to actually use a diamond monster to trick me. After hearing Leng Yelio's words, Han Yuchao's expression immediately changed. No matter how thick-skinned he was, anger still rose in his heart. Han Yuchao sneered, you don't agree? Leng Yelio said, in your dreams. When Han Yuchao heard this, he quietly looked at Leng Yelio. After a long while, he suddenly waved his hand at Shen Fei behind him. Capture him. I want to see how tough he is. Hearing this, Shen Fei was stunned for a moment. He turned his head to look at Han Yuchao and said hesitantly, This is a little inappropriate. When Han Yuchao heard this, he said angrily, what's wrong with that? We agreed that you would work for me for a year. Are you going back on your word now? After listening to their conversation, Leng Yelio said angrily, Han Yuchao, how dare you? So what if you're the young master of the Tiangongmen? Aren't you afraid of being punished by the prefectural governor? When Han Yuchao heard this, he sneered, punishment by the prefectural governor? We got married openly, so why would he punish us? Leng Yelio said angrily, who wants to marry you? As he said this, Leng Yelio turned his head to Zhong Meng and said, ignore this lunatic. Let's go. Han Yuchao sneered, Leng Yelio, you still want to leave today? Leng Yelio turned his head to look at Han Yuchao. You dare to stop me? When Han Yuchao saw this, he waved his hand at Shen Fei again. Shen Fei, go and capture him. When Shen Fei heard this, he sighed and slowly drew his sword. When Leng Yelio saw that the situation was not good, he hurriedly pulled Zhong Meng and shouted, run. When Shen Fei saw Leng Yelio run, he could not help but be stunned. However, he heard Han Yuchao shouting non-stop, chase after him. You trash, you must not let him escape today. Han Yuchao's lackeys immediately chased after him. However, Shen Fei was stunned on the spot. When Han Yuchao saw that his main force did not chase after him, he could not help but say angrily, Shen Fei, have you forgotten? We have a contract. If you go against it, I'm afraid you won't be able to return to the Heavenly Sword Sect. After hearing Han Yuchao's words, Shen Fei was helpless and could only chase after Leng Yelio's back. Although Shen Fei did not want to chase after Leng Yelio, he had no choice but to do such a shameful thing. This was because when he came, his master had already instructed him to listen to the orders of the Han family. Although Shen Fei's martial arts were not bad among his peers, it was only not bad. Moreover, his master was only a marginal figure in the Heavenly Sword Sect. If Shen Fei completed this mission well, then his name would naturally appear in the eyes of the main figures of the Heavenly Sword sect. However, if he did not complete it well and was even complained about by the Han family, then it would not be a good thing. The reason why the Heavenly Sword sect sent people out was also one of the conditions that they had reached with Han Qingyun. Although the Heavenly Sword sect's martial arts were superb and famous in the Jianghu, they did not conquer the world with their bare hands. They also needed equipment and weapons. The place where the best equipment and weapons could be made in the Anwu Kingdom was naturally the Qiangongmen. It could be said that the best equipment in the Heavenly Sword sect was made by the Qiangongmen. Han Qingyun's crafting skills could be considered first-rate, or even super first-rate, while the Qiangongmen's crafting skills were definitely the best in the Anwu Kingdom. The two great sects that the Heavenly Sword sect did not want to offend the most were the Qiangongmen and the Swordsmithing sect. The Qiangongmen were mainly famous for crafting all kinds of equipment. The Swordsmithing sect mainly crafted all kinds of weapons, especially the long swords that they crafted. They were the best in the Anwu Kingdom. Although the Heavenly Sword sect's martial arts were superb, offending these two sects would cause them to lose the supply of weapons and equipment. It would definitely be a devastating blow. It was also because of these reasons that when Shen Fei came out, his master kept reminding him to listen to the Han family's orders and not to cause a conflict between the two sects. Shen Fei was naturally not stupid. He naturally understood the logic behind this. If he messed up this matter, then he would not have to return to the Heavenly Sword sect anymore. In fact, he would even be captured by the Heavenly Sword sect to be punished. Therefore, Shen Fei was helpless. Even if he did not want to do this, he could only grit his teeth and do it. Leng Yeliu ran very quickly. After seeing Shen Fei make a move in the restaurant, she knew that they were definitely not Shen Fei's match. It was also because of this reason that Leng Yeliu decisively pulled Zhong Meng and ran away. Kikyaromen was not famous for their martial arts, but for their crafting skills. Leng Yeliu's martial arts were not high. Although he felt that he was running quite fast, there was still a gap between him and Shen Fei. Leng Yeliu pulled Zhong Meng and ran in front of him with all his might. In just a short moment, he was already panting from exhaustion. However, Shen Fei stomped on the ground and became as light as a feather. In a few moments, he had already caught up to Leng Yeliu and Zhong Meng. Chapter 332. Hearing the sound of wind behind him, Leng Yeliu was so scared that his face turned pale. When he saw Han Yuchao's eyes just now, Leng Yeliu understood that Han Yuchao was serious this time. If he didn't run, then who knew what would happen? Seeing that he was still 30 to 40 meters away from the carriage, a figure flashed in front of Leng Yeliu. Shen Fei had already jumped in front of him from the air. The next moment, a cold light appeared in Shen Fei's hand, and a long sword blocked in front of Leng Yeliu. Let's stay. Seeing that Shen Fei was blocking in front, it was impossible to stay. Leng Yeliu pulled Zhong Meng and rushed into a small alley at the side. Shen Fei sneered. He didn't want to hurt the two people in front of him. He only needed to stop them. Shen Fei's figure flew into the air again. With a turn in the air, he landed in front of Leng Yeliu and Zhong Meng again. Leng Yeliu exclaimed and pulled Zhong Meng to turn and run. Shen Fei exerted force on his feet. Just as he was about to leap into the air, he suddenly realized that one of his legs had tripped over the other. He had already fallen forward diagonally. The force on his feet actually exploded at this moment. His entire body slid forward like lightning, sticking close to the ground for a distance. He only stopped when he hit Zhong Meng's foot. Taking advantage of this opportunity, Leng Yeliu had already pulled Zhong Meng to the front of the carriage. Seeing the fierce chase in front of him, the coachman was already scared stiff. Only when he heard the person who had jumped onto the carriage urging him to hurry did he react. He hurriedly waved his whip, and the horse pulling the carriage slowly began to move. At this moment, Han Yuchao's subordinates had already caught up. They split up. Someone grabbed the carriage from behind and someone went up to the front to stop the carriage. Seeing that someone in front was waving his hand to stop the carriage, the coachman was just about to pull the horse back when Leng Yeliu snatched the whip and whipped the horse fiercely. The horse pulling the carriage cried out in alarm and immediately moved its 4 hooves, rushing forward without a care. The two subordinates of Han Yuchao standing in front of the carriage only laughed coldly when they saw the carriage rushing towards them. They weren't afraid at all. The two of them were originally famous bandits and had good martial arts. Although they were not as good as Shen Fei, they were definitely not far off. At this moment, seeing the carriage rushing over, the two of them looked at each other and nodded slightly, understanding each other's thoughts. Therefore, the two of them separated, one on the left and one on the right. They grabbed the reins at the same time and stopped the carriage. The two of them exerted strength in their legs and were about to separate when they suddenly felt their legs go soft. They could no longer stand and fell in front of the carriage. Seeing the carriage getting closer and closer, it was already too late for them to dodge. Cold sweat immediately appeared on their foreheads. Helpless, they could only clench their teeth, close their eyes, and wait for disaster to descend. The horse pulling the carriage was in pain from Leng Yelio's attack. It did not care about the obstacles in front of it. When it saw someone fall in front of it, it raised its 4 hooves and leaped over the 2 people. Although the horse pulling the carriage jumped over, the wheels of the carriage could not jump over. Just like that, the carriage ran over the 2 of them. Ah! Ah! Following the 2 mournful screams, the bumpy carriage regained its stability and continued to rush forward. The 2 people blocking the carriage in front were run over by the carriage. The 2 people behind were not any better. The 2 of them grabbed the carriage. In fact, they also knew that it was impossible for them to pull the carriage. They could only watch from behind and not let Leng Yelio run away. However, after they grabbed the carriage, they suddenly felt their legs go soft and were dragged by the carriage. They wanted to let go, but their hands could not. They could only be dragged forward by the carriage. As the carriage moved forward, the 2 of them were dragged behind. It was already impossible for them to let go. They could only let out shrill screams. After running for an unknown distance, the 2 of them felt their hands loosen and they stopped. However, at this moment, the 2 of them were already covered in bruises from being dragged by the carriage. It was a tragic sight. When Han Yuchao arrived, he thought that he would definitely be able to catch Leng Yelio. However, he did not expect that not only did he not see his subordinates catch Leng Yelio, but he also saw a few of his subordinates lying there moaning. Shen Fei's martial arts were strong, but when he used all his strength, the rubbing against the ground was not light. His entire clothes were already torn. As for the 2 people blocking the carriage, they were also crushed by the carriage. In the distance, there were 2 subordinates lying on the ground unable to move, but they kept screaming. Seeing this scene, Han Yuchao immediately flew into a rage. He looked at the carriage that was running further and further away and roared loudly. Leng Yelio, just you wait. Seeing that they had escaped danger, Leng Yelio's face was already red with excitement. She reached out and grabbed Zhong Meng, saying, "We finally escaped." Zhong Meng nodded, "We finally escaped." When he said this, Zhong Meng laughed in his heart. If it wasn't for his help, this little girl would definitely have fallen into Han Yuchao's hands today. Leng Yelio's happiness only lasted for a moment before she became depressed again. Unfortunately, it wasn't easy to get a diamond monster, but Han Yuchao bought it first. Sigh. It won't be easy to find another diamond monster. After hearing Leng Yelio's words, Zhong Meng's heart suddenly moved. He turned to look at Leng Yelio and said with a smile, "If that's the case, why don't we go back and snatch that diamond monster back?" Hearing this, Leng Yelio's eyes lit up, but soon, they dimmed again. She shook her head and said, "No, their martial arts are too strong. We definitely can't beat them." Zhong Meng smiled and said, "Why should we fight with them? We can." As he spoke, Zhong Meng made a very secretive move. Seeing Zhong Meng's move, Leng Yelio's eyes lit up again. "Yes. Okay, let's do that. Since Han Yuchao dares to ruin our plans, we'll go too." After saying this, Leng Yelio also made the same gesture as Zhong Meng. After the 2 of them made this gesture, they both looked up to the sky and laughed. Leng Yelio turned to look at the coachman and said with a smile, "Please turn back, we still have something to do." After what happened just now, the honest coachman was still trembling in fear. After hearing Leng Yelio's words, he immediately shook his head. "No, no, don't go back." Seeing this, Leng Yelio hurriedly said, "Don't be afraid. With us here, you'll be fine." The coachman wiped the cold sweat off his forehead and said in a trembling voice, "You guys, don't make things difficult for me. I won't go back no matter what." Seeing that the coachman wasn't willing to go back, Lung Yelio could only say, "We'll give you more money, okay?" Hearing this, the coachman shook his head again, "I'm not going back." Chapter 333. Seeing that the coachman refused to go back, Lung Yelio and Zhong Meng had no choice but to get off the carriage and walk in the direction they came from. Before they got close to the scene, they heard Han Yuchao's angry roar from afar. "Trash, idiots, there were so many people, but the two of them got away. Look at you, you call yourselves masters, but how can masters be crushed by a carriage? And the two of you, are you stupid? The carriage dragged you away, don't you know how to let go? And Shen Fei, Master Shen, didn't you say you were very powerful? How did you end up like this? I think you're just too proud of yourself." Hearing Han Yuchao's angry roars and seeing the miserable state of his subordinates, Lung Yelio almost laughed out loud. Luckily, Zhong Meng's eyes were sharp and his hands were fast enough to cover her mouth, preventing her from making a sound. Hearing Han Yuchao's angry roar and reprimand, his subordinates didn't dare to speak. They could only lower their heads and listen obediently. Even Shen Fei had his head drooped, looking listless. He had been practicing martial arts for so many years, but he didn't expect that he would trip over himself. He slid so close to the ground, but fortunately, his face wasn't injured. It was a blessing in disguise. Hearing Han Yuchao's reprimand, Shen Fei blushed and wanted to find a hole to hide in. Everyone waited for Han Yuchao to finish reprimanding before asking in a low voice, "That girl ran away. What should we do?" Hearing this, Han Yuchao's anger, which had subsided, burst out again. "You trash, that girl ran away. What are we doing here? Go home, idiots." At the end, Han Yuchao was almost roaring. Everyone was so scared that they hurriedly turned their heads and hid to the side. At this moment, the two people carrying the diamond monster walked over. Seeing the diamond monster, Han Yuchao's mood suddenly improved. He sneered, "Kikyaromen wants to make a decent piece of equipment, so they won't let go of this diamond monster." Zhong Laochi, who was carrying the diamond monster, came up and said, "Sir, since they want this diamond monster, let's use it to set a trap for them. Even if they know it's a trap, they'll still jump in. Don't you think so, young master?" After hearing Zhong Laochi's words, Han Yuchao was overjoyed. He reached out and patted Zhong Laochi's shoulder. "Yes, you're right. What kind of trap should we set to catch that girl?" Zhong Laochi rolled his eyes and said with a smile, "Actually, it's simple. We just need to have this diamond monster in our hands and then tell Lung Yelio that we're waiting for her in the garden in the west of the city. For this diamond monster, even if she knows that this is a trap, she still has to come." After hearing Zhong Laochi's words, Han Yuchao pondered for a moment before laughing out loud. After laughing, Han Yuchao clenched his teeth and said, "Lung Yelio, nice to meet you. I want to see if you can escape from my hands." As he spoke, Han Yuchao stretched out his hand and clenched his fist to show his determination. Seeing this, Zhong Meng leaned over to Lung Yelio's ear and asked in a low voice, "Will you go if they set up this trap?" Hearing this, Lung Yelio was stunned for a moment before nodding sadly. Seeing Lung Yelio like this, Zhong Meng sighed in his heart. Han Yuchao had already calculated that as long as he had this diamond monster, Lung Yelio would definitely not be able to escape from his hands. Thinking of this, Zhong Meng turned to look at Lung Yelio and said in a low voice, "With this diamond monster, are you sure you can defeat the Tiangong men?" Lung Yelio was stunned for a moment before shaking her head. "I don't know." After hearing Lung Yelio's answer, Zhong Meng thought for a moment before saying in a low voice, "Since that's the case, let's go back first." Hearing this, Lung Yelio said anxiously, "Then aren't we going to steal that diamond monster?" Zhong Meng shook his head. "Even if you have that diamond monster, you might not be able to defeat them. Why are you still going to steal it? Let's go back and talk about it." As he spoke, Zhong Meng pulled Lung Yelio back. Lung Yelio suddenly broke free from Zhong Meng's hand and said in a low voice, "You don't dare?" Zhong Meng shook his head. "It's not that I don't dare, but it's useless to steal it." "Why waste time?" Lung Yelio said unhappily, "You just don't dare." Hearing this, Zhong Meng could not help but laugh. How do you think I don't dare? Lung Yelio said, you saw that Han Yuchao and the others are powerful, so you don't dare. Zhong Meng could not be bothered to argue with Lung Yelio. He reached out and grabbed Lung Yelio again before walking back. All right, let me tell you. I have a way for you to win this battle. Hearing this, Lung Yelio shook his head. You're lying to me. Even my mother can't do anything. What can you do? Zhong Meng smiled. Don't worry, I really have a way. It's just that I won't tell you yet. The two of them chatted as they walked back in the direction they came from. The Kikyaromen was in the east of the city while they were in the west. If the two of them walked all the way back, it would take them a lot of time. They were lucky. They didn't walk far before they found a carriage that could carry people. After negotiating the price, they sat in the carriage and sped towards the Kikyaromen. Even though they were in a carriage, it still took them nearly an hour to reach the east gate. After leaving the city, after a while, the coachman pulled the galloping horse and stopped in front of the Kikyaromen. This time, with Lung Yelio leading the way, no one stopped Zhong Meng. The two of them entered the Kikyaromen and walked towards the backyard. The Kikyaromen's courtyard was very big. It was divided into two parts. One part was where Lung Yelio and her mother lived. The other part was where they made equipment. The rest of the people, including Sun Qiao's two disciples, had their own homes outside the courtyard. They didn't live in the courtyard. Lung Yelio led Zhong Meng to the backyard. As soon as they entered the backyard, a middle-aged woman came up to them. Miss, why are you only back now? Madam is looking for you. Lung Yelio responded and asked for Sun Qiao's location. She then led Zhong Meng to the living room. After Sun Qiao finished her dinner, she sat there in a daze. She was thinking about the competition with the Tiangongmen. Until now, although the two sides hadn't officially competed, Lung Yelio knew that even if they didn't compete, she would be the one to lose in the end. This competition wasn't fair to begin with. Using leather armor and metal armor to compete in defense wasn't a fair competition. Everyone knew that as long as it was metal armor, it would definitely surpass leather armor in terms of defense. What was the function of leather armor? It was to reduce weight. In addition, wearing leather armor wouldn't affect one's mobility. This was the real function of leather armor. Chapter 334. Everyone knew that no one would choose leather armor as their main defensive equipment. Instead, they would choose metal armor. However, this time, they were competing with leather armor and metal armor. Just as Sun Qiao was deep in thought, the door to the living room was pushed open. Lung Yelio and Zhong Meng walked in. Mother, are you looking for me? Lil Liu, you're back. Mother wants to ask you if you found what we wanted. Hearing Sun Qiao's question, Lung Yelio shook his head. No. At this point, Lung Yelio quickly walked to Sun Qiao's side and said angrily, originally, Li Jin and his group from the west of the city hunted a diamond monster. Unfortunately, Han Yuchao and the others beat them to it. What a pity. Hearing this, Sun Qiao nodded and said disappointedly, I see. As she spoke, Sun Qiao suddenly saw Zhong Meng behind Lung Yelio. She asked curiously, Lil Liu, who is this person? Hearing Sun Qiao's question, Lung Yelio quickly pointed at Zhong Meng and said with a smile, Aya, I still don't know your name. Zhong Meng smiled and cupped his fists at Sun Qiao. I'm Zhong Meng. I originally wanted to ask someone from Kikyaromen to make equipment for me. I didn't expect to encounter such a situation. After Zhong Meng finished speaking, before Sun Qiao could say anything, Lung Yelio spoke first. Mother, he said that he could help us. That's why we brought him here. Oh. Hearing this, Sun Qiao's eyes lit up. She turned to look at Zhong Meng. You know how to make equipment? Hearing this, Zhong Meng shook his head. No. Sun Qiao was a little disappointed when she heard this. She asked again, Prince Zhong has good materials to make equipment. Zhong Meng shook his head again. No. Seeing Zhong Meng shake his head again, Sun Qiao's heart, which had been filled with anticipation, turned cold once again. Prince Zhong doesn't know how to craft equipment, nor does he have any good materials to craft equipment. So, how does Prince Zhong intend to help us? Hearing Sun Qiao's question, Zhong Meng smiled and said slowly, Sect Master Sun, there is something that I don't understand. Can you tell me? Sun Qiao nodded. What is it? Zhong Meng asked. The defensive power of leather armor is not as good as that of metal armor. This is something that everyone knows. But why does sect leader Sun still want to use leather armor to compete with metal armor? Could it be that sect leader Sun had absolute confidence in winning? Would you agree to this duel? I don't understand this point, so I would like to ask sect master Sun to enlighten me. After hearing Zhong Meng's question, Sun Qiao pondered for a moment before slowly saying, actually, this matter will spread out sooner or later. Even if I tell you, it doesn't matter. Speaking of this, Sun Qiao's tone paused, and then she explained the reason for this matter. Tiangongmen, swordcrafting sect, Medicine King Pavilion. These three sects focused on equipment, weapons, and materials. These were the three most important sects. Tiangongmen was the sect that crafted the most equipment in the Jianghu. Swordcrafting sect was the sect that crafted all kinds of weapons. Medicine King Pavilion was the sect that refined all kinds of pills. The three sects were powerful, but they were still not satisfied. They wanted to improve their strength. However, the development of the sect's strength had reached a bottleneck. They needed to inject new technology. The three sects turned their attention to some of the smaller sects. They wanted to absorb these sects. After obtaining the technology of these smaller sects, they could use it to develop their own sect's strength. The three sects joined forces and issued challenges to the smaller sects that they wanted the most. Of course, these smaller sects could choose not to accept the challenge, but the prerequisite was that they had to join the sect. Under such circumstances, Kikyaromen was powerless. Although the Tiangongmen's conditions were unreasonable, there was still a glimmer of hope. If Kikyaromen did not accept the challenge, then the Tiangongmen would use extreme methods to force Kikyaromen to submit. With the strength of a smaller sect like Kikyaromen, it would be a matter of minutes for the Tiangongmen to defeat them, or even destroy them. For the sake of Kikyaromen's continued existence, and to prevent the Tiangongmen from causing trouble, Sun Qiao could only accept this unfair challenge to obtain a glimmer of hope. However, Sun Qiao also knew that this glimmer of hope was not much different from having none. It was basically impossible to use leather armor to defeat metal armor. After hearing Sun Qiao's words, Zhong Meng nodded silently. He really did not understand why Kikyaromen would agree to such an unfair challenge from the Tiangongmen. Now he understood. Although this challenge was still unfair, it was still considered very fair compared to the Tiangongmen who would cause trouble in the dark or blatantly destroy Kikyaromen. However, although this seemed very fair, Zhong Meng knew very well that Kikyaromen had no chance of winning even if he did not understand the process of making leather armor. Zhong Meng raised his head to look at Sun Qiao and asked, if you get the diamond monster's leather, do you have a chance of winning? After hearing Zhong Meng's question, Sun Qiao was stunned for a moment, then sighed. I don't know either. The Tiangongmen's craftsmanship is considered to be the best in the world. If they want to make a good piece of equipment, the defense of this equipment will definitely be shockingly high. Sun Qiao sighed again. To be honest, even if we get the diamond monster's leather, we don't have much of a chance of winning against the Tiangongmen. As soon as Sun Qiao finished speaking, Leng Yelio exclaimed, Mother, didn't you say that as long as we get the diamond monster's leather, we have a chance of winning against them? Sun Qiao shook her head. There is indeed a chance of winning against them, but the chance is too slim. Moreover, we don't have all the materials we need, so we can't make the perfect equipment. Leng Yelio quickly said, Mother, what other materials do you need? I'll find them for you. We must beat them so that we don't have to see Han Yuchao's face. Sun Qiao patted Leng Yelio lovingly and said with a bitter smile, if it was so easy to get, I wouldn't be in such a difficult position. When Leng Yelio heard this, she hurriedly asked, Mother, what materials do you need? Tell me quickly. If you don't tell me, how will I know if I can find them? When Zhong Meng heard this, he nodded. That's right, Sect Master Sunday. As long as there's a way to defeat them, just say it. Everyone will think of a way together. We'll eventually think of a way. After hearing Zhong Meng's words, Sun Qiao's gaze froze and she frowned. She subconsciously glanced at Leng Yelio before turning her gaze back to Zhong Meng and asking coldly, Prince Zhong, why are you helping us? After hearing Sun Qiao's question, Zhongmeng was stunned. You're tuning in to the Celestial War YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.